Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Oh boy. All right. How are we going to start this? Let's see how we going to start this, everybody. Are we going to start with Anton and Miss Proud Woman or whatever her name is? Proud Black Woman. I guess we'll start with that. I'll put the link for her channel in the description box later. Her YouTube channel it's not really popping like that, but apparently she has a presence on TikTok. I've seen her before. We've seen her before. She's the one with the heavy lipstick, and that says black men are the most disloyal people in America, or however she said it, which is not factually accurate, but okay, fine. Um, so once again, it's this weirdo appeal to black women dating out and how much better black women's marriage prospects are when they date out, which is factually inaccurate because all you know is about the black women that actually do end up getting the wedding ring. We do not ever have a conversation in the black community because it's going to look bad on black women. That's why I don't want to have that conversation about how many black women get smashed out by white guys and 5 years later and 10 years later, no wedding ring. We do not speak about black women and their sneaky linking with coworkers, huh? With white and non-black, not black coworkers. That's the conversation the black community does not want to have. Black men and black women do not want to have it. Outside of the black manosphere, black people do not want to have a conversation about how many of your moms and aunts and maybe even grandma, goddamn, had a little fling with a white coworker once upon a time, a Latina coworker, Latina. Oh, goddamn, what'd you say? Latino coworker once upon a time, huh? The Arab store owner, corner store owner once upon a time, huh? Nobody want to have the conversation about how did mom get the discounts for getting her car worked on. That Latino mechanic, huh? That Latino mechanic and mom was getting it in back in the day. You don't know. So to Miss, I think her name is Proud Black Woman. Once again, I'll put the link later. Um, that's a conversation the black community doesn't want to have, while black women keep on claiming loyalty because they think we don't know, huh? And someone said in the comments that David Carroll said these white guys in corporate America are giving all type of wood to black women. We know, right? We know. I don't have it still. I think I took it off. I took it. No, I didn't. Here you go.
Gosh, there were 2 points, but I'll just respond to the latter one. I meant to say this earlier when we were talking about the reason that black females may be more confused about the system of racism, white supremacy, and who practices it. And I said I thought the primary reason was that we don't experience the more violent forms of it. No, that's secondary. Primary, this is really key. People really need to, I hope people will hear this, and I hope people will believe this. Some people know this. The primary reason is that black females are either the primary participants or secondary participants, meaning that their mothers, their sisters, their aunts, their friends, somebody they know who's a black female is engaging in sex with white people. Our minds are more mushy because we engage in more sex with white people than black males do. And that seems to be the reverse of what is the case, because on the sidewalk, you see a whole lot more black males with white females than the reverse. But there's a whole lot. There has always been since slavery, there has always been, continues to be, in office buildings, in houses, everywhere you can possibly think of, lots and lots of sex between black females and white men. The key is that it's real hush-hush. It's real secret. And white people, they enforce and depend upon its secrecy so that we don't even know the devastating effect other black people don't even necessarily know, where all those defensive statements are coming from black women, because people don't know she's been in the bed with a white man. They depend on the secrecy of that, and they don't want it exposed. Hush.
Well, damn. Many of us have heard this already, right? Shout out to Only Logical. Shout out to Z himself, right? Yes, that is a black woman who said that. So once again, to I think her name is Miss Proud Black Woman or Proud Black Woman, something along those lines. As if black women aren't attempting to quote unquote expand their options. All of you women of color are trying to expand your options to the white dude. Them white dudes having fun with all y'all. Latinas, black women, Asian women, and the vast majority of white men just end up marrying their own, another white woman. While y'all being voyeurs, hoping and praying that one day you get the wedding ring from some white dude, right? It's always this talk. Huh? Meanwhile, Mark Lamont Hill over here, low-key jabbing, high-key jabbing at black men. It's different. Is it different? You think black women ain't engaging in interracial adult fun with Latinos and white guys and a couple of Asians and Arabs if they could get them? It's that those guys don't marry them, so it doesn't register. Black women are so loyal. They're not loyal. They have less options. How do you believe that the system is anti-black, the society is anti-black, but all of a sudden black women are loyal? That's why they don't have interracial marriage skyrocketing? No, that's not it. Right? So we're revisiting this again for the 1,000th time. Damn, Z, how many times? Forever. How many times, Z? Yes. Huh? We're revisiting this again because it has become a topic again. Because black women have to revisit this at least once a month. There's another story. There's another black men ain't-ish, date out, expand your options. Well, so you saw this, Media Man covered this. Well, he's been covering this thing for a few years now, where it's always expand your options, expand your options. Black women have such a low divorce rate with white men. That's if y'all can get them to marry, number one. Number two, that's debatable at best. Black women, you can't run from yourself. You can insult black men forever, blame black men, blame Jermaine forever, use black men not attending college as an excuse on why you're not getting married, talk about how happy you are with your dog or your cat. I'm playing with your cat. Oh, goddamn. Huh? You could say whatever you want to say, however you want to say it. And you could say how much you're okay with dying alone and we're not scaring you with that. Yeah, all of that sound nice. Right? Shout out to you ladies. All of that sound nice. Huh? Mr. Z was raised by a black woman. Mr. Z has black female siblings. Mr. Z obviously went to school with black women, black female friends and associates, black female co-workers. We know about your pride and your ego. We know how you lie to everyone, including yourself. We know that you're crying yourself to sleep at night. We know how you're jealous when the non-black women come into work and they're engaged now. We know. Huh? Shout out to Foreign for actually finally saying it. Shout out to Foreign Man in a foreign land for finally saying it. Black women look at black men like you're the reason I'm not her. I'm not her because you're not him. Exactly. And it just doesn't work the other way around. So, dear black women, don't do the yeah, but black men. Nope, it don't work the other way around. The way men are supposed to perform doesn't translate exactly the way women are supposed to perform. So there is no man. I'm not him because you're not her. That sounds weak. Because it is. Huh? So we have that, and let's read this from Dr. D. And Dr. D says, in the Caribbean, those chicks end up with light-skinned children with no husband. Happens all the time. Bruh, say that. whether it's a couple of Arabs in Haiti, whether it's the Chinese guys in Jamaica, some of the Indian guys in Jamaica, huh? Or Indian guys in Trinidad, or in the USVI. Goddamn, Z, huh? Yeah, they end up with the looser curled, slightly lighter skin, or undertone red children and no husband. Because you be damned if you find too many black men who follow up behind Chinaman out of Jamaica. Huh? Your daughter out here looking like Anne Marie the singer. Huh? You got no man, and then you wondering why the brothers in Jamaica ain't checking for you. They ain't following behind the Chinese dude, bro. They're not. Huh? You got the light skin, looser curl hair, Haitian chick, super fair skin Haitian chick, speak perfect Creole, heavy ass accent, huh? She tell you her dad's still in Haiti and she only met him 3 times. Yeah, her dad is an Arab. That's what she's telling you. Her dad is an Arab who is smashing one of his maids, smashing one of his employees at the hotel. Ooh, goddamn Z, huh? She got pregnant, she kept the baby, and he never claimed the baby, or he did claim the baby, but never went to go see the baby. Now the baby is 19 years old and living in America. Pretty as hell, fair skin as a mug, heavy ass Haitian accent, no real relationship with her father. Huh? This is what's going on in America that nobody wants to talk about. Huh? So black women convince us with that loyalty talk and how great the white man is, and oh my God, see when we date the white man, he does this so great and that so great, and unlike black men, and all that sound nice. So let me get this right. Racism ain't racism anymore. Anti-blackness ain't anti-blackness anymore. Because you get wood from a white dude or a Latino or Arab. So Latinos are not colorist anymore because your dark skin and some Latino dude that you work with is piping. Okay, yeah, that's it. Moving on to Shay Sade covering Anwar, our favorite LGBTQ matchmaker. Oh boy. Or dating coach. Better yet, dating coach. So he goes through a litany of the type of white guys to be skeptical of. He spoke about white guys with no lips. He spoke about Bartholomew the Third, so white guys that they have a third or fourth at the end of their name. He spoke about white guys that do winter sports, et cetera, et cetera. And essentially, he xed out just about all the white guys. He talked about the Wiggers, the Wigger white guys. So the Kid Rocks when he was younger, the Eminems, the Marky Marks, the Yo Yo Yo. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed, the Yo 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 type of white guys. So he pretty much xed out all the white guys. Huh? And listen, Anwar is so extra performative. I wouldn't be surprised if one day we find out Anwar is just the LGBTQ version of Derek Jackson. There's no way, right? The way he speaks. Look, Mr. Z been around LGBTQ dudes, LGBTQ black men. Anwar doing way too much, huh? It's way too much. But black women, hope and delusion. They'll sign up for it every day, all day, twice on Sunday. Hope and delusion. Uh, the black woman that told you she spent 10 grand with Anwar so that she could find her fiance. Huh? So we know some 13% of married black women. Once again, 13% of married black women in more recent years are married outside of the black race. I agree with Medium Man. Look, black women, this is a you and non-black men problem. Mr. Z has said it already. Shout out to Medium Man for saying it also. Black women, you have to speak to non-black men about why they're not marrying y'all in any significant number. Because if it's 13% of married black women, then it's what? 5.5, 6% ish, 6.5, not even. Not even. Because we know 28-ish% of black women are married, right? So what? Let's say 5.5, 6%, something like that. Okay, fine. Of black women are married outside of the black race. We want to say that's about the same amount of black women that have mixed children. Ooh, goddamn. Non-black mixed children. How many black women are having mixed children with non-black men who refuse to marry them? While they claim some type of loyalty to black men. And then how does that affect the black community when black women get to claim loyalty to the black community, pull loyalty cards as a way of saying, look, we're more about the black race than the black men are. Meanwhile, you're getting smashed out by your white coworker, your white boss, your Latino mechanic. Huh? The Arab guy that works at the corner store, the Arab guy that owns the corner store. Huh? The Indian guy at the hotel. While Mark Lamont Hill tries to chastise black men and how it's different. See, Quentin B is different. It's different. They're saying that there's not enough black men that's on their level that's taking for them. That's that. She didn't tell you Connor was pogo sticking down her throat 2 days ago. Huh? Huh? Connor's baby batter is still on her throat. Connor just was pogo sticking down her throat an hour ago. Huh? Juan Julio was just pogo sticking down her esophagus 3 hours ago, 5 hours ago. And she gets to claim loyalty? Get out of here. Huh? She gets to claim loyalty like she's more about the black community than black men are because Juan won't marry her? Huh? Because Bartholomew III won't marry her? Get out of here. So Onward could do this thing where expanding out, and these are the white guys to be careful for. You live in an anti-black society. How about all of them? Uh-oh. These are the white guys to be careful for. You know, all of them, including the liberal ones, all of them. Huh? It's fascinating listening to black women speak, and these, I guess, black women advocates who just use that as a excuse to punch down on black men. It's fascinating to listen to them speak. All of a sudden, there's no anti-blackness in the system once we start talking about black women and non-black men and whatever situation they have going on. Huh? Onward telling black, be careful for these type of white men and those type of white men and white men with no lips and the swaggy white guys with the this type of haircut, and then you gotta be careful for the white guys who do winter sports. And you mean white men? Be careful for white men, period. You can't do that because you know the hope and delusion thing. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Pause for the cause car moment. So Mr. Z is looking at two dope ass hatchbacks that are like four parking spaces from each other. It's the Corolla GR and the Civic Type R. Welcome to South Florida, y'all. $50,000 hatchbacks. More than that, actually. Both of them lowered on rims. Well, Mr. Z got to win the lottery or something. I'm gonna start trying to poach y'all for thousands. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. Z and his car fantasies. Um, Number one, number two, and I said that wrong too. It's not just hatchbacks; it's performance hatchbacks. That's why they cost like 50 something, $60,000 after markups. Wow. Yeah, y'all heard right. Yep, a Toyota and a Honda that cost 50 some odd $1,000. Hatchbacks too, Corolla and Civic. At the end of the day, they're still Corollas and Civics, but they're performance Corollas and Civics. And yeah, anyway, we're not going to do that. Most of y'all aren't car people. Sorry. Moving along. You can see the frustration in media, man. I've said this before. And the annoyance that Black women continue to weaponize, and other, I guess, well-meaning, air quotes, well-meaning Black men continue to weaponize Black women's lack of marriage prospects against Black men. So we see this, right? And how is this supposed to work for the masses of Black women? Well, it's not. Huh? And Black Guru says, congrats to Shay Sade for getting white women to counteract the foolishness of Black women fantasies about white womanhood. We're in a really weird place. I've said this. I'm going to continue to stand on this. Black women and other women of color, but Black women are the loudest about it, really thought that the college degrees and moving into suburban neighborhoods and living in gated communities and sending their children to these spaces and places and being in majority white churches and congregations would allow for them to end up with the white guy, and it just doesn't. We hear more and more Black women, particularly millennials now and the oldest of Gen Z, who are speaking about growing up in those spaces and what it did to them psychologically. I appreciate the parents that want to take their kids out the hood and put them in safe environments where they know the school is going to have some anti-Blackness on 1,000. But they want their kids to have some type of tradition, and they want their daughters to be raised in, have some type of idea of what it is to be in quote unquote safe spaces. Although being Black, what's really a safe space in America? But then you got to deal with the anti-Blackness coming from the children and the administrators and the teachers. Huh? Oh man. Right? And Black Uru also says, what Black women don't want to marry a trust fund white dude.
The second.
Okay, I guess not. And we're back. And Black Uru says, what Black women don't want to marry a trust fund white dude? That dude is out of his tutti fruity mind. One of the sisters that what I forgot the name of that channel where they wear the more Christiany uniforms, and she's a bit more heavy, and apparently she's engaged to some white dude. Good looking white dude, and I hope it work out for them. But she's mixed anyway, right? She's mixed anyway, very fair skin. I hope it work out for her too. But like we already know, like the pro-Black talk ended up with the white dude or being the sexual plaything for the white dude. And like, shout out to Dr. Thunder that speaks about like how these churches, how they operate, and the Black people that attend these predominantly white churches and how they think, right? It is psychological warfare on your kids in these spaces. Huh? It is, especially your daughters. It is psychological warfare. Your women, your daughters of color, pining. Y'all see it with Mindy Kaling. It was so bad, even her own followers and fans who also want white men were like, okay, you get it. It's cringy now. You're too overt with it. You're too blatant. It's cringy now. That fiending and pining for white male acceptance. And that's all black women are doing. Huh? The white guys do it like this, the black man can't. Yawn. That's all they're doing is begging and pleading. And for the most part, that's just not where most white men are. Right? Mm. Oh no, we actually, where did that comment go from Black Guru? Where did it go? Oh, there it goes. And would you believe it? Yeah, we said this before, Black Guru. Yeah, exactly. Would you believe it if I told you that the available census data says that less than 1% of married white men have black wives? Yeah, no, it's right. You're correct. You're correct. Right. And let's be very clear. Like, first off, most people are going to marry within race anyway. That's just how it goes. That's number one. People want someone that understands them, that grew up in the same type of mindset as them, similar-ish upbringing, cultural norms, etc., etc. There's that. Then we live in America, that's extremely anti-black. Huh? Black women don't really have a choice. Their other choices are Rose Toy and same-sex loving relationships. I want to be very clear. Black men, they can't tell you that. They can't. Their pride and their ego will let you know that they don't have anywhere else to go. Black women, even if they don't think of it consciously, subconsciously, they know that too much power is in your hands. If they start admitting that if you leave, they got nothing else, they got nowhere else to go. Shout out to BGS for the clip. They have nowhere else to go. So what they can do is chastise you for not going to college and university because the white men in colleges and university ain't checking. For all the black men that are wondering why are black women so invested? Is it because they really care about the black community? No. It's because if you're not attending college and university and they want a college and university grad, they want someone with at least a 4-year diploma. They don't have much choices. The white guys, the Latino, and the Asian guys aren't checking. First off, the Latino guys aren't attending college and university as much as the black men are. That's number one. Ooh, goddamn. Secondly, the white guys who are attending more ain't checking, and we're not even gonna mention the Asian guys. That's not even a thing. Stop it. Black women don't have nowhere else to go. So Kim Foster could put out her quote-unquote think piece about it. Huh? Torre could say what he want to say. All these black women could tell. But you notice the one thing they didn't say, they refused to say, black men, if you don't go to college, we don't have nobody to choose from that went to college. If you don't go, there is nothing else for us. You notice ain't nobody say that part, right? That's the most glaring, evident thing. They said everything but that. Whether it was woman or man, they said everything but that. Black man or black woman. Listen, if y'all don't graduate college, black women don't got nobody to choose from. Ain't nobody choosing them. Not in any significant number anyway. They're going to be out here rose toying it up, pretending like they're okay, or in same-sex loving relationships, or they'll be 35 years old, having a 23-year-old help stretch them out once a week. Huh? That's just the way it is. You watch black men and black women who cover this not say the most evident part, the most in your face part. Listen, black men, if you don't get a degree, there's nowhere else for her to go. They're going to be fighting over this small pool of college educated black men. Huh? Oh man. Wow. And GC says paying a rainbow man for dating coaching is truly a new low. Which low won't black women go to? How low can you go? Which low will black women not go to? And apparently the young lady has it. If she has it and it worked for her and she's engaged now, okay, fine. Okay, right? And you see, that's the link I should have put that I didn't put. The Ostefco link. I'm gonna make reference to it anyway. Um, Ostefco spoke about this, about Anwar, right? And a number of other black women said this. There's something about the same sex loving, and this is the part they don't want to really say. The same sex loving feminine black man that puts them a bit more at ease. They could take some quote unquote advice, ass kissing advice from him instead of a straight black man. Hey, ladies, y'all do what y'all want to do. Y'all been around LGBTQ black men, I don't know, since the plantation. How's that been working for y'all? Y'all been taking advice from these guys since forever. How's that working for y'all? Let's call a thing a thing. You want to see you reflected in whoever is talking to you. And that's great. How is that working for you? You want your ass kissed. You want a person to kind of make snide remarks about black men. Take little jabs at black men while they're talking to you and giving you quote unquote advice. And the Anwars of the world do that. That's what Derek Jackson was doing also, right? This is what y'all crave. Meanwhile, another black man gets his passport and another black man does SYSBM. Oh boy. Huh? That's why Anwar's name is bubbling up again. He takes jabs at straight black men. He tells black women what they want to hear. There's not enough eligible black men. And you need to expand your dating options. I don't take on any client that doesn't expand their dating options. And guess what? Still about 50% end up with black men. So it's not, I'm not trying to push. This is a whole LGBTQ white guy. See, Mr. Z said white guy. Huh? This is a whole LGBTQ black guy with a white husband. With a white husband. Huh? Is this going to work for black women? Probably not. Huh? So if black women want to listen to the LGBTQ guy and they feel more at ease listening to the LGBTQ guy and he's less toxic to them, and fine. Hopefully it works for you. Hopefully it works. Huh? Y'all have the dude with Adrian. You have the other dude, King of Reeds. You have a bunch of LGBTQ black men making content now. And even if they're not matchmakers or dating coaches, they say similar stuff to black women that Anwar says. And does this work for black women? Like, no. But it makes them feel good. Right? GC says so easy to hustle the queens. Yeah, no, it is easy. And they know it and they're okay with it. Make me feel good. Yeah, tell them something good. Huh? And Black Uru says that small group of educated black men who are increasingly picking non-black women. I said it last night. I've said it before. Mr. Z's fear for black women was that they were going to become the outcasts of society, the essentially gypsies. Shout out to KMS for saying the word. I was searching for it. I couldn't get it out. The gypsies of society, kind of on the outskirts of the city, whether educated or not, mainly not educated. Outskirts of the city, they're going to be the spiritualist, fanatical, religious fanatics, matriarchal, out there with them and their children, women. Think of any kind of dystopian movie where they depict kind of a modern Amazonian women, huh? And that's going to be black women, especially in America. That's going to be them out there, huh? Out there. If an increasing amount of black men across class are taking seriously and marrying non-black women, never to be seen again, right? Like marrying, and black women are like, F that, I'm gonna hold on to my pride. And as Jason Black said the other day, like black women, that's not a threat to them when you tell them, all right, buy a dog and die alone. All right, if it's not a threat to them and they holding on to their pride, Mr. Z said bride. Based off of that, same-sex loving rate, yeah, they might be holding on to their bride. If they're holding on to their pride and they're willing to play this game with their own life, then fine. If the women said that's not a threat to me, okay. Hopefully it works for you, that pride and that ego, and you don't care, you ain't chasing after no man, you definitely not chasing after no black man. Hopefully it works for you. Hopefully it works for black women in general, but it's not. We know this. Highest divorce rate, lowest marriage rate. How's that supposed to work? Huh? Dustiest of Ronan says, Z, gypsies get married. Goddamn. Dustiest of Ronan says, Z, they're not even gypsies. God. I hear you, Dustiest of Ronan. He said they're not even gypsies. Wow. Only Logical says LGBTQ men and black women date the same pool of white men. Uh-oh. Hey, I hear you, Only Logical. I see what you're saying. I hear you. Not a good look. Not a good look at all. Huh? So y'all go through and we're talking about white men again. God damn, you let women of color talk long enough, and you keep on ending up under the scrotum of white men. God damn, what is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? Huh? And as you know, accountable commentary said, the average Brad is not doing that well. They're not doing that well. 50 some odd $1,000 a year. Okay. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's not that great. This obsession with white men's wealth at the very top, and the white men at the very top are the ones that are least likely to marry out. And when they do marry out, they marry white Latinas and East Asians. You might find one or two South Asians in that mix. That's who they marry. If they marry out. Your average white guy don't got it like that. Your average white guy is waiting for his parents to die so he can get that life insurance money. That's what he's doing. Huh? Your average white guy, did not put out the post that said 40% of millennials, I think 40% of millennials and Gen Z, and I think the number actually went up, are getting some type of assistance from their parents financially. Financially, they're getting some type of assistance. That's a whole lot of non-black men, dear black women. Dear black women, that's a whole lot of non-black men who mom is paying the car note, dad is paying for the apartment, grandma's paying for the cell phone bill, huh? You wonder why he's earning $60,000 a year and he's living an $80,000 a year lifestyle, an $85,000 a year lifestyle, huh? You wonder why? How the hell me and him do the same job? And he told me he slipped up the other day. He told me his truck is $1,500 a month. How the hell he can afford that? I can't afford that. Yeah, because his mom's paying for it. His dad is paying that $1,500 a month car note that lifted Silverado. That's why. He's driving around in the new Toyota Tundra. Yeah, his grandparents are paying for that. Black Ruth says, they still white though. Huh? Shout out to all the black women who think they're going to have a big financial come up if they end up marrying the white guy. Then y'all turn around and y'all the primary breadwinner for the white guy. It'd be the funniest thing in the world what happened to the sisters. Oh, it'd be the funniest and saddest thing in the world. The funniest. Huh? The funniest thing in the world. Black women swear for the financial come up if they end up with the white guy. Huh? Then they turn around and be the primary breadwinner. Whether they're Lonnie Love, whether they're Quinta B, whether they're what's her name? Cheska Lee, Aisha Taylor, name them. End up being the primary breadwinner. In a relationship with a white dude or married to the white dude. Chili from TLC. Huh? Y'all want to tell me when Kiki Palmer was dating the white dude, that white dude earned more than her? Huh? Is Tika Sumter not earning more than her white husband? Huh? While she on the real talking about, nobody says anything with the white black men do it when the black men do that. Huh? Tika, you ended up with your white castmate. Okay, cool. You don't earn more than him? Last time I checked, the show was about you. Unless you're telling me the show was about you, and yet he was earning more than you. Huh? Yeah, Serena's another one. Yeah, of course. Venus is another one. Venus don't got no goddamn wedding ring, though. Huh? Ah, we know what this is. And then shout out to Shay for saying it true, too. And all these people want Quinta B to end up with Buddy Roll off of the show. Why do y'all always want a black man to follow behind the white man? Look, I know I was married to him, but I want you now. Look, I learned my lesson. Maybe the white guys aren't the fantasy I thought they were. Well, let's be clear, they're not even doing that. Goddamn, Z, they're not even doing that. Z, black women aren't even doing that. They're not even doing the. I learned my lesson. They're not even doing that. A handful of them come on to TikTok and say that. A handful. But for the most part, black women are not even doing that. They just move smooth on over to the black man and like you can't help who you love. Miss me. Huh? When y'all worshiping the white guy, you know you can help who you love. But then you can't help who you love after the fact? Yeah, nope. Huh? Oh yeah, King of Queens. Shout out to L's Active. Yeah, King of Queens too. King of Queens story was so bad that Chrissy had to play damage control. Huh? This is another thing. And shout out to Guy Incognito. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Guy Incognito says, I don't see non-black. And I'm gonna check them likes in a minute. Guy Incognito says, I don't see non-black men regularly dating big women. It's happening. It's happening. Big black women? No. Are white guys in particular marrying big black women? So we already know, like, first, let's go through it. Black men are the black men are less stringent on the weight thing, right? So we know this. Black men are less stringent on the weight thing. Black men are more open to heavier set black women, and the majority of black women are heavier set, and a nice chunk of that are obese. So we're to believe in America, your average white guy, whether he's heavy set, muscular, slim, short, tall, blue-eyed, green-eyed, blonde, brunette, your average white guy is okay with ending up with your average black woman, and your average black woman in America is about 186, 189 pounds, 5'4", 5'5". And we're to believe in America, with America's history, that your average black guy, excuse me, not your average black guy, we know they will, your average white guy, we're supposed to believe that your average white guy is okay with and actually is enthusiastic about not just having easy adult fun because this is a heavy set black woman and she worships the altar that he walks on and she's hoping to make him a husband one day. No. We're supposed to believe that your average white guy, God forbid, your upperly mobile above average white guy, is looking forward to making a 5'4", 5'5", 186-pound, 189-pound black woman his wife. That's what we're supposed to believe. Not the black men that have shown a propensity to marry women like that, but the white men who have shown a propensity to not marry women like that. The Latino men who have shown a propensity to not marry women like that. The Asian men, that's not even a thing, let's stop. The Arab men, that's not even a thing, let's stop. Huh? That's what we're supposed to believe. Uh-oh. Revelat says, shout out to Rachel Lindsay paying $13,000 a month to her zaddy. And Buddy Rose from down here in South Florida, I could tell you how he got her too. Huh? The Latino guy, I said it before. I said this months ago. Latino men in South Florida, if they like black women, they date black women, they might even marry a black woman. Right? They might even marry. It's rare, but they might even marry a black woman. But for the most part in South Florida, Latino guys are having sex with, adult fun, triple X fun with black women. They're not marrying them in any significant number. They're not. Your Cubans, your Puerto Ricans, your Dominicans, especially the white passing ones, if she's fine enough, slim, dark skin with a bubble, he'll partake. He won't marry. Huh? And if I'm going to be really, really honest, more than likely, she's not ADOS FBA. She's Haitian. She's Jamaican. She's Bahamian. More than likely, she's Haitian or Jamaican. Latinos are really not going for ADOS FBA. That's culture and race. If you really want to go there. Huh? Down here in South Florida? Yep. Nope. So the Rachel Lindsay thing, oh yeah, that wasn't gonna last. That was not gonna last. Huh? So we know this is how they move. This is how the ladies move in the background while they take jabs and speak about their loyalty. They're out here trying to get the wedding ring from the white guys. We're covering this again for the 1 zillionth time because black women have brought it up again for the 1 zillionth time. In the midst of the college talk, in the midst of the lowering marriage rate around America, generally speaking, and the black community specifically, black women are trying to find little psychological escape hatches. Notice Mr. Z says psychological escape hatches, but they're not actually going forward with this. It's not actually happening in any significant number. This is just cope. The idea that she could end up with a non-black man as a way to escape what ails black men, it's just an idea. Huh? And Trell says, I went to a hole in the wall club the other night with a young thing, and I was surprised that her friends and several others were not just slim, but all were foopalist. Their wigs and lashes weighed more, though. Uh, you'll find slim black women. You find them. You find them. Right? Slim dark chocolate. That's Mr. Z. Talking about that. Was it a couple years ago? Was it a couple years ago? It might have been less than that, but about a couple years ago. Um, Mr. Z was listening to Bernard Riley's show, and they were talking about Triple X adult videos, and they brought up the dark skinned African sister that's bald. What is her name? So it's not Sawati. So oh my god, what is her name? Dark skinned bald African sister. I forgot her name. Super dark, right? And somebody bought her up, and then they pretended like they didn't know who she was, and then they pretended they didn't know her name, and I'm like, bro, just own y'all find her attractive. Mr. Z finds her attractive, even with her bald head. Just own that y'all find her attractive, and y'all watch her get smashed out by the white dudes. Goddamn. No, she don't pipe, black dude. She don't pipe, but she always be in a goddamn flick with a white dude though. Just admit that y'all find her attractive. She's pretty with her bald ass head. You know when people try to not admit. They're like, what's her name again? I don't know. Man, no. And Bernard was like, yeah, I saw her and I ran because, your bald head and did it. Stop, man. Stop. Grow up. She's pretty. The problem is she just be big, getting smashed out by the white dudes. And y'all embarrassed because you'll find her attractive even though she's rocking the baldy. And I mean like baldy. Huh? And as a matter of fact, low-key, goddamn, she's one of the few that kind of look better bald than with the wig. Right? Ah. And Better You says, I only know her because of previous research. That's funny. Oh, I need to know her name for research purposes. Right? She's cute. She's pretty. She's pretty. There's a pretty dark-skinned black woman. She just began smashed out by the white dudes. That's the problem. There you go. She got a couple of scenes with brothers, but it's white dudes. It's white dudes. Just own it. Watching them on Bernard Riley do the what's her name again? Yeah, no, I saw her before, but stop. Huh? Wow. Anyway, continuing. So no, black women are doing the standard issue. We don't care. We got choices and options outside, and I say make them mean it. Right? Make them mean it. right? Oh man, Joe's Joe's follows up better you by saying, due to my research, that's hysterical. Due to my research, she did a couple of vids with some black dudes. She found her market eventually. Hysterical, right? Oh man, just own it, man. Look, Mr. Z likes what he likes, and I don't care what nobody think about it. Dudes be getting embarrassed. Dude, she's attractive. She doesn't get me smashed out by the white dudes. That's the problem. But she's attractive. This is years ago, by the way. I don't know if y'all can even find that Bernard Riley um stream. But they bought it up, and I'm like, bro, I forgot her name for real though. I'm not joking, but it's like Sawadi or something. And I think somebody in the comments said where they think her background is from and whatever, whatever. But yeah, just own it, right? So yeah. But at the end of the day, it's as a matter of fact, y'all gives you a second. Y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourself. And we're back. And of course, Mr. Z got kicked out of his own stream. I'm gonna let y'all up in a minute. I wanted to say this. So that's what I just had to refresh myself. I wanted to listen to Media Man speak. Okay, the black women expanding their options out. Mr. Z is not actually against it. I used to be. Mr. Z is not actually against it. What I will say to that is black men, they put a big toe out the black community and they never come back. Huh? It's that simple for Z. Yeah, it's a double standard, and so what? Uh-oh. You smell divester on her, swirler on her, you leave her where she stand. Huh? Oh man. Huh? Yeah, that's the one better you. I ain't gonna highlight it, but that's her. Right. So, you know, you can see Media Man annoyance at this because it just keeps on coming up over and over. And I will say to media man, brother, black women are not going to stop with that. Black women are not going to stop with the mythical, magical white man talk. They're just not. It's copium and hopium. They're just not. It doesn't matter if those aspirations ever materialize. That's not the point. Like, I really truly believe if you were to really get serious with women in general in the West and in America about what's going on with relationships, with finance, with money, and you really show them what this is, they would be jumping off of buildings. They'll be slitting their wrists. They cannot truly, and this is why they need some type of copium, hopium outlet. They need some type of fantasy. They need it. Do they really need it? No, but they need it. This is how they operate. This is how they're able to keep themselves from extreme depression. We already know how many of them over the age of 45 are on some type of antidepressant pills. Is it 45 or in their 50s? I'm not 100% sure, right? Huh. They need it. So when you have Kendra G pushing this on her channel now, or kind of mentioning it, I tell black women, I've only dated black men, but I tell black women to expand their options and not be yawn. Huh? Strauss is riding around just looking for the hope man, not the dope man, the hope man, right? But the dope man is selling hope, right? Or is it the hope man is selling dope? Huh? Man. Earth says Lupita. Nah, not Lupita. Don't do Lupita like that. Even though she would say that to white dudes. Oh man. Goddamn, you're not supposed to say that part. Huh? So media man is annoyed. I get it. That gives you a second. I get media man's frustration. I get it. I get it. And yes, media man, black women have convinced themselves that black men are the ishiest daters, the crappiest daters. They have convinced themselves that colorism is a black thing. They have convinced themselves that they could be 200 pounds and the white guy that's upwardly mobile. We're not talking about the bum ass white dude. We're not talking about the white guy that works at Blockbuster. Z, there's no more Blockbuster. Y'all know what Z is saying. Huh? We're not talking about the guy that's the pizza delivery guy from Pizza Hut. Black women have convinced themselves that they could be 220 pounds and Bartholomew III with a trust fund will come and visit the restaurant that they work at one day, be a patron at the restaurant they work at one day, see them, and say, I'm in love with you. I've never seen someone that's beautiful. Oh, you have beautiful skin. I love your 4C curls. And will you marry me? Huh? GC said GameStop, Tony. Not the white dude behind this counter at GameStop. That's hysterical. Not GameStop Tony. They have convinced themselves that GameStop Tony, not even GameStop Tony. GameStop Tony might go. As a matter of fact, GC, GameStop Tony might go. Will he marry her? That's debatable. But GameStop Tony might go. Bartholomew the Third. Look, Bartholomew the Third might give Tyra Banks some play. Huh? Tyra Banks looking ass women might get some play from Bartholomew the Third. Huh? A young Vivica A. Fox might get some play from Bartholomew the Third. Bartholomew the Third is not. He's not doing nothing with Young Miami, bro. Except maybe smashing her in the closet at the office. He's not even gonna date her. And that's Young Miami, let alone the sister that's 210 pounds, 5'5". Bartholomew the Third ain't even trying. Meg Thee Stallion don't got a chance with Bartholomew. A regular Meg Thee Stallion who wasn't famous don't got a chance with Bartholomew the Third. Huh? So, yeah, GameStop Tony, yeah, he'll go. Maybe GameStop Tony will go. You got that. GameStop Tony, especially if this is a pudgy white dude. He know all the games, the RPGs, the action, the role-playing stuff, the MMOs. Yeah, GameStop Tony, yeah, you might get him. And let's say he might not even be like the poorest dude in the world. We're not saying anything necessarily about his finances. His class position, yes. But we know if he working at GameStop, his money ain't all that great, let's be honest. But yeah, GameStop Tony might go. He might go with the sister that's 185, 5'4". He might. Huh? But if she's trying to end up with Bartholomew the Third, Kelly Rowland would have a hard time pinning down Bartholomew the Third. Huh? We're talking about a Kelly Rowland like an everyday Kelly Rowland, not Kelly Rowland is a famous star. The Bartholomew the Thirds that's messing that would try to get a Kelly Rowland that's famous, he trying to come up. Stop thinking these white guys don't know the way y'all see them. Boy, I put money. There's white guys in Hollywood that's preying on all those famous black women stars. I know they are. There's no way. Kevin Federline, they had. No, it got to be a thing. Terrell said, come on, Z, Tony just got a raise. Tony just got a raise. So Tony is trying to what? Marry Keisha? Huh? Bartholomew the Third he ain't going. He's not going. Bartholomew the Third is gonna marry. If he lives in New York, he's going to marry one of his sister's friends or one of the girls that was in the sorority, that was the sister sorority to his fraternity. That's who he's going to end up with. Huh? He might end up with one of the women that end up getting accepted to his school, but she's from LA. That's who he's gonna end up with. You know who you could ask if you doubt me? Go ask Kim Foster. Ooh, goddamn. Ooh. Huh? Did she not attend Harvard? What happened to all them African sisters that attended Harvard? How many of them got a wedding ring from the white dude? Well, damn. Huh? What school did Ebony K. Williams go to again? Huh? How many of them have a wedding ring from the white guy? Uh-oh. Yikes. Black Rue, how many of the black girls that went to high school with your daughters, how many of them have a wedding ring from a white guy right now? Ah. Huh? Better you. Didn't you say you attended a PWI? How many of those black girls have a wedding ring from a white guy right now? Uh-oh. Tone Talks went to UCLA. Tone Talks, how many of those black women have a wedding ring that are married? Because Tone Talks is in his 40s now.
His mid 40s, if I'm not mistaken. How many mid or early 40s? How many of those black women have a wedding ring from a white guy? And you went to UCLA. That's liberal bastion, progressive bastion over there, huh? We could do this all. Mr. Z could do this all day. You can't get more left than UCLA. So if those black women are not ending up with the white guys left and right, you tell me where they are. Outside of the few handful of white guys that end up at an HBCU. Outside of that, you tell me where you find the white guys end up with a black one. Right? Wow. I'm sorry, y'all. Apparently we don't know how to drive in South Florida. Yeah, we don't. Okay. All right. I get you guys that come and visit South Florida and be like, hey, they don't know how to drive. Apparently y'all are right. Right? Oh man. I know in Vegas, it low key hurts Z's feelings. You are 100% right. In Vegas, since I went to PWI, black women were basically invisible to those white guys, to those white dudes. Huh? Ah, Z knows. Huh? If black women don't want to be honest about the world they live in, the dating landscape for them, particularly concerning non-black men, then let them deal with the consequences of attempting to lie to black men, gaslight black men, threaten black men, insult black men, question black men's manhood, question black men's loyalty. Let them deal with the consequences. We know those white guys. We work with them. We sometimes go to happy hour with them. Some of us have them as friends and associates. Huh? We have spoken to them drunk. You're what? Vegas Dev, you right. Mr. Z knows. I've worked with white collar black men, and of course I work with white collar black men. I've worked with white collar white men and blue collar white men. White collar white men and blue collar white men. They're not in any significant number. And when I say not in any significant number, I mean like really not in any significant number. Huh? It's so bad. It's not even a consideration. It's crazy. It is crazy. It's not even a consideration. It's not even like, oh no, it ain't really my type. No, they don't even consider it to not for them to even have to say, oh, not really my type, which is crazy talk if you really think about it. Huh? You got Elon Musk out here shipping out his seed to any woman that he finds even remotely attractive and that lauds him. Right now, he's trying to get one of these Asian chicks. He got what 4 baby mamas, white baby mamas. He's trying to get one of these Asian chicks off of Twitter. Dude is white dude from South Africa, not a black woman in sight. Not saying they should go. Clearly, there's something wrong with dude. Not saying they should go, but not a black woman in sight. You ain't never heard nothing about a black woman in Elon, and he's from South Africa. Huh? Peter Thiel, same difference. Well, he LGBTQ, and he looks weird as hell. Huh? Yikes. Mr. Z is saying all of this to say, instead of black women being on black men's program, they come up with all type of weird ways and excuses and reasons why they shouldn't be. And the white guy is just the escape hatch. It's just the psychological escape hatch. It ain't gonna happen. It's just not. Black men disappear. Black men disappear from America tomorrow. Black women will go extinct. There will be. That's it. It's done. It's done. There will be no black community. A handful of white guys and Latino guys will come along. There's a pun in there. come along. They might do something with a black woman. A few of them will marry black women, and that's it. 95% of black women, that's it. It's done. It is done. Black men disappear from America today. In 3 generations, there will be no black people in America. It may not even take 3, but definitely within 3, there will be no black people in America. It's done. You'll have a couple of these black women who white guys come to the black community because they know black women are defenseless. They gonna force themselves on the black women in the worst way. A couple of them will woo black women, especially upwardly mobile black women. They gonna prey on black women. They gonna marry them and take their money. Huh? They're gonna divorce black women in 10 years and get lifetime alimony from their ass. That they're gonna be Kevin Federline and black women left and right. That's what them white guys are gonna be on. That's for the ones that do decide to mess with black women. Huh? And that's it. But black women would much rather entertain the idea of these white dudes and upwardly mobile white men who are checking for black women. This is an anti-black society. I've said it before. An attractive black woman is attractive. That's why I brought up the triple X sister. An attractive black woman is attractive. Yes, the white guys want to smash too. They find her attractive too. What that mean? Is she gonna get a wedding ring from one of them? Probably not. Not based off the numbers. Not based off the marriage stats. Huh? White women are getting heavier too. It's I've said this before. It's less about excuse me. It's less about black women's weight. It's less about their skin tone. It's the class and the race. White men are just not doing it. They're not. And that would be okay if black women were on black men's program and they didn't romanticize the idea of some white man who's going to save them from their blackness. And that's going to take them away from having to consider what black men say, think, and feel. If y'all want to know why Mr. Z is covering this today, black women are using these mythical, magical white men that are supposed to save them as an escape hatch to get away from what black men think, feel, aspire for, require, demand. If they could just get them the myth, and when y'all hear white men, I'm primarily speaking about white men, but I'm also speaking about any non-black men. And that's all that is. Now, is it going to work for black women? Absolutely not. Huh? And yeah, Black Uru, I saw the clip. As a matter of fact, let me see. Y'all know what? Give me a second. Let me see if I could do this. Let's see if we could do this real quick, because Black Uru sent me 2 of them. I'm gonna cover the less morbid one, Black Uru, because the other one is just really sad. It's really sad. It's really like, yeah, yeah. And then dude go put the fake tears after spitting out. Anyway, I said that already. I covered that already. Well, I didn't cover it, but I spoke of it before. Let me see if I could get the other one that's far less morbid, far less sad. So let's see if we could do that. Y'all give Z 1 second and y'all talk amongst yourselves.
I feel like we don't talk about this enough, but the hardest part of being single is not.
All right, y'all give it a second. We might have some progress. Y'all give it a second. While we're waiting for that, let's read this from Better You, and then we're gonna read Black Uru's comment. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Better You says a black woman basically propositions Elon to have his kid. She pointed out none of his baby moms were black. I get what you're saying. Two, she pointed out none of his baby moms were black. Two, while shooting her shot. Doesn't this sound like Chris Evans and Lizzo again? I'll look up the story. Sounds about right. I'll look up the story. You know, that's that's depressing. That is embarrassing, right? That is embarrassing. Black women.
Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
Huh? And it is. I did not know that. Better You. Thank you for the information. I'll look it up. Right. And Black Uru says, if there are no black men, they are going to remove the uteruses of all black women and convert them into barren XXX slaves. No, I see that. I could see that, because what can they do? You know, or you know what I think what would happen is there would be an accident with an increasing amount of black women who find themselves barren after going to the doctor, going to OBGYN or something, an increasing amount, and they wouldn't, and the doctor would be like, we don't know what's happening, but and it might, you know what happened? Maybe one or two less desirable women, Latina women, would have this issue too, and they would be, black people would follow me now, they would be researching like what's happening to black women where they're disproportionately being affected by this new disease that doesn't allow for them to have children. Right? And all black women would know is like 85% of them, 80% of them, 90% of them would be infertile. Huh? And the research would be like, we don't know what's going on. We don't know what happened. There's something in our water that black women are allergic to. There's something that primarily affects melanated skin. Maybe it's something that is drawn to melanin. We don't know what happened. Huh? That I suspect that's the game they would play. Huh? And Better You says, Giovanni, a couple months ago, O'Shea did a vid on it too. Oh, really? Okay, I'll look it up. Rael said, wow, these are the most desperate 304s ever. It's bad. And there's a reason. If y'all know the Z continues, look, Mr. Z, I know everybody looks at Z like the swirler divester guy. No, I cover this because of the traitorous ass ways. I cover this because in the black community, we speak about black women like they're quote unquote most loyal, and they're holding it down, and they holding the black community up on their backs, and like that's the furthest from the truth. Huh? That's the furthest from the truth. Right? And what has happened is white society and black women have weaponized black women's quote unquote loyalty and black women being the quote unquote backbone of the black community against black men. White society has used black women as the colonizing agent in the black community. And the majority of black women are too willing and too enthusiastic to go along with that. That's what's actually happening. So Rael is right. They are desperate 304s. Right? Huh? And GC says, I remember her conservative grifter chick, so cringe. No, that was a mistake, Better You. And Better You says, not her, Z. I ain't got the holy water, bro. And he's talking about the Africans. I accidentally, because I was deleting that so I could make space for what I just bought up. I'm gonna play it in a minute. And Better You says, not her, Z. I got no holy water, bro. Yeah, the African sister. Look, I like that video because it's hysterical to me. It's funny as hell to me. Right? Shout out to Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson couldn't do it. He's like, Z, stop playing it. Stop. I stopped for Dr. T. So when Dr. T is up, I won't play it just for him, to spare him. But all the rest of you got to deal with this torture. I find, because as comical as she was being, at least she was being some type of earnest, right? Some type of honest. Just a little teeny tiny bit. And she said, "Hey, these toys ain't. It's not doing enough, right?" She letting you know, like the rose toy. It's the rose toy ain't doing it, right? So that's why I play that. Shout out to all the women who think that's gonna get. Hey, it's just gonna numb you. You're just gonna get numb. It's not even gonna do the job like that anymore. And plus, look, bro. Shout out to Black Rule. Like, the rose toy ain't gonna slap you on the ass when you washing dishes. The rose toy ain't gonna choke you out a little bit when you know, yeah. Well, this is what they've decided they'll do instead of get on a black man's program. And that's okay. Just remind them that they're in the position they're in because they don't want to get on the black man's program. And no, we're not compromising. No, we're not doing partnership. We're not LGBTQ. Shut up. No, why can't we be partners? We're not LGBTQ. And number one. Number two, you don't mean it. Because when I put your back to the wall and show you what partnership really look like, you gonna run. Huh? You're gonna run. That's why. And so let me play this, and we'll speak about it on the opposite end. Here we go.
He left. Me? What? Okay. So I guess that's it. What? I don't know. I'm about to turn 40, like single at fucking 40 years old. This was not part of the plan. My then husband got on a plane and left. He abandoned the marriage, the relationship, and left. Now, I will say that prior to that happening, I had found out that he had been having an affair. And when I found out about the affair, I was obviously devastated and angry and, you know, just the full range of emotion that comes with that. Now, I will say since then, over the last, 2 years, I found out that it wasn't actually just an affair. He was actually a serial cheater and had had many affairs. So it wasn't just one woman or person, but many. I was devastated, but after 21 years together, including 6 years of marriage, I did not want to give up on, what we had. We started working on our relationship at that point to rebuild the trust and, respect that had been lost and broken. It was a regular morning. I got up, had started to get some work done. He made me, I think I made a cup of tea and went down into my workspace. He made me lunch. And he left the house. And that was the last time I ever saw my then husband again.
Okay, where do you want to start, Z? Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with he went to go get milk and never came back? Oh boy. Shout out to the stereotypes. Made you a sandwich, made you some lunch, and then never came back. Oh boy. Or do you want to start? I thought that was what black men did. I thought black men went to go get smokes and never came back, or went to go get the milk and never came back. Isn't that the stereotype? Apparently the white guys are doing that to black women too. Black women, are you sure it's not you? Number one. Or do you want to start, Z, with the other stereotype that they levy on black men, that black men don't want to marry them and black men leave them as single for years on end, maybe a decade or two, and then finally marry them last quarter? She said they were together for 21 years, married for 6. That means, ma'am, that y'all were what, a quote unquote couple, probably situationship, and then you forced them into marriage, but y'all were doing y'all thing for 15 years before marriage. God damn, when did y'all meet? When y'all were 10? Huh? Wow. This also reminds me of the story, and I'm going to have to look for it. Only Logical covered it years and years ago. I want to say the black woman who, was she in Alaska? And her husband family pretty much her husband left her and moved in back with his family, and she had bought him a Camaro, and she was kind of recording herself walking around. I want to say it was a silver Camaro, like a 20, I don't know, 20, probably 07, 08, 09 Camaro, something like that. And her husband, like, but Buddy Rowe looked like a bum anyway. Right? No, black women, no, not you were with the white dude for 15 years before y'all got married. Isn't that similar to the story? Did it happen here in Miami? I can't remember. But the story of the lady, the white husband deleted her and tried to skip town, but they were on and on, off, on and on, off again, on and on again, off again. There we go. On again, off again. Yeah, there you go, Z. On and again, off again, quote unquote situationship relationship. They finally got married. I think within like year 3 or 4, he deleted her. Huh? Wow. We heard similar from Ostefco with the white dudes. We saw similar on was it Divorce Court with the heavy set sister with the light ass voice that ended up marrying or at least having a serious relationship with the former former skinhead white dude, had a kid or two from him. Black women swear they be upwardly mobile when they end up with these white guys, these upwardly mobile white guys. Many of y'all be dealing with the bums. Huh? Passport Bros United says 15 years of Pound Town. Damn. Huh? Ah. Rael says, Darren remind black women where the white boys say to Sana's character, sorry, what baby? Right? Ah. Black women, this can't stand black women. This don't work. This don't even work for you. You gotta give it to them for willpower. Boy, that we'll never get on black men's program ever. We don't care if it destroys us. We don't care how many of them date out and marry out. We don't care. Well, either they bow to us or nothing. And survey says, shout out to the nothing for you. Huh? The mythical magical white men, right? Mythical magical white men taking out of Pound Town for 15 years. Mythical magical white man taking out of Pound Town, as Passport Bros United says, Pound Town for 15 years. Do you understand the shame black women would be attempting to levy on black men? Didn't we hear that story some months ago when a black man finally proposes to the black woman and she, I don't want it no more. I don't want it. Why do it now? I don't want it. Recording everything loud. I don't want it I don't want it. Homegirl got married after 15 years and Buddy Rose still left. White dude still left 21 years. Ah, if you recall the whole thing, was it last year or the year before, where there were a couple of black women that was kind of cautioning other black women on this white male worship thing, and one of them was like, "Hey, look, I don't know what y'all talking about, but my white husband left me with the kids. He just disappeared," and she had like a newborn in her hand. I think she had like 2 or 3 kids from white dude and a newborn in her hand, and he just left. Huh? And Rael says, back in the day, they used to be embarrassed getting caught out there with white dudes. Not anymore. They look at that as a bragging, as something to brag about, right? The pasta and lobster thing, the my massa challenge, the what I don't got to worry about no Negro is not the word they using, right? And all of that they're bragging. Teenage black women, 20 some odd year old black women, 30 some odd year old black women, they're bragging. Now, we know, Mr. Z said this, especially under the age of 25, under the age of 30, everybody is having sex with everyone. Everyone is having triple X fun with everyone in America, right? But once we start creeping to that 27, 28, it's time to start locking things down. Black women start getting their feelings hurt like a bug. Oh, they start getting their feelings hurt. Huh? Because those white guys that used to quote unquote date them in college, air quotes, date them in college, does he marry a black woman? 9 out of 10 times, 9.5 out of 10 times, nope. 9.9 times out of 10 times, nope. Those Latinos that they work with, does he end up with a black woman? Nope. The Arab guy that took her virginity, nope. Huh? Look at Ebony K. Williams. Didn't she say it was an Asian guy that took her virginity? I think that's what she said. Something like that. It was a non-black guy that took her virginity. Ah. And we know her last real relationship that we know was a small hat. Ah. No wedding ring. She was married once and didn't work out. Her words, because of her ambition. Oh boy, yawn. Huh? And here she is, single mother by choice, test tube baby. All right. Huh? Ah. Emerald Edge says it was an East Indian. I wonder if he ended up with a black woman. Right? I wonder if he ended up with a black woman. Black women, how do you feel when you lose your virginity to these white guys in high school, maybe early college years, right? Or you let the white guy smash high school, college, and then you run into him in your late 20s, early 30s, and he married to a white woman. Ah, I bet you happy I don't even consider that as anything. Huh? Kim Foster, let me find out you lost your virginity to that white guy that took you to prom. Huh? Let's see, find out you lost your virginity to that white guy that took you to prom. You ain't never mentioned it. You mentioned that the white guy took you to prom because the black jocks and the black nerds weren't checking for you in high school. So the white guy took you to prom. Let's see, find out the white guy took your virginity. Oh, we gonna have a field day with that story. Oh, we gonna have a field day with that story. Huh? Man. Starman said Jeep got the skeet. I mean, Jeep got the cheeks. Well, he did get the skeet. That part too, right? Oh man. Dr. Dunbar says, really? Yeah, no, I think she said, where did she say that? She mentioned that. Where did she mention that? Was it Horrible Decisions? It might not have been. Was it? It was either Horrible Decisions. It was. Was it on Tori's interview? I can't remember. I cannot remember. But yeah, no, I remember hearing her say it. Yeah, yeah. And the reason why that matters is because Ebony K. Williams doesn't get to turn around at 39 years old, 40 years old, speaking about mediocre black men. What you say doesn't matter anymore, ma'am. It's that simple. Huh? It's that simple. I don't think it's that much. And Tony Myers says 90% of black women have had a white man smash them. Nah, let's not be hyperbolic. Let's not be hyperbolic. It ain't that much. I think it's like 47% though. I think it's a large minority. It might even be a small majority. Now, how many of them are willing to go? Oh, I'll give you 90%. How many of them will go if they thought no one was looking, especially if there was a couple of dollars on the table? Oh, yeah, no, I'll give you 90% all day, every day. I'll give you 95%. But 90% smash white guys? Nah. And let me be very clear. It's not a function of black women's loyalty. It's a function of white men and the way they see women and what they see in black women and what they don't find attractive in black women. That has nothing to do with black women's loyalty. I'll give you that. Right? But 90% of black women smash white dudes? Nah. White dudes ain't checking like that. Not enough white men are checking for black women to have 90% of them smash. Nah. Or, I said that wrong. For 90% of black women to have had adult fun with a white guy. Or any non-black man. Nah. Right? And that's a function of race. That's a function of class. That's a function of culture. That's a function of negative stereotypes about black women. Even if an individual black woman doesn't adhere to those stereotypes. Huh? Now have 40 some odd percent of black women, maybe 52-ish% of black women, have they engaged in non-black fun? Oh yeah, all day, every day. A white co-worker, a Latino co-worker, an Asian co-worker, huh? Someone they went to school with, somebody they're in school with, the mechanic, huh? The landscaper's son, goddamn, Z. Huh? A Reeb that's at the corner store, huh? Oh yeah, you better believe it. Right? And Rael says, Z, ex of mine's said she met a former madam at the job, and she told her you would be stories at the amount of black women who smash white dudes. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised at the amount of black women who smash white dudes. She was speaking as a madam, fam. This was Atlanta. No, I believe it. I believe that. I believe that. Rael, I don't know if you ever heard this before. I'm gonna play it again for y'all. Rael may never heard it before. Give me a second. Where is it? There you go.
It's real secret. And white people, they enforce and depend upon its secrecy so that we don't even know the devastating effect other black people don't even necessarily know where all those defensive statements are coming from black women, because people don't know she's been in the bed with a white man. They depend on the secrecy of that, and they don't want it exposed.
My apologies, y'all. I did not play it from the beginning. Let's do it again.
Gosh, there were 2 points, but I'll just respond to the latter one. I meant to say this earlier when we were talking about the reason that black females may be more confused about the system of racism, white supremacy, and who practices it. And I said I thought the primary reason was that we don't experience the more violent forms of it. No, that's secondary. Primary, this is really key. People really need to, I hope people will hear this, and I hope people will believe this. Some people know this. The primary reason is that black females are either the primary participants or secondary participants, meaning that their mothers, their sisters, their aunts, their friends, somebody they know who's a black female is engaging in sex with white people. Our minds are more mushy because we engage in more sex with white people than black males do. Now that seems to be the reverse of what is the case, because on the sidewalk, what you see a whole lot more black males with white females than the reverse. But there's a whole lot. There has always been since slavery, there has always been, continues to be, in office buildings, in houses, everywhere you can possibly think of, lots and lots of sex between black females and white men. The key is that it's real hush-hush. It's real secret. And white people, they enforce and depend upon its secrecy so that we don't even know the devastating effect other black people don't even necessarily know, where all those defensive statements are coming from black women, because people don't know she's been in the bed with a white man. They depend on the secrecy of that, and they don't want it exposed.
So Ra asked me, where did I get it from? So this is Cree. It was a contributor on Gus T. Renegade Cow's context of white supremacy. And so Gus T. Renegade ended up getting into a back and forth with a black professor who wrote a book about black women and white men in interracial relationships. And this black woman was apparently married to a black man, at least at the time. And so Cree jumped on afterward, after the professor ran off. And Cree said this. And so, I got this. And Gus T. Renegade, he covered this a couple of times. There's another one, I want to say, what is her name? Rabicia. I can't remember what her last name was, which is an older black woman who spoke of, once again, like this type of interplay, we'll say, between black women and white men, and how there's a lot of oral going on in those situations. Oh boy. He covered this a few times. He spoke to Asian women about their situation with white men. It was an Asian professor, female professor, that he spoke to about Asian women, white men, and she said, yeah, there's a bit of, little bit of white worship in there, a little bit, just a smidge. So yeah, no, he's covered like the white male worship thing a few times, and he actually brought women on to speak about it. And there was another black woman, and that's going to be the hardest one to find. I've been looking for that one forever. Once again, older black woman who said pretty much exactly what Cree said. She almost, like, it wasn't Cree, but almost. And this time he had a panel of black women on, and the older black woman said, "Hey man, like, y'all brothers don't be knowing, but like black women be getting in the offices with those white guys, right? Like they be secretly be getting in." I wonder if I don't remember if it was Miss Rabitia again. I think I'm pronouncing her name wrong. I might be pronouncing her name wrong. It might have been her, but on a different show. But yeah, it was an older black woman. He had a panel up, and she pretty much said the same thing that Cree said just now. So yeah, no, yeah, we know this. If you've ever worked, Mr. Z has worked at multiple law offices, and yeah, the white guys aren't smashing all the black women. Don't get it twisted. But the white guys that are smashing black women are smashing a lot of black women at the job, right? Especially if he's not exclusive. Oh yeah, he running through them. And the thing is, once black women find out that he likes black women, or at least smashes black women, it's like they get in line. They ain't getting a line for you. Well, not often, let's be honest. The sisters, if they find a dude attractive, they will make him community peen. But one of the most open kept secrets in the black community is black men are not the only ones that are community peen. Black women, if it's white boy Mike in the hood, oh yeah, he's community peeing. If it's Hector that has a thing for a black woman, oh, he's community peeing. That's what they won't tell you, right? So in Black Guru says, that's why I highlighted it. I think there is a growing secret network of awkward black girls losing their virginity to Indian dudes. Yeah, to non-black men in general, right? Huh. And Rael says Farrakhan had lectures talking about black women getting it in with Mr. Johnson. Oh, that's funny. Mr. Johnson in the office back in the 80s. In the 80s, yeah, that sounds about right. Right, that sounds about right, man. And Guy Incognito says a little Asian chicks love white dudes more than black women. I think I've mentioned this before. I've covered this a number of times. Women of color, like, if we're gonna speak about patriarchy, and we're gonna speak about patriarchy and dismantling patriarchy, y'all know Mr. Z's not about it, but fine, let's go there. Women want patriarchy. They're just as invested in patriarchal norms as the men are, if not more invested. And what they see white men as the world is currently constituted, yes, black men may have the brawn and may have the physique and may have the male member and may have the triple X God stereotype and the rod of God stereotype. With that, when women, particularly women of color, think of manhood and masculinity and patriarchy and paymasters and status, it's the white man. Generally speaking, it's the white man. And so that's not exclusively a black woman thing or an Asian woman thing. When we say Asian, we mean East Asian, but whether it's South Asian, Southeast Asian, East Asian, Middle Eastern, damn near white Middle Eastern, black women from across the diaspora, Latinas, even the indigenous looking Latinas, it's about the white man. And that's no diss to black men or any other men of color. It's about the white man. The way their femininity is constituted is that they have to be with the man. And the man in their minds is the white man, generally speaking. So of course, Asian women don't got nowhere else to go but to white men, generally speaking. Asian men earn the most out of everyone in this society, particularly Indians, right? But Asian men earn the most. And yet Asian women are still running towards white men because of the status. Because of the status, that white skin. What David Carroll said, white skin, oh man, y'all know what I'm saying. The will something about imperfections. Will multitude of imperfections. I can't get the quote out. Somebody go say it. I'll read it when y'all say it, right? But that's not a black woman thing. That's a woman thing. That's a woman of color thing, right? That's why I played that clip from the Dating Divide when they were interviewing Dr. Jennifer Lundquist. That's a white woman, and she said it. Race. It's about race, and it's about race for the women. It's about race. And it's about the white man. Dear black men, don't take that as any slight against you, right? But it is the way that women see manhood and then the way women see their own femininity and who can validate their femininity and who can make them Miss Anne. Globally, to be frank. Who can make them Miss Anne? That doesn't mean that black men can't get in where they fit in. That doesn't mean that if you're an upperly mobile black man, you can't pull an Asian woman. That does mean that primarily Asian women's first choice is Asian men or white men. White men and then Asian men. Ooh, goddamn, Z, you wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Huh? So yeah. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Faber. His white skin covers a multitude of sins and imperfections. Thank you. And rest in peace, David Carroll. Right? Thank you, Jet Black. Jet Black, what's going on, bro? I gotta cover some of your stuff. That's somebody I haven't covered in a little while, right? Yeah, Dr. Dunbar. I remember Issa Rae when she said about black women and Asian dudes, namely Koreans. Stop. And then she turned around and marry an African brother on y'all ass. Uh, where are all the East Asian dudes checking for black women? Huh? So let me get this right. In LA, East Asian guys are chasing after black women? Stop it. In New York, East Asian guys are chasing after black women, namely Koreans? Stop. Right? Oh, man. There we go. Thank you, Faber. Renithia Tate. Kept on saying Rabithia. Renithia Tate. Thank you. Yeah, that's the sister. Yeah, that's the older sister that I was mentioning. That spoke of the oral sex between white men and black women, and that might have been the one that also mentioned how white men and black women are getting down in office spaces. And I'm not speaking about Cree right now. There was another black woman that mentioned this from firsthand knowledge. Not saying, I don't recall if she said she ever did, but she might have been like one of those bystanders. Doesn't mean she never did either, but yeah, I don't recall if she said she did. Right. So yeah, that's definitely going on. That is definitely going on. Well, we got 111 listening. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me see what those likes look like. Look, and I was thinking about bringing y'all up. But y'all know Mr. Z is living real reckless right now. Real reckless right now. So like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. We got 54 likes and 111 of y'all were listening. Now it's 107, but 111 of y'all were listening, and we have 54 likes. That's less than half, everyone. Come on, yo. I'm start doing y'all like how BGS do. You don't have to donate no money, but at least donate a like. Likes are free, right? Oh man. Oh yeah, GC. Yeah, no, she said she engaged with a white dude once. Yeah, no, Miss Renithia Tate. But I'm saying that same office dynamic that. And I remember, I don't recall if that was even her that was mentioning the office dynamic. But yeah, she did engage with a white dude once upon a time, right? And thank you, GC. Yeah, but I don't recall if it was her that was speaking about. Yeah, Del Sol, that's hysterical. I said Del Sol. Del, that is hysterical. I said Del Sol because I'm thinking about the Honda Del Sol. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. And he says, Mr. K-pop ain't checking for you. Look, at least the few Asian guys that I've seen out in the wild in South Florida who got the K-pop look, them dudes is LGBTQ. I'm not even, this is not a guess. This is not Mr. Z trying to imply or suggest anything. This is not Mr. Z being homophobic. No, those dudes were like literally LGBTQ. Gray eye contacts, pink hair, a little bit of sway in their hips when they walk. No, they were definitely LGBTQ. Now, maybe not your average Asian guy who's on the K-pop kick in the look, right? We know that a few the not even a few. We know the teeny bopper white girls and their black female cohort. And yeah, they're heavy into K-pop right now. That's the thing. It's been the thing for a few years now. But yeah, no, a couple of those white guys, those Asian guys, yeah, right. Y'all gives you a second. I'm reading through you guys' comments. Ryle says the very females who claim to hate patriarchy don't want patriarchy from their own men. Yeah, and what Rod? That's why you can't have both. That's why I called it patriarchy by feminist specifications. because that's the game they're trying to play, because they still want provider part, they still want protector part, right? They still want you to do the heavy lifting of emotional labor, even though they claim that black men don't engage in emotional labor. BS. They still want you to engage in that. They just don't want you to have any of the power and the influence and the final word that comes from being the primary breadwinner, if not the only breadwinner. Huh? They don't want you to have the last say from being the one that if something go down in your home, or if something go down in the presence of your wife or your children, your lady and your children, you're gonna be the one to fall on your sword. And they know it and you know it. They just don't want you to have, they don't want to have to pay it forward for if and when that day comes. Whether you win or lose. The biggest lie that people tell themselves, particularly when it comes to men in combat, is that the winner goes unscathed. BS. Winner come out with a broken arm. Winner come out with um um black eyes. Winner comes out with a cracked rib. Just because you won don't mean you ain't banged up. No pun, right? Oh man. So yeah, they're supposedly anti-patriarchy until you tell them exactly what. Oh, you anti-patriarchy. Let me tell you what's not coming if there's no patriarchy. Then they start trying to hobble together. Well, I want this from patriarchy, but then I want that from feminism, and I want this and that. Nope, we ain't puzzling together your ideal situation. Absolutely not. Huh? And thank you for the super chat. And Pastor Jesus reckless tax. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Panda Man says, "Hey, I had a Honda Del Sol. One of my close friends in high school and college did too. He said, manual transmission while stationed in Japan. LOL. That's how I learned manual transmission. These YNs know nothing about it. Yeah, look, I think the take rate for manual cars in America is less than 5%. I think the last time I checked, it was like something like 3 or 4%. The take rate. And it's not just manuals. Even okay, the previous Honda Accord, not the one that's out now, the one that had the 1.5 turbo and the 2.0 turbo. The 2.0 turbos were only selling, I think, 9%, and the 2.0 turbo was just a slightly detuned Type R engine. That's the same engine in the Type R Civic, just a little detuned. And the 2.0, I think I recall watching something. The car reporters, automotive reporters, and he said something like one of the reasons why Honda went to the hybrid 1.5 for like their more quote unquote more performance oriented in range is because the take rate for the 2.0 turbo from the previous generation was like 9%. So shout out to all of you who's going to try to get that Accord secondhand, because you could put bolt-ons and you can make it, scoot 9%. Yeah. Have fun in the secondhand market. That's going to be hell, right? Dr. Dunbar says, I drive manual. Yeah, Mrs. Z, you don't. Mrs. Z know how to drive manual. I got to say this again. Sorry to all of y'all. I'm going to bring y'all up in a minute. Remember, we're reckless. So if Z ends abruptly, if y'all listening and y'all just hear, y'all know why. So, reckless streams. Y'all understand. Don't put it in the comments. All right. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Okay, last bit of car news, and I'll bring y'all up. Y'all let me know if y'all want to switch subjects. We'll do that. We don't always got to talk about the weirdo black women and they white peen worship. And let's also, before we go there to the car stuff, I would argue a number of these black women, they don't actually worship white men. It's not actually about the white man. It's about their own femininity. It's about them getting to be Miss Anne through the white man. It's about them having their femininity validated. This is why BGS calls it the myth of white womanhood. For many of them, I'm not going to say all, it's not actually about him. He's just a tool to get to what they need or feel they need to validate their own femininity. right? So back to the car talk. Mr. Z was, because even though Mr. Z got the Z, I'm still searching on the internet for car stuff. Why? Don't ask. And I saw a red Z 96 twin turbo, which is the last year they sold them, by the way, in the US. With the passenger side airbag, which they didn't start putting on them until 94 or 95. I think it was 95. 95. And it was for 22. And Z's I started to be like, okay, well, if I could buy it, but I could take the loan out for it, and I could buy it, and then I could do the work that I need to do on my Z, and then flip that, and I'm willing to take a loss on that, but then I could have this one, and this one came in, and then I could do that. Ooh, and it got less than 100,000 miles, and then I could and it got the OBD2 sensor and tester, and like, man, I'm telling y'all, car dudes, we the wheels start turning. You're like, how much debt are you going to put yourself in for this car? Yes. Right? Passport OG. Not the Boys in the Hood reference. if I understand you correctly, Passport OG, that was the Boys in the Hood reference. Oh, and he had to lie to his dad. Well, why you lie? Just tell your dad you're a virgin. Oh, that was funny. Oh man, that's funny. Right? Oh man. And let's read this from Dr. Dean. He says, but Z, you can literally be a breadwinner, provider, and protector without power over her. What they desire literally doesn't exist. I agree. I agree. That's why they're so miserable. That's one of the reasons why they're so miserable. Huh? That's one of the reasons why the Black Authority, Jason Black, is not married now. Huh? Y'all notice how Jason Black been speaking about being single and being married recently? Where Jason Black said, screw it, I ain't getting married. Oh man. Right? All that could change tomorrow, but as of recently, oh man. We're like, goddamn, Jason Black, jihad against marriage, what happened? Right? And I'm gonna put this in here. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and here y'all go. Y'all been warned. Y'all already know. When the Z end abruptly, you know why. Reckless streams. I ain't gonna be too reckless, but y'all know what it is. So don't put it in the comments, by the way. Right? And I'll put the link in there for y'all, whoever want to come up. And somebody's comment I was gonna look up. What else was I gonna look at? Somebody said something I wanted to read earlier. Guy Incognito says, I liked and gave 2 super chats. Don't look at me. And Guy Incognito, talk about that. I didn't read your first one. And he said, Guy Incognito said, will you do a show on Trump policy soon? Yes. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Right. Yes, I will. I actually feel like debating somebody, to be honest with you. I really want to like bring if I had the ability to bring up Anton, I would, or Angry Man, right? I'm really into like going back and forth. Let me see if I could like reach out to Hood Conservative or somebody, right? Who I agree with, and we could debate it out, and y'all could have y'all popcorn eat and debate BGS. I'm not on BGS's level. You got crazy talking about debate BGS. Look. That's not a debate. That's a lecture. Right? That's not a debate. That's a lecture. God, it's a debate BGS. I could get my twos and few comments in. That ain't no debate. That's a lecture, right? GC said, got that itch to argue, huh? A little bit, just a little bit, just a smidge, right? Big Kev, what's going on with you? It's been a little while.
Yeah, man. I don't know why you're Borging on my end.
Am I? Am I Borging you guys?
Yeah, you're Borging. Hold on. Let me try something here. Hold on.
Yeah, let me move then. Let me see.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead, say it again.
Okay, yeah. It must have been something going on with my headphones, man. That's all.
Okay. What's up with you? How's life? Them big girls still chasing after you? I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
You're funny. But overall, I think when it comes to the whole interracial dating thing, I think that overall, I think especially for the quote unquote swirler and divester crowd, I think their biggest fear isn't so much dudes being, I guess you could say, heartbroken or surprised by it. I think their biggest fear for, like what Edward Anderson said, for guys to just kind of like push them into the arms of non-black men, especially white dudes. Because if you have guys saying, go ahead and leave.
So you mean pushing them into the void? Because the majority of white dudes ain't checking. So pushing them to the arms of white men, pushing them into the abyss.
Yeah, like
go ahead.
This, like basically say, listen, there is no hostage crisis here. If you want to leave, basically leave. There's no need to negotiate because there's a crisis. Like these women are not being held. So if they want to sleep around and whatnot with them, if they want to have sex with men who don't like them and don't respect them, hey, listen, that's their business. Just as long as it's understood that that's their decision, like they're not being held hostage, and that we're not encouraging them to do it. We're just like, hey, we're responding to what they're doing, So I think
the best way
real
quick, big Kev, the best way I've heard it said is, me and Indigo have said, black women are doing what they want to do. They're doing what they want to do, and there's consequences to that. You're doing whatever you want to do. You are free to do and to live the life how you want to live it. Unfortunately for you, there's another 340 million Americans in America and another 8 billion plus people on the planet, and they may not agree with the way you move. So yeah, there's 22 million-ish black women in America, right? You're living the life you want to live. You're going to school if you want to go to. You're blue collar, white collar. Let's be honest. Retail. You're accruing student loan debt. You're giving black men the middle finger. You may or may not be the sexual plaything for some non-black man or some brother in the hood doing nothing with his life. You're living how you want to live. You're putting yourself in debt just to drive a Tesla Model 3. Whatever you're doing, that's the life you want to live. But black men don't have to subsidize it. Black men don't have to subsidize it. And that's when black women start freaking out. Black men don't have to be there after you come off the peen carousel. Black men don't have to be there after it doesn't work with you and the white guy you thought was going to marry you, the Latino guy you thought was going to marry you, or you hoped was going to marry you. We don't have to be there. And there you go. We don't have to be there to help you with that student loan debt. We don't have to be there when you're finally ready to get married at 42, 47 years old. We don't have to be there. Right? So, and there you go. Go ahead, Big Kev. And I'm gonna let Better you go.
Yeah, pretty much. And again, I think what it is that with most so-called black men, our egos are rooted in like over accountability, where we're always being taught to take responsibility for things that we're not actually in control of, because it quote unquote makes you stronger. But in reality, it doesn't make you stronger. It just makes you feelings of guilt and shame.
Yeah. Look, as I said, my goal here is, and I really stress this, black men, this is not about you for you to feel guilty. This is the biggest lies that were going on in the black community is that black women earn more than black men. We debunked that. You see, they're still saying it. And that's not just black women. Other black men are saying it. The biggest lie was that black women are the most educated group in America. That's not what it said. They're still going on with it. We debunked that. They're still going on with it. The lie of over every corner is some black man looking to harm a black woman or sexually assault a underage black girl, right? Debunk that. You don't hear so many of them saying that, but you still hear black women saying that. All of this, right? Black men have more wealth than black women. Black men earn more than black women. We appreciate these things. When I don't want black men to feel guilty for something that isn't and never was. Black women have never been the backbone of the black community. Ever. Right? Have individual black women had to hold it down because something happened to their husband or their baby daddy or whatever? Yeah, that happens. But black women as a whole, no. It's never been the case. But we have allowed for that, right? And it's been pushed by black women. It's been encouraged by non-black society and by weirdo black men that black women are the backbone of the black community because you got some single baby mama that all she know how to do is lie to her children about the situation that transpired between her and the baby's father. And then the children of that situation may or may not become successful, and then they go around spreading the lie that black women are the backbone of the black community. And there's guilt there. Black men feel guilt because of that. And we don't do that over here in the black community. Well, the black manosphere, which will become the black community. Oh, damn, Z, you said that. All right. So let me let Better You go. What's going on, Better You?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Oh, you breaking up a little bit. What's up with you?
Making it, man, making it. Whew, you said a lot today in the part that I caught.
Bro, you're breaking up really bad. Say that again.
Oh man, am I coming through a little bit better now?
Okay, now you are. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I said it. You said a whole lot. With the part of the stream I caught. I actually am for kind of endorsing like dating out, because the whole thing is, if you gonna try to throw this mythical guy in my face every single twist and turn you get, okay, cool, bet. Let's see how good he is.
You know what they mean by bet, especially in the South.
Let's see bet. How good he is. Because the reality is, I know what it is, and I know deep down you know what it is. You know what it is more than I do.
Thank you.
I mean, so you want to go over to Charlie and the Vanilla Factory? Like, go right ahead.
That's hysterical. Not the Chocolate Factory, Vanilla Factory.
I'm just saying, man. Hey,
talking about that, Better You, did you not work at a couple of firms too?
Yeah.
Were the white guys checking it any way whatsoever at all?
You would have like literally one or two that I wouldn't even say they were looking for relationships with black girls. They were just looking to hit.
Yeah.
But for the most part, like some of these black chicks, like especially back at ADP, I worked beside like one of these guys. He's kind of a chatly type of guy. And
okay, so Bartholomew III with the shizzle chin. Okay, here's you.
And
Chris, what's his name? Henry Cavill. Okay, the Henry Cavill chisel chin ass niggas. All right, I hear you.
Yeah, one of those types. And we work out together and everything. We was both into fitness and all that. And some of these girls will come and just be flirting with him so hard at the desk. I'm like, hey, man, you know she feeling you, right? You know she digging you, right? Nah. And then one day he was like, yeah, but I don't really want no problems. It's that the third.
They are the best at playing coy when a woman's flirting with them and they're not interested. They will turn into an 8-year-old. Ooh, you have cooties in a second.
Thanks, man.
Oh man, keep going. I'm listening.
it was amazing, but it was one of those things where like we would go on team mountains and whatnot, and you find out real quick, like, oh, the whole I don't shit where I eat, like that's a lie,
Yeah,
because
the
you get
excuse. Yeah,
begging.
exactly. That's not true. Exactly.
Yeah, so
I'm
like,
okay with it. What I appreciate in at the same time as a black man don't appreciate about the white guys is they leave room for interpretation with black women, right? So they don't hurt their feelings, which is okay, fine. That's not a bad thing. But then at the same time, being a black man, it is, because there's always room to where it gets interpreted that he's just in a relationship, or he really doesn't poop where he eats, when it's really not that. He's not interested in black women. Not just you as a individual black woman. No, he doesn't date black women, right? So she gets to still go on about her fantasy of loyalty, which, by the way, let's be honest, black women's going to do that anyway, even if the white guy turned them down in the most egregious black women way, actually, possible. Yeah, so look, shout out to the white dudes. I get it. I was in the same type of situations. And I straight up had a white dude say, like, the reason why black women think that a number of us are LGBTQ is because that's what they got to tell themselves, because we're not looking for them. And when I tell you, the white guy that said that, you would have never thought those words would have came out of his mouth. He looked like a suave Harry Potter. Like, seriously. Like the glasses, right? The not the same exact haircut, but like similar face, right? I want to say born and raised in Boston, or born here, raised in Boston, then came back, ended up going to law school in the UK. But you would have never thought those would have came out of his mouth, and he said it, and it wasn't encouraged by Z either. And when I heard that, I was like, oh wow! I'm like, these are young things, and this is forever ago. This is like 2014, maybe early 2015, something like that. So yeah, go ahead.
The crazy thing was, actually, you would see more of it in school. So like, I went to PWI, but even though there was a good number of black folks there, like, I would say my school was probably like probably about like 20 to 25% black, and you would hear like some of these folks, organizations that they're in and whatnot, and you go to some of these white frat parties, and you would see where like it's like, oh, you fawning over these white frat guys. And it would be the craziest thing to me, because it's like, okay, you don't like the NAACP, you hosting all these events and talking about black love and all these mixes and whatnot. You trying to mix with somebody? Okay, all right. And the craziest thing about it, these white
you know, we got to go ahead and tell me how it turned out. Go ahead.
Oh no, most of them, like, they not interested. And the one chick that I knew, that ended up marrying a white guy, she was pretty adamant about it. She was like, yeah, I grew up in a white neighborhood, been around white folks my whole life. Like, I'm really attracted to them, like, legitimately. And she's like, not that I'm not attracted to black men, but I think I'm probably going to end up with a white guy. I was like, all right. But she knew how to move. And she wasn't just out
she
here,
was
like,
socialized a certain way. Yeah.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
And kind of like what Uru was saying, it's like, we graduated. It's like, oh, she's engaged like a couple months later. Year later, they married. Year and a half, that baby's sitting on the way. It's like, damn.
Locked him down.
Yes, sir.
I think in those situations, it's a bit different. But let's be clear, even in the situations where black women grew up in those environments around the white guys, it's up to the white guys. It's up to the white guys. And like, even in those situations, like, the majority of white dudes, they're just not going. And that's not something that I necessarily care to. I will make fun of black women about it, but I don't necessarily care to make fun of them about it all the time.
because I appreciate what system and society we live in and how anti-blackness shows up in a multitude of ways, right? What's fascinating to me is how in this way, which is the one way where it's allowed to be discriminatory. As a matter of fact, we encourage it, particularly amongst women, that this is the one place where we pretend like that's the place where most people aren't discriminatory. No, that's the place where most people are the most discriminatory, is in their dating, love, and sex life, as they should be. Particularly white men who are quote unquote on top of the hill. Why would you think they're not? This is before we factor in the anti-blackness. And this is before we factor in that most people just end up with the same people that are part of their race, ethnicity, et cetera, you know? Go ahead.
Yeah, the funny thing about it, in terms of like the discrimination part of it, she would, because of her socialization and upbringing, she knew how to spot like you're not really serious and you just trying to use me.
Mm-hmm.
And it was funny because when we would be in our whole little friend group and whatnot, and some folks would start, some of the black girls would start talking about, oh, they doing this, that, the third, or they trying to date white guys like her or whatever. She'd be like, it's probably not gonna be good for you because you could get taken advantage of. But they not like black. It's like they guys. Like what you think they?
So she was the Ebony K. Williams. I don't know if you ever saw the clip with Ebony K. Williams on Madame Noir when she was up there with what's her name? The video vixen. Goddamn, her name just slipped my mind.
I know what
Melissa Ford.
About,
yeah, Melissa Ford and the one that called Michael B. Jordan a lame and all of them. Right? She was up there with them, and she was the one that said, "Wait a minute, we doing a little too much white worshiping over here." Yeah, no, I mean, so you trying to tell me your homegirl was kind of on that, which is good. I mean, okay, if we're supposed to care about black women, and if black women are supposed to care about black women, then if black women don't want to hear what black men have to say, fine. Then it behooves the Ebony K. Williams of the world to do that. It behooves your homegirl to do that. To say, hey, let me tell you, most white guys ain't chicken, and the ones that are, they know how easy women like you are, and the ones that would take you seriously, yeah, you might be off-putting it this way or that way, right? And let's be clear, like for the most part, I could see the yo black man, white man ending up with a black woman, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. Even the yo white man, I'm seeing they ended up with their female counterparts, their white female counterpart. They both like hip hop. They both like black stuff. They just two white people that like black stuff that end up marrying and having white kids. I see that in South Florida. The white hood chick and the white hood dude end up with each other. Like that happens a lot, right? So yeah. You know, I think it's naive. I think there's a naivete that they adopt, right? Because they're trying to escape their blackness. I really agree with Edward Anderson. They don't want to be black. They don't want to. The weight of blackness to them is like it's crushing, and they're trying to escape blackness. And the number one thing for them to escape blackness, understandable, is to get away from black men. Now, if they would just say that's a conversation to be had. That's a conversation to be had. But they don't say that. What they do is really try to speak as if black men are the issue, right? Black men hate their blackness because black men date and marry out. No, black men don't want to be in a black community where black women want black men to run it. Black women want black men to fund it while black women run it. And that's just not going to happen. Black men are not signing up for that, right? So you're going to be anti-black and run the black community? Absolutely not. Right? And even if it's different aspects of black women, but go ahead.
I think if you were to have that type of admission, there would be no way to spin that. That would basically be admitting your cowardice. That you don't want to be black no more. Like that is the that is a identity crisis. That's
No, what it is
mean,
that no,
go
what it
ahead,
is
bro.
that all of the guys who basically who try to boil down quote unquote authentic blackness to either coddling black dysfunction or kissing black women's asses, they will pretty much lose all credibility. They will be written off as no
Yeah.
different than your prototypical, basically street level scam artist. So that's what will happen. That's really
Well,
what
that part.
those guys
That
will lose.
part.
Those guys will lose all credibility. They would just say, "Hey, listen, if you want to be on this, Hotepian ass kisser, bro, whatever happens to you, bro, as a consequence of that, bro, you deserve it because niggas told you they was on some bullshit."
hmm Well, you saw that with a bit of that. You saw a bit of that at least with Torre and Ebony K. Williams. He did all that ass kissing, and around the 35, 37 minute mark, she finally said, like, yo, I want the man who's the man when he walk in the room. And even after that, he still tried to play damage control with what she said. Like, it's fascinating watching those guys, exactly what Big Kev said, watching those guys in real time do a bunch of ass kissing and reinterpretation and reframing for the ladies, for black women in specific, and then a black woman just come out and say it, and then you just watch everything shatter. But women, I think it's a women of color thing. I know y'all tired of Z saying that when we talk about black women. Women of color, it's a women of color thing for us in specific because we're with black women. It's a black women thing. Now, this is not every single woman of color. This is not every single black woman. But the way they see their femininity, the only one that can truly make them feminine is a white guy. For the black women and the other women of color that subscribe to this, that is a major issue. And I agree with Big Kev. What ends up happening is you have, and I see this even with the Asian dudes. I'm thinking about the Just Kidding news. Whenever this comes up and Asian guys are like yelling this in the comments, whenever they address it, they always gonna be like, because of their pride and their ego, they always gotta shame those Asian dudes, right, as just being lames and dweebs. And yeah, they may be, but this is something to think about, right? And that doesn't mean you necessarily try to force Asian women to be with Asian dudes, but it does mean you acknowledge that this is a thing. This is something that Asian guys got to work around, right? And I think it's more egregious over there because they can't even use the "you don't earn enough, you don't have enough status, you're not smart enough, you don't go to college enough" type of thing. When you look at it in the black community, that's an excuse, but it's still not a good enough excuse because black men still earn more than black women. So there's that too. Vincent, PBD told men to break yourself. Yeah, no, when Adam brought up, women's proclivities and how they date and the online dating numbers and da da da. Yeah, you saw PBD because PBD said, "Oh, I went on a date with my daughter the other day," da, 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 da. And so PBD could not hear what Adam was saying. He just screamed. He refused to accept what Adam was saying because he went on a daddy-daughter date with his daughter, a couple days ago. And that said a lot. That said a lot. Right? Go ahead.
I wonder one thing when it comes down to the whole money conversation, because it's we know black men make more than black women, and even I believe like fourth quarter of last year that gap widened a little bit.
Yep.
What I kind of wonder is how what's the word?
Better you real quick. I'm gonna go inside this place real quick, so y'all go ahead and talk because I'm not gonna be able to talk for a couple minutes. So go ahead.
Gotcha. I kind of wonder how much I'll say gifts, informal gifts and things like that, in kind, if you want to, that some people are engaging in and benefiting from, that isn't captured in an income number.
Oh yeah.
That from a totality standpoint, maybe that's kind of some of what they're referring to, because as men,
I think that's probably is. Yeah, you're talking about how, like, say for example, they might get money through like assistants or like through guys giving them gifts or whatnot or things like that. I mean, yeah, it's plausible. Yeah,
I've seen where some of my little cousins and whatnot, they've been trying to, they going back and forth on IG with a girl or whatever. It's just like, oh, you want to go out? Like, yeah, hit my cash out with $200. Like $200. Like, if you don't.
yeah. The problem is that women like that are like they're trying to be a gold digger, but the problem is that they're like really really bad at it. Like they're like, no, I mean like they're really bad. Like it's just awful. You're just doing it in the most cartoonishly goofy way.
Fake ass young Miami.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, especially with a lot of women that try to be like Ebony K. Williams. Is that okay? It's one thing listen, if you want to be a gold digger, but it's like if you're going to be a gold digger, be a proper gold digger. Like don't be like a trash gold digger because it's like it just defeats the purpose of being materialistic. Like why be shallow and materialistic if you're not even going to be good at it? That's the part that's sad but hilarious.
What's up?
Wait, real quick. Better you, real quick. Saints here, Wingstop, not Popeyes. Go ahead.
Nah, dang. That's deep, man. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
what's a bad gold digger look like?
Yeah, like I'm saying like if you look at like what it takes to be like an actual like legitimate like gold digger, like they're doing like pretty much everything you're not supposed to do. Openly asking for money, openly demanding that men give you money just because you exist, not knowing, when to, strategically keep your mouth shut on things, things like that, trying to quote unquote blow up the spot, like these are all big no-nos if you're trying to be a successful gold digger. These are things these are like the cardinal sins. Like you just don't do it, and they do it on the regular and then be wondering why they can't get the results they want. I'm like, because you're bad at it. Like if gold digging was a sport, a lot of these women who brag about how they're strong and independent they are, if this is a sport, they would be like the fucking Jamarcus Russell or Ryan Leaf of gold diggers. My NFL fans will get those references. Yeah, like it's just awful. Like you just look at it, I'm like, damn. Like if you're gonna be materialistic, don't try to half-ass it. Like put your whole ass into it. So that's kind of how I look at it.
Nah, I feel it, man. It's what a time to be alive.
Like you said, it's just it just makes you be like, ugh, because it's just like you're going out on your way to be shallow and materialistic, but you're so clueless and incompetent at knowing how to navigate those circles that you just fall on your face. So it's like you don't even want to laugh. You just look at it like, God damn, like what the fuck? You just look at it like almost like how you look at somebody who just got laid out on the field. You be like, damn, they got fucked up. Like, damn, I hope they all right. Shit,
Yeah, it's. I don't even know what the word is for it, but it's definitely something. It's amazing to me because it's like I remember a few years ago after I kind of got past my divorce and everything, like finally getting back out there again, and seeing what was actually in these streets was like, wow. I had girls that would basically shoot me their menu, and I'd be like, "Oh my bad, I didn't know that you was selling body." And they would get offended, like, "Oh, I am not that." I'm like, "Well, you just
yeah, they are.
They're just what the fuck you talking about?"
Yeah, it's just the difference between it's a deep hypocrisy within Western society. They talk all this stuff about the evils of sex work, yet if you look at them, they promote having they worship casual sex and having a sex worker's mentality. So
yeah, boy, this generation is cooked, boy. I tell you.
yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like it doesn't have to be, but it's one of those things where it's people would rather kick the can down the road than to confront the reality of things, because it's too painful. So
and kind of going along with that, like
And I don't think it's only real quick, better. I don't think it's just too painful, Big Kev. I think there's a financial incentive to keep this. Single women
Yep.
spend more money. We already know about the pharmaceuticals and the antidepressant pills. We already know about the college student loan debt. We already know single women are more likely to go back for their master's degree and whatnot. Literally, women's depression, women's loneliness, women's singleness is helping to drive the economy. Like literally, Sagar really got me thinking about this, and I really don't like this dude, but he did get me thinking about the term degenerate capitalism. And like, what's he saying? Because you think these things, but you don't have the word for it. And once you have the term and the word for it, it's like a whole different part of your mind opens up to this, right? And we live in a system that's gonna make money off of you, whether it's good or bad, positive or negative. And so, yeah, what's going on with women and them not getting married and okay, fine, we understand that there's less bridal shops and whatever. So it's like, okay, if there's less bridal shops, what are the women doing? Oh, they're buying adult toys. Okay, we'll invest in that. They're buying more pets. We'll invest in that. They're buying homes for themselves. We'll invest in that. They're like, right, so like they're into baby luxury cars because that's what they can afford. We'll invest in that. And so like that's why you see little ass Audi Q3s, this mini ass ugly ass Audi SUV, but that's what they can afford. So guess what? Audi made it, right? So like, so no, I think there's a financial incentive to keep the women where they are, because okay, fine, if they're not going to get married and have children, fine, then we'll invest in teacup dogs, we'll invest in expensive $2,000 handbags and $1,500 shoes and all this other stuff, and there you go. I'm sorry about that, go ahead.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, man. Yeah, and it's unfortunate. It's like, again, it's one of those things where it's like you laugh to kind of keep from, I wouldn't say crying, but just kind of feeling sad about it, because it's like, at the end of the rainbow, the fucked up reality of it. It's just that other people would rather live in a state of perpetual denial. So that's really what it
I
is.
agree. Z, I entertain all the BS. Like, me and my lady have these conversations, and like she could only, and you're talking about a history major, so but she still can only take but so much. Z, on the other hand, man, when I tell you, like, yes, I'm watching all the international news. Yes, I'm watching Trump. Yes, I'm watching all of that, and people still look at me, my coworkers and friends. They're like, Z, how do you still giggle like a schoolgirl? Like, how are you able to watch all this stuff? And the people that are really close to me, they know about my content and whatnot. A couple of them have snooped in and whatnot. And they're like, how are you able to talk about that stuff, watch the things you watch, and still giggle like a schoolgirl? I'm like, because I can. I don't really know the answer to that question. Like, like, it's just, that's how I'm built. That's I know it's real. I know I could get caught up. Y'all know Mr. Z's in a serious relationship. Miss Z could flip on me tomorrow, right? Like it can happen, but I don't know. I just, I know it can happen. You understand the pitfalls of life, and you just continue and I'm bringing that up because of what you said, Big Kev, about you kind of laugh from crying or you laugh from being sad. Some of this, every once in a while, there is a story that really gets Z in his feels. The one with the white military dude that deleted the black wife and then spit on her afterward, that got Z in his feels, right? The one where the a homeless black woman, 2 of the kids passed in the van, that got Z in his feels. That's why I didn't cover it. Shout out to the Raj Report. He covered it. Every once in a while, stories get really into Z's feels. The Sandra Bland story really got Z in his feels too. But outside of that, like, life happens, and so I don't know. It just I try to intellectualize it, and even with that, like I said, every once in a while things again, get to me. But for the most part, nah. That's why Mr. Z doesn't necessarily own the black pill, because I'm not. I'm not.
I mean,
I don't know if I ever will be, but I'm not.
I'll say burgundy pill every once in a while, but you know, yeah. Go ahead, go ahead.
I mean, literally, you know, and you know how Tito explained it, you know, as well as Top Dollar Black Gangster. Literally, all it is just, you know, when people, you know, talk about quote unquote the black pill, all it really is just understanding causal relationships. You know what I mean? It's not about actually being nihilistic. It's just understanding
causal relationships. Perfect term for it. Go ahead.
So like, say for example, right? You know, if you understood, like, okay, we'll be like, I guess you could say like a popular quote unquote black pill that people accept. You know, oh, like the Iraqi invasion was about oil, you know, and about control of those resources. It wasn't really about trying to quote unquote fight terrorism. You know, things like that. You know.
General Wesley Clark spoke about this in 2007. He went down to, I want to say it was 7 countries that the U.S. was planning to either invade or topple their government. I remember watching that in 2007, actually, and just being like, okay, so these are the countries on the list. And guess what? Those are really the countries on the list, right? Iran,
Yep.
Iraq,
Libya.
Libya, and whatever. And you watch one by one. The only one they ain't get rid of yet was Iran. Right, Syria, yeah, yeah.
Well,
go on.
the reason why they didn't do it for Iran is because technically, I mean, they already technically overthrew them in 1953.
Yeah, I know. But most of that, yeah. Which is why they got the Shah in the first. Well, they replaced him back with the Shah, but then they got the Ayatollah after that, and that's how you get the Iranian Revolution in 1979. That's how you get the hostages and all that other stuff. Low key, it's one of the reasons why you get Reagan in coming into 80. And yeah, all that, because Reagan negotiated with Iran and to let go the hostages and blah 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 when he got elected. But yeah, so yeah, no, yeah, yep, exactly. Yeah, you're right about that, Big Kev.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all didn't know, there you go. But what's going on with you, KMS?
Hey guys.
Oh, what's going on?
No, good morning. I'm really not sure what the
topic
is.
You know who's gonna go political roll your ass. So go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, it's cool. I think I came in somewhere between women asking for $200 cash apps and then black pill in the Middle East
in Iraq, right?
So I'm not
multifaceted, like Charles says, multifaceted. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a context gap that I guess I'm missing, but you know, I guess we'll figure it out.
No. Go ahead with whatever, wherever you want to go with it.
I'm gonna give my time to the others and just like double dutch. I'll jump in with his suits, but right now I don't know what the fuck's going on, so I'll be quiet.
But yeah, no. So you know, and because I put all of these things together. When I look at the counterinsurgency measures the U.S. takes overseas, I think about the black community here. And I always tell myself, and I've been telling myself this since late teens, early 20s, there's no way they're doing that over there and they're not doing it over here to the depressed group of black folks. There's no way they're doing that 5,000, 6,000 miles away, 9,000 miles away, and they're not doing it here. There's no way.
Oh yeah,
right?
no, absolutely. I mean, didn't J. Edgar Hoover have a document saying there will not be a black messiah? I mean,
prevent the rise of a black messiah.
Yeah. I mean, J. Edgar Hoover, you know, he was not actually loved by the community he was in. A lot of government officials
at all
hated him, but they're like, hey man, this cross-dressing Nancy boy got a point. We can't have.
They don't know. They don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, we can't have we can't have a civilization growing can't have a civilization growing within our civilization. I mean, we already killed off the civilization that was here, so we can't allow this to happen. So yeah, but the best way to the best way to kill a plant at the roots, and the best way to poison the roots is through the mother. So. Yeah,
and Nixon said something like, "We will not have a colony within a nation," while he while he made sure that the black community is a colony within a nation. Like these people were sick, bro. These people are sick.
Yeah, but you know, colony within a nation, the same way you see, Native American reservations. I mean, it's a colony.
Exactly. Yes.
Stripped of any, funding or structures they could use to grow and develop. Give them fire, water, and blankets. Blankets being covered in smallpox, and then fire, water.
Yep.
Actually, feeble the mind. So this is the same tactic.
What up, fellas?
What's going on, Compassionate?
How y'all feeling? Y'all decent?
Yeah, be as decent as you can be, as decent as we can be. I started bringing up the Arab dudes smashing black women because of what you said in Chicago. I was meaning to ask you to go into detail about that when you brought it up, but the conversation was just rolling a few months ago when you brought it up.
I'm telling you, ask anybody who's spent any time in inner city Chicago, and you know, if you're wherever you are, there's a local corner store. The way Chicago is, there's little neighborhoods essentially, and there's always a corner store, a gas station that people in the area frequent for different, for gas and for different objects. I'm telling you, literally like 90% of them, I'm not exaggerating, 90% of them are owned by Arabs or people of Arab or I guess Arab descent. I don't know if it's the politically correct way to describe them, but yeah. And it's a common phenomenon that they got black women working the cash registers in Chicago. Ask anybody that you can walk in pick a random corner store. There's going to be some Arab descent person owning an old fat man or older fat man, typically with a little spicy, sometimes like 40-year-old, like been working there for 20 years type shit. Relationship.
You've been smashing it for all 20 years too.
Yes. And I was thinking about the other day, they very good at hiring because the service is usually not that bad. The women usually aren't typical black women at the cash register. They're usually a little bit more amenable and in a good mood.
Oh man, he done put the discipline on her ass. Oh boy.
Exactly.
God damn. I'm gonna show you I'm gonna show the black men how to do it. Okay.
Know how to pick them.
Habib gonna have his peaches work in the front, and then the trade off is that she gets light skinned wavy haired kid they don't never talk about.
Yep, that's tucked off and taken care of. Yep.
Yeah, life's about trade offs,
and that's the play they run in Chicago. I'm telling you.
Yep. That's not about right.
There's a long history with that too, because even we talk about the slave trade being here in America, but they were also those who were marched east, and
that's a longer slave trade.
Yeah. And that basically, it sounds like harem dynamics to me from what you described.
Basically, yeah. Basically, it is, and it's odd. It's very odd. It's an odd phenomenon to observe. It's kind of this. And they have one of those relationships. You observe relationship between people that's kind of, you can tell it's a little past plutonic, and it's common.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can sense it in how they interact, and it's interesting. It's just something that I never thought about deeply, but once we talked it up that time, hell yeah, ask anybody. I want somebody to say I'm lying.
Over here, it's Latinos a little bit more. In South Florida, it'll be Latinos. We do have the Arabs that own gas stations. We do have a couple of, especially like in more Central Florida, in Northern Florida, it's still the Indians, just like it is around the country. Mm-hmm. But you do have Arabs that own certain things here. But it really is in South Florida, it's the Latinos, right? And of course, the small hats, you better believe it. And the small hats do definitely deal with black women down here, just like they do in LA. But it's not a thing just like LA and New York. But if anybody's gonna deal with black women on that level, it will be one or two small hats and the Latinos. And just like what you're saying, the Latinos may hire a black woman, and it may or may not be the middle-aged Latino, but his son is definitely smashing a black woman. More than likely a Haitian descent, Jamaican descent black woman. Darker skin, right, slim, and I promise you, little Julio, little Carlos, especially if he's a bit muscular, he is piping the crap out of a black woman over here.
And not just the ones that work there. Like, you can observe, you go to those corner stores pretty much in any metropolitan city, I'm willing to guess, and you just observe the dynamic. The owners, the foreign owners, typically the Arab and Indian and, small hat owners are flirting their ass off with every woman that walks into the store. So you already
That's
know.
a fact. That's a fact. Seen it.
Completely acceptable.
That's a fact. I've seen it. I've seen it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No
It's
bullshit,
crazy.
bro.
Yeah, man. And for me, to be honest with you, I don't know how much of a problem I have with it. But once again, you can't claim loyalty. You don't get to claim loyalty after the Arab dude didn't have his member down your throat. You don't the pogo sticking up and down your esophagus. That's the thing for me.
Yeah.
That's the thing for me. You don't get to claim loyalty. You don't get to claim that you care about the community like that, or you're the backbone of the community. All those things that they use to try to shame black men because they think we don't know, or they don't care if we do know. That Habib's son been smashing you and your daughter, goddamn, right? Like,
exactly.
So yeah.
At that
go
point
ahead.
of you saying them not knowing if we know, I think Ed said something interesting the other night, and I hadn't thought about it that much, but it stuck out. He said, one of the reasons black women may think that we're dumb, black men are dumb, like we don't know certain shit, is because of the level of shit that they are able to get away with. And that we point out in this space a lot. And that is like overt kind of it's somewhat not necessarily overt all the time, but it's a lot of the shit that they've gotten away with over the decades, and just the gallery of horrors we can go through of all the shit that they've gotten away with. It really does kind of stand to reason. If I was on their side, I would think my opponent is dumb, because that's the only other explanation logically, that you would allow. You don't understand what's going on, and you don't see what I'm doing. So it is.
I'm going to say this compassionate, and I want everybody to understand what I'm saying. You would think that I'm dumb because I don't have my hand around your throat. I don't have my hand around your throat because I don't want to go to prison. I don't have my hand around your throat because I know Mr. Charlie will put the thumb on the scales for you. The only reason you think I'm dumb is because the other way for me to prove to you that I'm not dumb will land me in prison. The reason why Tiana Taylor can talk crazy about Schrumpert is because Schrumpert can't show her that she can't talk crazy. You think he's dumb and slow because he can't show you he's not dumb and slow. Not the quickest and most effective way.
And that's a great point. But I think what effect does that have on the person? Like in the case of black men, like you're relating, that they're compelled, they can't show you that they're not dumb without risking their freedom or life. What effect does that have on black men doing that for decades? Like after a while, to try to cope with restraining yourself from essentially, proving you understand exactly the bullshit everybody's on. How long doing that for so long? What does that do to you?
You do what's natural. You find the path of least resistance. And unfortunately, the path of least resistance may be to date and marry non-black. That doesn't mean you get to obfuscate or jump over or avoid all the BS that comes with being with any woman, particularly in America. But it does mean that you don't have to deal with some of the most overt kind of you don't have to deal with some of the most overt in your face kind of anti-black male, misandry. So that's what that looks like. It looks like your nephew pulling up to the family reunion with the Latina. That's what it looks like.
It looked like that picture you posted of Oprah crying when Hell King finally came back down.
Her favorite eater was almost gone, man. That was hilarious, man. Yeah. I think definitely the response. I mean, for the guys who get to that place of being able to, understand, this is what it is, and for my sanity's sake, I need the SYSBM. But it's just interesting to me to think about, like, the guys that still kind of in the gynocracy and how they cope with, cognitive dissonance around some of the obvious fuckery. You know what I'm saying? Like, I pointed that out to one of my guys. Like, one of my guys got two sisters. There's three of them, and he got two sisters. And he's a tradesman, and he went to college. He's a college graduate. But the funny thing I pointed out to him was like, bro, notice that you had to put yourself through college, and you went to community college and then transferred to a 4-year university and like got it out the mud. Like your mama didn't even help you do the FAFSA. Like you really got it out the mud. But your sisters had like scholarships and they was going to visit 4-year universities and y'all in the same fucking house. Like I pointed that out to him. And he was like, man, he made excuses for when I initially pointed out. But then he called me back the next day like, low key, you're exactly right. This is a fucking, you might be right. It is a gynocracy because that is odd that it worked out that way. And I say, having that type of cognitive dissonance, trying to, you know, cope with the fact that you living in a gynocracy got to have a horrible impact on your psychology. That's my point.
And that's why when you meet a Latina who let's be very clear, is just doing normal woman shit, you melt. When you meet even another black woman from another culture who's doing normal women shit, you melt. When you meet you meet an ADOS black woman who was raised a bit more old school, who does normal female shit, you melt.
Yeah.
It's the fact that you were expected to get it out the mud and she wasn't. And it's crazy when you listen to black women who didn't say, oh, we called our sons too much. Somebody find me the clip, if y'all don't mind. Somebody find me the clip of the white girl that said, it'd be best if all men should be made homeless at 18, or they should be kicked out at 18, and then they should essentially try to get out. White girl said this. Yeah, she said this maybe like, I want to say this is like what, 2 years old, or it's over a year old. You remember that better? Yeah. So a white girl did say that. Yeah, there's a recording of her saying that. Some random white girl saying that. Yes, that's what they think. That your sisters, I mean your literal sisters, girl cousins. That's what they think. They think that you're coddled because you might not have to wash the dishes every single time.
Right.
They really think that. That's what they convince themselves of, and they want you to go through it because of that.
You know, there's for the guys who's in the gynocracy, they essentially are the linchpins of shit. Like shit does not work without them.
Yes.
And a lot of guys see it as a call of duty, so to speak. And it's one of those things where I wouldn't say they don't have a line, but I would say they take it very seriously. Like that propensity for suffering. Because I know some guys who it's mom, sisters, everybody eating off of them.
Mm-hmm.
And this motherfucker is like, yo, dude, you got no peace of mind. Like, hey, man, they talk shit too. I'm like, motherfucker, tell them woman up.
Right.
They got all this shit to say, you know, but it's that sense of duty is very strong, and I'm not sure if it's necessarily from the upbringing itself or if it is, rooted in their idea or envisionment of manhood.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah, I think it's both. The narrative of manhood, the narratives of black people and black men, coupled with, I think, what did you say? I think it was their idea of manhood?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's both. Yeah, how they're raised and how it's reinforced through narratives, essentially. Yeah.
Is it? Even I had a conversation with my pops one day, and it was interesting because it's like, yeah, I get that, but shit ain't going down like that in my house. But yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I never really heard my pop talk that way because he was always a dude telling me, like, coming up, like, hey, somebody ain't acting right. Like, yo, get another one. Like, I made more than one of her. Like, yo. So it was really interesting to see, just kind of even from like a different generational perspective, like, kind of where some of his sympathies and things lied.
So what he took the position of like, man, shit, my house good. Motherfuckers could operate like that everywhere else, but I'm good. Was that like the position he was taking?
Oh, he was like, I'll be damned somebody try that shit in my house. But he was also like, essentially what I was saying, like, hey, this is kind of what makes the world go round. So like I don't look down on dudes like that. A lot of guys like that is the reason that, you know, men in the community. Oh shit. Sorry about that, dog. But you know, reason why a lot of the guys in the community was able to kind of come up and thrive and everything.
No, that's true. I mean, I've said it, and I'm a person like this is somewhat personal to me. No, you sometimes your biological your grandfather isn't your biological grandfather, but when you find out the story, you're like, oh, grandma, wow. Right? Like, you know, so yeah, no, I mean, and you know, this is me kind of remixing a bit of what Better You was saying by saying, you know, hey, look, man, hey, this is not new, right? It was a bit less common back in the day, but no, this is not new. This is look, they were getting it in, and granddad or great granddad married them after 2 kids from 2 different women. I mean, 2 different men after, and like that. And so the story we hear from our parents, our mothers, is that, you know, granddad left and went to go get milk and never popped up. They never tell you that none of them kids is his except for 1 or 2, and grandma had 5 kids.
Which totally
they
changed.
Never tell you that part. Exactly. Go ahead.
No, it totally changed. Like, and I had a similar, well, not me, but my fiance's family or mother had a similar situation where she found out essentially her grandmother was a side bitch with like with some kids from a married man, and then he divorced that woman, then married her. But that changed the whole context of the fucking whole, you know, how we should frame her. It changes the entire context. And they understand that. They weave the narratives rather skillfully. They don't coincidentally leave out shit. I mean, it's very crafty on how a lot of our stuff. That's why you have to definitely, you know, you got to corroborate shit your mama tell you every time.
Well, that's also why the narrative. Well, that's your mama. You don't ever disrespect your mom. They have to say that, because when you find out, oh, Grams was moving like that, or mom's was or auntie was moving like that. Oh, like you said, it changes the dynamic. It changes the dynamic.
And it's part of the reason I thought of that, not to cut you off, but I thought of that in relation to like Black women, you know, putting their sons up on game. I realize I've asked women with sons, young kids, like, you're gonna put them up on game with women, you're gonna tell them about how women come in the good and the bad. And they say, yeah, of course. And then I ask them, okay, so what advice you gonna give them? Give me one of the advice you gonna give them. And they say literally one chick said, I'm gonna tell them to always treat a woman nice and, you know, support her in whichever she does. And I'm like, that's game about women? She was, yeah. And I'm like, okay, and I realized they not in, but to what we was talking about, your mama can't put you up on the game and the realities of shit, because then not only would it change how you perceive you would realize she's capable of playing them type of games.
Or did.
Yeah, exactly. Or she did, right. And she can't own up to that, because again, the house of cards falls apart. The charade falls apart. You know what I'm saying? If she admits that. So she can't ever put you up on game like we would want. Because I know Black Mind says that a lot. Like some mothers do. I hear. My mama didn't, but
my mom did.
Right? Yeah. I haven't had one piece of female nature game given by my mama. You know what I'm saying? No. And that's by design, from what I can tell.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got all the game from my pops. Like, my mom tried to tell me some stuff, and it came out kind of along those lines, what you was just saying. So, like, what you think women like, but my pops was the one who kind of like broke it down and kept it real with me. Like,
do women realize that we resent that? Do mothers realize that because when we come out here in the real world, you raise us to be these innocent freaking victims of your asshole daughters, and then we come out here and get our heads taken off, and then we come back like, that's what it is.
They don't expect they don't expect us to blame them, but they you know, they play dumb. when you come back wounded and scarred up and shit from the reality of the day of women.
Goddamn foodie call.
Right, exactly. They say what they doing that nowadays.
Exactly.
It's something wrong with that girl. That's
Right.
not how all girls are.
Exactly. So they play. It's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Basically.
This is new. Oh my god! Exactly what Compassion said. Nowadays, yeah, that's it. Nowadays.
And then you found out Granny was a side bitch back in 1940.
You said, bruh. Man, if I tell y'all, look, I tell y'all a lot. I don't tell y'all all the personal details, man. One of my grams was really that angel. Like, it was a no joke. No, she was really that chick. Really. And the other grams, bruh. Hey, he'd be like, God damn, grams, you was moving like that.
I wouldn't be surprised by nothing you told me. I didn't see the most diabolical shit from black women my entire life. Nothing would surprise me at all. I didn't see every combination of fuckery. You know what I'm saying?
It's craziness, bro. So like, be like, Grabs, you was moving like that. No wonder. Like, but no, it like, you know, you find out these things and it is what it is. But the thing that gets in going to what we're saying, they expect you to still move the same. They expect you to still be true to the teachings, even though they know they was out here pinning babies on dudes, like all different things, all running away with the kid, like all man. When I tell you they was moving out here so reckless.
You said it on that DL clip that we were never supposed to know. There's certain things that they start with the premise that we'll never know. Because they understand it's a conspiracy from your mama to your girlfriend to your sisters to across generations of taking secrets to the grave and shit. You're never supposed to actually know, so you're never ever supposed to have to. They don't account for having to contend with this shit.
Yeah,
that's really what it boils down to. We assume it's some type of conscience or moral compass that they're going by. It's actually just what they have to defend. They can hold on to a lot. I think women can hold on to a lot more shit in terms of their fuckery than men can and keep their sanity. And it is.
But are they keeping their sanity?
Right. Well, yeah.
That's the question. You see what I'm saying? Are they keeping their sanity?
Yeah.
Like, bro, you see, antidepressant pills, like
they
crashing out all over the place, trying to hit you with cars. Like, I don't know if they keeping their sanity, bro. Like, they're going back to school. You already $60,000 in student loan debt. Now you're gonna go get your master's,
right?
Like, bro, yeah. So, like, keeping your sanity, I don't know about that. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's almost like they're in Inception. Like it's a lie within a lie within a lie within a lie within a lie. And after you get so deep, like shit don't make no sense, bro.
Yeah, no, that's facts. That's actual absolute facts. After you obfuscate, yeah, I mean, you could just think about it logically like that. Like when you tell too many lies, like if you lying to detectives about a murder that you did, you can't make the lie too complex.
Yeah,
because you'll start to lose track of shit, even if you're a good liar. So, and women are great liars because they weave the shit out of lies and hold them on like very, very complex lies. But to your point, you start to lose track of reality of how you actually your worldview starts to get fucked up,
warped. And then you couple that with delusion and fantasy. Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh shit. That's a recipe for schizophrenia like a motherfucker.
Hey. I'm just saying. Would you see what's going on right here now? Exactly. Would you see going on right now? It's going to that. The super chat. And thank you from Buckeye Fan. He says, "Did you hear Tracy Ellis Ross Gen X Men comments?" Yeah, I saw it, and thank you. I think you might have been the one to send it to me. Thank you. Yeah, I saw it. And I want to get a bit more context, so I'm gonna go look up the full interview. But from what I saw, I expect Tracy Ellis Ross to say that you are a pretty light-skinned, famous black woman. You are Diana Ross's daughter, bro. You don't have no. I don't want to. I want to. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say. No, Diana Ross, Tracy Ellis Ross said something like, essentially she pulled the men of my generation are still trying to hold on to old patriarchal norms type thing. They haven't caught up to the new normal, and that we don't operate the same. I don't want to be possessed. She said the same thing she said on the interview I spoke about a couple years ago. I don't want to be possessed. Tracy Ellis Ross, you will be. You either will be or you will be, well, where you are now. And you, as Diana Ross's daughter, could pull that. The average black woman can't.
Well, the thing with Tracy is, I think she's just confused because she's a switch hitter, and I think, so she don't know which side of the fence she want to be on.
She experimenting still. Yeah.
Hey, she in that lab
at 50 something, and at 50 something, nah, cut it out. Cut it out.
That's pathetic. Tracy Ellis Ross to get the fuck out of here. That's pathetic.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't tell y'all what show whose platform she was on talking like that. Did I?
Who?
Guess what? Your sister from your city.
Not Kendra.
Nope. Oh, you better go way higher than that. I'm not even gonna tell you. Know who?
You talking about?
No, go even higher than that.
Oprah? Not Oprah.
Michelle. Yeah, Miss Obama.
Oh, okay.
And her brother. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Wow. Talking like that.
Oh, yeah. You definitely got to check that out. Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I seen your sister from your city. Oh, but Oprah ain't from Chicago. She was there, but she wasn't from there.
Were the reports true? I saw some reports of like they talking about getting Michelle and Barack talking about getting a divorce. Is that true? Or is that false?
I've heard that too. I don't know how true that is. We'll see. Right. Would that be the first? Would that be the first presidential divorce post-president?
It have to be, wouldn't it?
I'm trying to see when was the last time I heard about a president getting divorced after the fact. I know Reagan was divorced before the fact, right? Or was that?
I think that would be the first one in post office. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because once you
get the set, man.
Because once you go in there, like you. Hey, that's life, baby.
Yeah.
You
usually stay married just for the optics of it. I mean, you're the president and the first lady of the United States of America. It's only less than 50. I mean, like, it's not a fucking. I mean, I could see Michelle being the first. She would love that. She wouldn't. She would actually get it.
At least she'll have some. In her mind, she'll have some attention, but it'll still be connected to Barack. Michelle, there is no you without Barack. Get over it.
And that's just so odd, bro. Like, that's just such an odd,
she wants so bad to get out of Barack's shadow. You will never get out of Barack's shadow. Never.
Yeah, like and the fact and that's a motif throughout the black community, bro.
Yep.
That black men have this hard to explain. They have they're compelled to want to be as powerful as the black man, and it's exclusively the black man. They can settle being, the cashier, the clerk for the Arab. They can settle for that, and they can cooperate and smile and get and kiki and do all. We seen them do it with white men. We seen them do it with everybody. But with black,
you want me to say it for you? Finish what you gotta say. I'm gonna say it afterward. No, finish what you gonna say. I'm gonna say it afterward.
But for black men, it just bugs the shit out of a black woman that you have any higher or station. Or you're her better in any way. It doesn't really it transcends logic.
To sum it all up, black women are Steven from Django, and you just pulled up on the horse. Who's that nigga on that nag?
And
He destroyed.
Steven was fine playing second fiddle to Leo.
Thank you.
He was perfectly.
And remember what Steven did. Steven destroyed everything because of his jealousy when Jamie Foxx pulled up on that horse. He destroyed him. He destroyed Leo. He destroyed the whole family. He had the best. He didn't ever have to think about his position except from probably when he got off that plantation. He was the top dog on that plantation after Leo, and even then he was boosting. Steven could have been he the head, but I'm the next. Steven could have pulled that on that plantation. But the second Jamie pulled up on that horse, he couldn't take it because that was a reminder of what freedom really looked like in his mind. And that's why, when you really consider what that movie was saying, when he pulled up and Steven was like, who's that nigga on that nag?
Right.
Black women are to black men. Who's that nigga on that nag?
Z, since we made an analysis of it, it was important how passionate, because you're not even being as passionate as Steven.
Yes, yep, that's true.
His voice started crackling and shit.
Yeah,
he actually got infuriated at that.
And he got buck with Leo.
Yeah, he had to tell him, chill out there, chill your ass out.
Yep.
I told him these are my guests. He had to treat them.
Yep.
This is what, so that is a perfect analogy to what I think the spirit that's gotten weirdly to say black women. Yeah, they have that same, because I could almost understand in terms of the plot in Django why Steven, as another black male, the top dog on that plantation, you get some alpha male young nigga pull up and he's free. He even in a higher position than you. I can see why you would be threatened as another man. That makes sense. You know, some social dominant shit. But as a woman, for you to take
compassion, do you realize what you just said?
What?
You said for a woman, finish your statement. Go ahead. For a woman to do what?
For a woman to try to feel as though, or try to achieve, to try to compete in that way for dominance. I mean, you just have to be, you have to, something had to be wrong with that type of woman, which is obviously.
What word did you just use? What's the operative word of your previous statement?
What,
to compete for what? Thank you. That's why Mr. Z says patriarchy by feminist specifications. They want the dominant position. When black women call black men anti-black, when they say black men are being misogynistic, when they say black men are being sexist, when they speak about misogynorism directed to them by black men, what they are saying is they're not saying the same thing white women or Latinas or Asian women are saying. Black women are saying you won't let them run it and stay there. Why won't you buy the Ferrari, give them the keys, sit in the passenger side, smile, and never tell nobody, you know I bought this for her, right? What makes you sexist is that you won't stay with their dominance.
Facilitate their dominance.
And stay, yeah, that's a good, facilitate it and stay, yep.
Lord have mercy.
That's what makes you sexist. That's what makes you misogynistic. That's what makes you, and when I bring up who's that nigga on that nag, I am making sure to emphasize you have a number of black women, this is their mindset.
Yeah.
That's what the degrees are about. That's why they're livid. That's what the degrees are about. Why? Wait a minute. Why are these niggas still being so famous? Why? That's what Say Her Name is about. Even though we know the 10 times more black men get deleted by the police than black women, but still Say Her Name. They hate that in death you get more attention than them. What we were saying earlier, what Better You was saying earlier, where that a lot of these sisters are invisible to the white guys in these firms. They despise, because the white dude want to chill with you and go play. Understand, the white guy might hate your guts. This might be Othello. They might hate your guts. They still want to go out with you and drink with you and chill with you. Their sisters want to pipe. That drives black women absolutely insane. There was a segment, what's the news anchor brother, the kind of heavy set dark skinned one. I want to say he's out of Atlanta. I used to think he was out of Texas. He might be out of Atlanta actually. I can't recall, but either way, or is he actually out of Texas? He might be out of Texas. I can't remember, but y'all know who I'm talking about. And every once in a while, his news segments will pop up on YouTube. He did a segment on the sisters who said we shouldn't need to be likable at these jobs. Like you know, a lot of black women, they're being fired from jobs or they're not being promoted because they're not moving like the white girls. That's how it was framed, and they shouldn't necessarily have to be likable. They're doing their job. They're doing it at a high level. But because they're not all in everybody's face, because the white boss might not want to pipe, right? That they're not being promoted. And the women were up there saying, you know, we shouldn't necessarily have to be, quote unquote, likable. Am I confident at my job? All of that is black women saying,
Yes, the white woman, yes, that too. But the black man, like, what? Y'all don't say that about the black man. Exactly.
As if black men don't have to hyper scrutinize themselves to make sure they, you know, maneuver like a fucking 4-dimensional chess player to get any, you know, advancement in any corporation or workplace they're in. It's just a total, it's, I mean, the envy, it's just, I mean, it's hard to wrap your mind around at certain, I mean, it just, I guess it just signifies how low because they don't believe the attention we receive is justified. Because if you did,
exactly.
You wouldn't think you deserve or it was possible for you to try to attain that same sort of attention. They don't value what black men do the same way I guess everyone else in observable reality seems to see some value in. And it's some plantation
at all.
Honestly, I mean, it
is plantation politics. Yeah. It is. It's why him. A lot of this is why him. It's why him. It's why her. It's why her for the light skinned chick. It's why her for the white women, and it's why him for the black men. Black women are like they're supremely. I really say this. I gotta post that. I have it somewhere in my phone as a screenshot, where it shows like. It's 4 blocks. It's the white man, white woman, black man, black woman, and it shows the black man as being sad, the black woman is being angry, the white woman I want to say was like kind of jovial or happy or whatever, and the white man was serious, something like that. And I was like, boy, y'all saying way too much in this picture, way too much. God damn, y'all said a word, right? It's like a child portrait too. It's like for children. I gotta find it. It's somewhere in my screenshots. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna post it. Right. So yeah, no, it's exactly what we're saying here. You know, I get it. I get, like, you know, black women went through slavery. You know, we understand that they came through towards the latter half, but they went through slavery. They, you know, Jim Crow and all that other stuff. They're just angry. They're angry. They can't be the white women. They're angry. It's like, what do I have to do to be acknowledged? And it's like, chill. Let black men bring you there. The problem is you think you can bogart you ain't black women. Let me say this. You ain't bogarting shit. White men will never, out of spite, they won't let you do it. Out of spite, they won't let you do it. They ain't never gonna let you jump the line, ever.
At a certain level, black women don't want black men to bring them to the promised land because they recognize.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That black men would have that as like a trump card in the
power. I think you're 100% right.
Power. They recognize they would actually. They want, even if they want to do it themselves and be the leaders of it themselves, even if they don't attain it by just the mere virtue of.
Now you understand why BGS is Queen of the Ashes?
Exactly. Yeah. And that's really what it is. It's that deep. I mean, maybe subconsciously for most of them. I was having a conversation with my fiance about just basically, and I've had the conversation with different women in terms of just and you hear them put it like, I don't want to lose myself, you know, in this relationship. I want to retain who I am, and I want to be able to grow, and like, you know, a bunch of vaginal language. You're familiar with this.
I wish my lady would.
Right.
I wish my lady would.
But it's an interesting topic that I took opportunity to ask my fiance about. Like, what do women be talking about in terms of, like, you know, they want to retain themselves? And I framed it in terms of you can't really be on a man's program, truly. It's like drafting a player or trading for a player that don't want to be in the city, really. So he's kind of half committed to the franchise. And we've all seen how that looks. That just the energy is terrible. It doesn't work out. So when women say they want to retain themselves and they're worried about retaining themselves, it's just the justification for them not to cooperate with you, because they don't, I think, to what I was saying earlier, they recognize if they was to cooperate with you, get on your program, absorb your ideology and move with on your shit, if you was to actually succeed, they would owe you everything.
And the problem is,
and that's a problem. That's a problem for somebody whose psyche will come from a culture who a rite of passage of a black woman is to get her, you know, strong, independent, single mother certification. And you're actually a failure if you owe everything to a man in the gynocracy. but they can't say that. So they say, I want to hold on to myself. I don't want to lose myself and all this other shit.
Let's go through it. Let's go through it. Mr. Z proposes to Ms. Z.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we go through a couple months and then this conversation comes up. Arguably, that might be the end of the relationship, to be honest. But with that, okay, fine. It might not be. Okay, cool. It's simple for me with that. But you will lose yourself.
Yeah.
And the problem is,
yes, yeah,
you will lose. Wait, you think you get to be autonomous in this relationship where if something go bump in the night, I gotta go get myself murked for you? Absolutely not. You think if we're walking down the street and we're walking to the car and we ain't close enough and a dog come running, I gotta be the one to stand in the way, and you think you don't have to lose yourself for me? You got another thing coming.
Right. No bullshit. Exactly. That was my exact sentiments too. For one, I believe most women, if you're dealing with a functional, responsible, productive Black man, you're gonna be better off. You're probably better off than you were before you met the nigga. So the self you're trying to retain, if I'm being honest, ain't worth fucking retaining. You're better off losing yourself in whatever relationship you're in with the productive, respectable Black, especially if you're lucky enough to have a Black man. You're better off losing yourself in that. That was basically my position. So yeah, no, I understand. And men and Black men we should understand that and take that concept serious.
I think we should start hitting them with, and aren't you lucky?
Absolutely. It's a pleasure for you to meet me. But,
thank you.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
shout out to Kanye. Kanye said that shit too.
And he got that from Dragonfly Jones, Martin.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure for
and,
you.
And I think what's her face said that too in one of the songs. What's her oh my god. Nicki Minaj.
Yeah. Exactly. Mm-hmm. No, but no bullshit. Don't be shy about because that's what they really mean. It's an excuse not to get on program. And that's like you said,
you're gonna get on this program.
That's a red flag, if anything. Yeah. If a woman talks about retaining herself and knowing herself and all this weird shit.
After going through my marriage and divorce, I feel like one of the biggest things that we as men kind of need to be prepared for is that spouse of ours, that wife, she may be jealous and resentful of us for the very same reasons that she's attracted to us. And I think you're seeing it.
Yep.
The famous case on this place, like what's going on with Barack and Michelle.
Yeah,
it's pretty clear that she was. I mean, if I had a chance to be president, goddamn it, I'm taking that goddamn shot. There's some things. Look, if that opportunity comes, you got to take it because it ain't coming back. Yeah. And she is truly resentful of it. And I think Crystal Ball said it best. She's like, yo, listen to her podcast. It feels, this is a white woman. She said, yeah, it feels like being in the room for an argument when your parents are fighting.
Damn.
That's what she said.
Real resentment in her
Send me that. Please send me that. I missed that, and I'll watch Breaking Point. Send me that. If you can find it, send that to me, please.
I got you. Because it was when they was talking about our podcast a couple weeks ago. I definitely email it to you. But it's like, yo, even in my own relationship, I remember it was like, yo, you're in shape. I never get a chance to go work out in this hour. I can make a workout plan. We can try some time, do some things. And it's like, well, it's too tough and this, that, and the third. I'm like, well, you got to stick to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you going to be sore at first, but keep going. Well, I would try to talk to her about certain things. So she'd be like, you don't talk to me about blah, blah, blah. You talk to some of your friends. I was like, okay. So I started trying to talk like geopolitics and certain things with her. And I could tell like, oh, you don't know what it is. So I started explaining it. Mm-hmm. It was a problem that I'm explaining it.
Yep.
It is like,
yep. Yeah, I've seen that movie before. Hell yeah. And that's how you reconcile a person like your girl being your biggest hater. And she likes, like you said, for the same reason she's attracted to you. And that's something that's not really, I don't know how you reconcile that.
She's your lover and your biggest hater. God damn.
Like, how the fuck, like, and yeah, I don't know how you reconcile that as a man dealing with.
Hey, I mean, you fuck your ops.
Basically, yeah. You fucking.
You know, when you said that, I thought about real quick, Compassion.
Go ahead.
With Kill Bill. Remember Lucy Liu's character, her underling, the young chick, the young Asian chick,
the little crazy bitch, yeah.
Yeah, with the spiked ball.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, there was a point where she was at a bar and she asked the Asian dude, "You want to pipe? You want to penetrate me?" And he said, and he giggled. He's like, "Yeah." And she stabbed him and was like, "Nah, I done penetrated you."
Right.
When you were speaking just now, better you. That's what that reminded me of. Go-Go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Go-Go. Exactly. Go-Go. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's that.
Yeah. 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 So it's like, oh, yeah, ooh, yeah, daddy, yeah, I love it. And then y'all, 5 years later, y'all in court, and she's like, I got you back. Now who's the daddy?
Yeah. Now I'm getting to be dominant for one.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I guess that's just something as a man you got to accept that the female that you're gonna have to just have that in the back of your mind that it's a power dynamics going here. She's pursuing power. She can't choke you with her bare hands. So the best she can do is, maneuver for soft power. And that's really what it is. It's not a game. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It might be a game for you, but it's not a game for her. It's life and death, survival of the fittest.
I think it's worse for black men. It's not only not a game for us, or maybe a game for us. No, it's love for us. That makes it worse. For us, it's love. For them, it's power. For them, it's about position. For us, it's about love. And that's the crazy part. I argue that black men are the only ones that really do love in America. Everybody else do position, proximity to whiteness. Black men are the only one that do love in this motherfucker.
Wow. I'll say
that to anybody to their face, by the way.
Wow.
I mean it the way I said it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. Definitely when you introduce some of the realities to guys outside, the uninitiated, as I say, they operating out of love and commitment and duty and shit. So they don't want to see behind the curtain. They don't want to see it. And that it is what it is, man. I get it.
Do you imagine if black men knew that 40-some-odd% of black women, probably 30-some-odd, I'm not going to even say 30-some-odd, but okay, fine, 33%, 45% of black women walking around here and fuck the white dude, or a Latino or Asian or whatever, and if they knew that 65% would do it, what that would do to them?
And the fact that black men, you're right, as a whole, black men are walking around this bitch thinking black women only fuck with black men. Like, just as a general, idea or belief system, a part of the value system. They believe because black women, I've heard black women tell me to my face they only attracted to black men.
Me too.
And we know by the dating divide numbers that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So most men are walking around thinking, yeah, they not busting it open for anybody, any taker, essentially. So yeah, black men are definitely operating out of a narrative of love and romance and commitment, a social contract of sorts that women ain't.
They not. They want power. They want to be in proximity of power, which is understandable. But that means we don't want the same things. I don't want to be Brad. You want to be Miss Ann, but I don't want to be Mr. Charlie. And that's the difference.
And they figure like something wrong with you for not wanting to be Mr. Charlie.
And I still say it wrong. They want to be Mr. Charlie and Miss Ann simultaneously. You don't want to be Miss Charlie or Mr. Charlie. You don't want to be Mr. Charlie or Miss Ann. And you're right. They do think something's wrong with you for not wanting that.
You defective.
Exactly. Yep. Welcome to America.
Yeah. Welcome to This is America.
This is the real. This is what it is.
Ed said some wild shit last night. He was talking in terms of the skeletons in the black community's closet that nobody talks about. In terms
What did he say?
Matter of fact, can I play the short on this motherfucker?
Go ahead.
Let me see. I want to see if I can find it. Hold on. Yeah, it was very recent. My last one. It's hilarious though, I can't lie. But it's sick at the same time. So brace yourself. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. Let me do this. Because let me do this.
Share my screen.
I'm gonna put it up in a minute. Give me a second.
Yep, take your time.
There we go. And then you said, okay, here we go. All right, go ahead.
Boom. The sound on. All right, bet. Hold on, let me start it over. Yeah, warning.
Black women talk about grown woman weight. I want to get my grown woman weight. How many bitches get aboard? How many bitches get pregnant by niggas? They get maybe halfway through the pregnancy, just enough to where the hormones really start to kick in, and they abort that motherfucker, and they do it over and over and over again in order to create a hormonal response so they get some ass and titties. That used to happen before they had access to getting this damn Brazilian butt lip booty shit. You got women that literally sacrifice children, and you think that may sound like cap, but a big reason why a lot of these chicks can't have kids is because that egg can't stick on the vaginal wall. Because when you have abortions like that, hell, really it only takes one, but if you have multiple abortions like that, it tears the vaginal wall.
That was so sick when he said it, because I've actually heard that before too, like back in the day. Which you just but
they would stop getting pregnant, and then right before it's too late, they would delete the baby
to get a body.
Yeah, wow, that's crazy.
To get a body, yeah. I mean, get the BBL phenomenon where they risking their life and having surgery just to get an ass tells you they'll go to a very far extent.
That's true.
To sexually politic. You know what I'm
saying? My ex-wife, her grandma was pregnant with one of her uncles, and she was trying everything to get rid of him. She ended up jumping from a 3-story house.
Jesus Christ. Yep.
Yeah.
I've heard that from one of my girls, one of my ex's grandmothers or mother said when she found out she told me and her daughter when she found out she was pregnant with her daughter, when she got I guess she was 18 or 19, she tried to jump off some steps and kill her. She told her own daughter this in front of me, meeting me for the second time ever type shit. So
crazy work.
Yeah.
Well, you know what that reminded me of? I've been covered a black woman kind of going through some postpartum depression stuff a couple of days ago. Was it yesterday or was it maybe a couple of days ago? And she's like, I don't want this baby. I don't want to be a mom no more. And apparently this is her third child. And the man's recording, which I don't know if you want to do that, but yeah, she's like, and I'm like, bro, I would I gotta get away from you, bro. Me and the kids gotta go.
Yeah.
That's
usually what I thought too. Damn, I feel sorry for them kids.
Yeah. I don't want to be a mom no more. And it might be postpartum, or she might really need it. Yeah, she might be going, but it can't even be postpartum, but she's pregnant right now. But yeah, so it can't even be postpartum necessarily. But yeah, no, it could be the hormones, true. But no, I gotta get away from you, bro. Me and the kids that's here. Oh no, we gotta go.
Bro, what I've learned, because like you said, I got a 2-year-old, you know that. What I've learned being a new parent, watching my fiance be a mother, motherhood is a skill, bro. That shit ain't no natural occurring phenomenon. I mean, the emotions around being a mother and the love and worry and all that might be hormonal and all that, but the skill of being a mother effectively without driving yourself crazy or being totally, unorganized and fucked up is a skill. And most of these bitches don't have that skill. So there ain't no postpartum. They're just essentially you lied on your resume and got a really, really complex job at a fucking nuclear power plant, and now you're like Homer Simpson. And you're panicking because you don't know what the fuck to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's not no postpartum depression. You're just completely ill-equipped to do this job. You don't have any of the skills.
Yo, peace to the guys. How the brothers feeling?
What's good?
What's going on, bro?
Yeah, man.
Hey, them white boys fucking them black women over there by where you at too?
Man, listen, man. Like, I'm not even. This stuff has reached a level where it's non-reconcilable. Like, their mental is so far gone. Like what the brother was just talking about. They have kids, and they don't even fathom what that means. Like, they just think it means that they got a little thing that they can walk around on and have a sidekick.
Right.
Like, it's so far gone now. Like the brother said, being mother is a skill, and on top of that, being a mother is a role. So a lot of times, this role it gets perverted when there's no father. We downplay how much the father is important in making the mother nurture the kids. See, a lot of time that's the father saying, "You're not about to leave my kid's diaper dirty. Go change my diaper." That's the father saying, "Go feed my kid. Why is it crying?" I've seen girls just put babies in rooms and leave them there.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, a lot of motherhood is a result of fatherhood. That's what we're missing. A lot of motherhood that we look at as nurturing is really the father making the mother do it for his child.
That's facts, because even in my own personal situation, and I'm a new father, I recognize in my fiance's eyes that in a lot of ways she's worried about not looking like a good mother to me, which is why she keeps my son put together and she does her job. I notice when she has a lapse in the facial expression she makes when I say, "Hey, what the fuck? You forgot the diapers?" That she actually is worried about my percent. So to your point, yeah, fathers have a stabilizing force, just being assertive in that within the family dynamic. That without
let me say this: the man is the stabilizing force even before the kid get there.
Yep.
Now you just went personal. Let me go personal. I could see that in my lady.
Mm-hmm.
I know what she would have resigned herself to if I wasn't in the picture.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
So no, we're the stabilizing force, period.
Or what what action she would have took without your advice, Z.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And men should point that out more in relationships. Don't be bashful about that. Like, bitch, you would be fucked up if it wasn't for me. Let's just keep it 100. You would have made different decisions. So just by knowing,
I told y'all I almost had to eat 70-year-old fish one time when I was on the Raj report. I almost had to eat 70-some-odd-year-old fish one day. Messing around with her. Right? Like, yeah, man, no, we're the stabilizing force, bro. We're the stabilizing force. I mean that.
And I think they resent that too, though. If they had to accept that, they would resent it.
No, they're actually in a state of confusion, right? Like Z was talking about. They're so confused about what they should do. They just end up in a state of lingo.
Yeah.
Right? Because what happens is they'll go to school, and school will tell them all this stuff, and they'll take on all the school programming. And then they'll come out in the real world, and they're trying to process the gynocracy's programming. And then they're trying to get a man and get his programming to the point where they have to prioritize which programming they choose as most important. Right. Do they believe what the school people taught them is most important? Do they believe what the gynocracy taught them was most important? Or do they believe what their man is telling them is most important? And unfortunately for black women, they usually put it gynocracy, school, man. Right. So that's their priorities in the order.
Shout out to the antidepressant pills.
Yeah, and so they're so confused. When you ask them basic questions about relationships and motherhood, they're confused. They just don't even fathom it. See, that's why I say it's is non-reconcilable because when you ask them certain questions, they can't even fathom why they should do it. Like
Yeah.
when you tell them you should be married before you have a baby, the first way they respond is a marriage don't guarantee nothing. Yes, it does. What are you talking about? That's
That's
how far
literally the first.
gone they are.
But
They're so
okay,
far gone that
G,
even the fact. Go ahead. Go ahead.
real quick, G. Wait. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Wait. Let's say they right. It doesn't guarantee anything. It's best practices. It's
Right.
best practices. The marriage is best practices. The nuclear family is best practices. The raising a child with two parents is best practices. The you not
You
divorcing
don't
and
know that,
destroying this
Z.
family
You
is
don't know
yeah.
that. You don't
Well, that's
know
what all the
that.
stats say.
A
The white man stats say that. The white man stat that you worship.
What those stats don't mean nothing, Z.
Yeah, good point.
and
Good point.
that's when you realize you're talking to a low resolution
Yeah.
moron. I mean, like that they don't have the sophistication to run that simulation in their brain. That people, like you said, best practices. Seatbelts don't guarantee you won't die in a car accident, but they just increase the odds that you'll survive.
Listen,
It's
that's
not.
that's how I always say this in this space. That's how we think as men. We're being logical. See, like that whole thing is I understand that women are illogical. Like they don't think from a logic standpoint. So anything that we think, they're not thinking. Anything we think that makes sense, they're thinking something totally different.
Yeah,
I
logic isn't
promise.
their default. They
No,
have
it's not.
because you see them run sophisticated deception plays and very network lies across the planet and get stories and narratives and push them without even talking to each other. They got sophisticated logic centers, and if you ever had a bitch try to figure out if you were cheating on her, she can sure as hell use logic. Then she puts two and two together real fucking good. And at that point, they got logic, but it's just not their default. Like to your point, men's default is to run it through our logic center. Theirs is to run it through how they feel about it center. And it creates, if they don't know that about themselves, it creates what we got for black women. Black women don't know themselves. They so busy trying to be a nigga or a black man that they don't fucking even know how to be a black woman at this point.
Listen, they so far gone. They not even trying to be a black man. They don't know what they're trying to be.
Yeah, they trying to be a white man, a white woman, a black man.
They are brother. They confused. They don't know shit. That's the point. They don't know nothing. That's why when you're trying to argue with them or reason with them, it's always futility. It's always futile because they don't understand. And we're trying to be, we think because they went to school, because they went to college, because they talk and they know these words that they actually comprehend what they're saying. They don't.
I stopped short of thinking. I used to think that, but I started because I think that sometimes gives them a certain out. I think it's more so that they comprehend what we're saying. See, women, what my lifetime has proved to me in this space and revealing all the truth about what I lived through is that women are masterful at rhetorical argument. They know what to say, how to say it, and when to say it, and what not to say. They understand a lot of the shit we say, but they're not gonna say what they really feel about it. Like what me and Z was talking. At the root of a lot of this shit is really, I gotta be more dominant than a nigga. Like, I get what
exactly.
Z, I get what you're saying, bro. The plan will work. If I play my position, it's gonna work. I hear you. But at the end of the day, nigga, I don't want to work for you. Nigga,
exactly.
You used to be the mule on the plantation, and I used to run around and kind of do what I want. I was Steven.
Exactly.
But they can't say that, or we'll punch them through the motherfucking drywall. So,
and that's the thing that they cannot reconcile with. They can't reconcile with the fact that we not slaves no more.
Yes.
See, it's they don't know
it's the same boat as a white man, bro. Yeah. Like Roger says, they're in the same exact boat as. If you picture what they in their head grappling with is the same shit. Steve Nash.
Let me say this real quick, yo. KMS, something is up with your thing because I'm trying to bring you. Oh, there we go. All right. How you are? All right, keep going, compassion. I missed everything else said over the past 5 minutes. Reckless streams, but yeah, y'all already know. Go ahead.
No, but yeah, they dealing with the same, love and hate relationship that white men on some white supremacist shit. They really are white supremacists, so they grappling with some, and they even more complex because they're black ones. They're actually they're like Clayton Bigsby.
They're out-group women that think and feel and operate and
they're assimilated out-group women, which is like a contradiction. So their existence is a contradiction. And
my apologies, y'all know it. They think, feel, and want to operate like in-group men, but they're out-group women. Oh,
right.
Oh, the damage, the psychological damage. Go ahead.
And that's why I say they're so confused that they don't know what they want to be. Most of them don't even know how to be girls. So you arguing with women that they don't even know how to be their own gender. They don't know what's a feminine trait from a masculine trait.
And who we referring to specifically is the contemporary black woman. Maybe if you go back in time, they had some, some artifacts was left over from generations past where women had, a concept, at least, of femininity. But you're right. I run into grown ass 30-year-old millennial women trying to get in touch with their femininity.
Bro, they don't know what being feminine means. That's why I say
I'm gonna say something. I want to read this, and then I'm gonna say something to what you just said and what Compassionate said. And let me read this real quick. And Joe says, despite everything that happened to black men are themselves. We can go anywhere, be marveled at, despite being at the bottom of the U.S. We're historical. Going to what you are saying, G, and to what Compassion just did. I would argue they don't know how to be. They don't appreciate. Better yet, I don't want to say it. They don't know. They don't appreciate how to be feminine without imitating white women. Right? They don't. So and because we're not asking them. At least Z, and at least from what I've seen of the black minister, we're not asking them to be white women. We're asking them to be feminine. They're telling us "F you" because you can't make me a white woman. And so the brothers are saying, "All right, get back." Marisol, what you doing?
What they really can't reconcile with Z is that they're not white men. See, that's the real problem, because what they really can't reconcile with is that they've went to school and they've learned all these words, but they don't actually know, they don't comprehend the word. That's why I say they don't understand what they're reading. When we read about stock markets and we read about businesses and we read about corporations and companies, we all understand that we're speaking about groups of men. Right? Like, no matter what, when you talk about a big corporation, you're talking about a group of men. When you're talking about a company, when you're talking about the government, we know that we're speaking about groups of men. We can say that there's women involved, all that good jazz. But we know as men that the people that run this country are men. The people that run Afghanistan, are men. The people that run China are men. The people that run Russia are men. The people that run every nation on this earth are men. That's just it. Like, there's no negotiation about that. There's no need for us to obfuscate or throw any red herrings up. We know that men run the world, and they run the world inside of corporations, and they run it inside of nations and governments. But we know at the end of the day, it's majority men. So black women go to school and they learn all these words, and guess what? They're not men.
Yeah.
You can't do what we can do because you can't beat us, and that's their main problem is you can't beat me in a fight. So sit your ass down and shut up.
And see, and they learn to resent that dynamic, and we've civilized the world, or at least an industrialized nation, civilized the environment as such. Is they have the luxury of resenting men without dying for it.
Yeah.
So they will,
and they stick other men on men.
Yeah, and I mean, the way you just described it, G, is pretty clear. Men run the world. If I was a woman, if I was a very intrepid woman that kind of thought I could do it too, might resent that. But for millions of years or thousands of years, women, the environment taught your ass that, no, sure, you'll never be a man, but if you can't resent men, or you end up fucking freezing to death or being killed. So that didn't really pervade. That wasn't a pervasive idea. In this industrial, I don't know how you reconcile when you have a sophisticated society that allows women to be independent, how you reconcile them not becoming resentful of the power men wield openly as they are now. I don't even know how you would avoid that.
Let's let KMS get in there real quick, and then Vince. God damn. Haters. Go ahead, KMS. Okay, I think KMS is busy. All right, what's going on, Vince?
Yo, man, I heard something that made me want to ask this question. I usually be asking like once a week.
Go ahead.
Why don't they just be themselves?
Bro, what are you talking about right now? I'm messing with you.
I know, but it's like it like once y'all start talking about saying like how they was basically like, you know, during slavery, the what you call it, the who's that nigga on the nag, you know, in that position, things like that. And then I look at the culture, and then I pay attention to a few things, right? How like some of these like female podcasts that like the field pieces and things that they do and things like that, and I look for the nuances of you know, cultural nuances of things. It the contrast is a little bit different. Like it's dainty and things like that, and there's, I mean, it's a cultural kind of nuance to some of it, but some of it is just like, that's what kind of had me kind of even think. And I think it's not just my own thought, but feminism is its own culture. It's not necessarily alien, but it's somewhat unfamiliar, and it skews away from, you know, what sometimes you can tell when something is a little bit more homegrown. And, you know, that kind of is a little, you know, I don't know what to say, how I, you know what I mean, how I, you know, comprehend that, but it's just an observation, you know.
Yeah,
that's that.
Vince, I missed all that. My bad.
What I was saying is, like,
no, y'all already know, reckless.
Yeah, it's. I see a little difference in some type, you know, some caliber and different women who are, you know, who remain being true to themselves, or even have a split of who they are and, you know, what they, you know, come to see, whether they understand what they embrace was doctrine or not. Like, there's a signature on the culture. You know, you kind of can tell that, you know, some things come from somewhere and stuff like that. Some of the stuff I see, I don't know where the hell it be coming from, but like.
Well, that's because you want to be black. That's the difference. If you don't want to be who you are, it's fucking real easy to just not give a fuck about absorbing other cultures and ideas, and that's the position a lot of, you know, black people are in.
And like I like, and I'm cool with like seeing other people's cultures and what they have to contribute and things like that. But it's like the foundation who I am, the cornerstone who I am is I'm black. I mean, so I'll flavor a little bit what I have with other people's culture and stuff like that. You learn, adopt, you know, things that seems like, you know, could equate to success and stuff like that. Like, you know, I'm actually really multicultural, and not help myself but to see what I am and what, you know what I mean, what you know what I mean, what helps me navigate the world and what works.
Right. You know? But we assume how we perceive blackness and ourselves being in it or of it is how black women perceive it, and I think we can probably all agree. Clearly, they don't perceive it the same. They never have perceived it the same way. Honestly,
they probably see Amistad when they think about blackness.
Yeah, or I don't even know if they see that. They probably just they've accepted the notions of it as if they're not from it. It's just odd.
Yeah. And again, it's not all women, all black women, but you can throw a rock and hit 4 times out of 5. You can hit you can hit one who you know what I mean, has type of resentment for their blackness, and I get some women who do want to see better out of our culture and things like that, and do want, you know, different, but we're not talking about those type of women right now. Apparently, those women are you know, we're talking about some of the more uncouth sister.
Yeah.
You know,
And not even at a class level, because we got, you know, anti-family PhD fucking women and
I
senators.
said that the other night. A lot of women are anti-family, and that's an issue. And who said that? Z said it earlier about there's men. No, a woman said that there's men who are anti-family when that's kind of like a survival system.
Yeah. You don't hear about men being anti-family. Get the fuck out of here.
It's men who don't want to marry a certain type of woman, and sometimes some women fit that type of situation because even their lack of self-reflection a lot of times of understanding, oh, I'm a jerk. You know, I don't negotiate. You know, I don't negotiate my relationship, and relationships are always in a state of constant negotiation. And it's like, you know, everything got to be my way. I'm whatever. But it's like for someone to say men are anti-family, you know, I don't know anybody who have more cousins than black men.
No, black men are not anti-family. What black men are women trying to use their fake ass morality and weaponizing it against us. Their fake ass morality. So it's not family. What women want to do is have frivolous sex, just like men want to have children, maybe by dudes that they should have never had children by, and then have your lame ass raise the child with or for them. And that's supposed to be family. African kinship network bullshit, whatever the hell. Nope.
I look, Green Gorilla. I'm gonna say this till I'm old. Men and women are both capable of virtue and vice. So that's supposed to what you're saying of having kids with people they probably shouldn't have kids with, and you know, like holding up their their appearance, their veneer of morality to justify, you know, to control the narrative.
Yeah.
Yes, because elite men let them weaponize that against the rest of us. As a matter of fact, they encourage it.
Yeah, because you know why? Because elite men finally get to fuck them. They finally get to have sex with them. See, we get this thing
But what is the
confused.
elite man doing that anyway?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. See, that's where we get confused. We don't talk about this honestly. Women are so atavistic in their sexual nature that the pretty boys get to have sex with them first. That's what we have to admit. The pretty boys have sex with the women first. Because that's just how women are. And then after the pretty boys, it's the toughest boys have sex with them second. So they have sex with the pretty boys. Then they go to the toughest boys, or who they perceive as the most popular, the most dominant. And then they start looking for resources. And that's when the rich man gets them after they get out of their bad boy and a pretty boy. They go to the rich man.
Shout out to that shotgun wedding in your late 30s, early 40s.
Yeah. See,
sometimes they're all rolled up into one.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes they're all rolled up into one.
And then
go ahead.
The rich dummy. That's what
but no, that's how they end up finessing those NFL player niggas, because them NFL player dudes be kids coming out of college, and they've been up here with the team owners getting passed around, and now they just gonna go down one level. Feel what I'm saying? All of that stuff is big prostitution rings. You know what I'm saying? And we don't talk about it, but we know that in our society, the most beautiful women are prostitutes. That's how it goes. The most beautiful women, it don't matter what race they are. All you got to do is go to Miami for one weekend and see it.
But hoes are necessary.
Hey, don't be talking about my city like that, but you're right.
I mean, you from the Oasis. You from the Oasis.
Bro, is it? I'm telling y'all, the incredibly, the model-esque Russian chicks and Eastern Europeans, the motherfucking Latinas of all different type of flavors and mixtures and backgrounds, the fucking black women, once again, from all different mixtures, races, and backgrounds. Man, when I say you have everything down, whatever you like, we got it. Like, I promise you, the one-off, the niggas that want a redhead, fucking Russian, Brazilian bitch, yeah, we got them. Like,
Man,
like I'm telling you, like it's
well,
here.
I know,
We know
and
y'all
that's
the whole. That is the whole league location.
hey,
yeah, that's the whole
Right?
issue.
what would I get a
It really
passport
is.
for if I have Miami?
And but this is what I'm saying though. We underplay how much of prostitution is a part of woman's life.
I don't
I would
think we
say,
do. It's just not talked about because they're so busy worried about men, but they never talk about the whole prostitution part. But they don't want to talk about
It,
that.
it, it,
They are
it,
well
Yo,
aware.
let me say it a little different because I agree with I agree with this. I'm just gonna literally use different words than what G used. The bartering the vagina. I think we really underestimate how much and for how little women will, how much, and how much they will barter the vagina. They'll barter the vagina for very little, for a lot, and they'll barter the vagina with a lot of people.
I
It's
can
not
test, I
us.
can test
No,
that.
but the thing is, it's not us that underestimate it. It's the greater society that underestimate
I
it.
agree.
Because
I
They
agree.
it's one of
well, they
those
lie to.
things.
They're aware of it. They lie to us and try and act like it's not a big deal. Act like that's not what's going on, but they know
You
that's
know,
what's going on.
line, and you know why? Because you still supposed to marry that bitch after.
Yeah,
That's
because
why.
you're supposed to
They
marry her.
and
still need somebody to
Yeah,
pay, as Black Rule said. Somebody got to pay for
somebody
these
gonna
hoes.
pay for these
They know
hoes.
they know that you because they know they're gonna throw her out. By the time she 27, 28, they
Yeah,
done with her. They about to throw her out. She never made mainstream main modeling, so she wasn't Naomi Campbell or none of them bitches. So they know they done with her by the age of 30, and they need one
yeah.
of you
They
niggas to marry her.
they put her on a whole clearance rack.
and that's the thing.
They
And
put her
listen,
on a whole clearance rack.
and this is the
Say
thing,
that.
But
yo.
that's a myth. But that's why they get so irate because they come over here and us like quote unquote regular dudes put them on a whole clearance rack, and that's where the delusion starts kicking in because
No,
there's
but
no
with,
Well,
because they
but
come
that's
here
what
wait,
it
G,
high
is.
off
G,
the
before you got
delusion.
it, let me say this and then G got it. G got it. This is the
Got it.
thing, because you want to. This is where the delusion come in line. Because Leonardo DiCaprio used to fuck, Brad Pitt used to
Yeah, I
fuck,
know.
right?
Yeah,
That's where the delusion come in.
that's the
So
high of the
ain't
yeah.
no way you
Exactly.
gonna tell her that Brad Pitt used to fuck, and now
Brad
she's
Pitt used
supposed
to
to be
fuck.
with
What
the
you
assistant
mean?
principal.
What you
She's
mean
supposed to be
clearance
with the
rack?
assistant principal.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What you mean
And
clearance rack? You
and
know
when
who
you're
I was
dealing with
with.
and when
What
you're
you
dealing
mean
with black
No,
clearance
women
rack?
in
You know
particular, real quick, when
exactly.
you're dealing with black women in particular, or they like, oh no, I would rather be under the bridge, nigga. Oh no, I would rather pretend like I forfeited the game than
Yeah,
to feel
The,
like I lost the game.
the
And
yeah.
that's
assistant
how they move.
director.
They want silent
No,
retire.
yeah. If they can't, if they said I'm not ending up with the assistant principal if I used to fuck with Brad Pitt, absolutely not.
All
and
right,
that's the
cool. Well,
And I
thing.
think that's
that
okay.
ain't gonna change these prices.
But that's the thing. And that's the thing that's happening in the society is that the regular niggas ain't trying to cuff no hoes. Like, we ain't about to cuff these hoes. Like, we gonna fuck these hoes like y'all niggas fuck these hoes and keep it pushing.
That's it.
That's it.
But that's a women's worst reality. That's why you hear all these women crying on TikTok. Women's worst fear is to be regulated to nothing but a dumpster. I can't say the other
No,
word.
that's what they are. Because
A
But
listen,
dumpster.
this is what
That's
that
their
happened.
worst fear for the rest of their life. Their worst fear is to be regulated to nothing but sex.
But
That's it.
it's like Z talk about from 18 or 16 to 26, they was just thinking that they was the shit. That they never gonna get old, they bad, all these niggas want them, and whoopty wop bam.
you said it
It's
myopic.
of course they're myopic. Not
Yeah.
only are they myopic, they're myopic in their viewpoints, and they are stuck in their ways. They're belligerent, they're arrogant, they're stubborn. Like they have taken on all of the bad traits,
Yeah. Ain't no
right?
one. That's a woman's worst fear. Ain't no man saving you. The only time you getting called is when it's demon hours. That's it.
No, that's when, listen, after they figure out no man gonna save them, the ones that try to think they smart start having kids so they can get government assistance.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah. They retired.
like
Then they take their talents to the baby mama league.
that's what I'm saying. That's like what happened with Erica Mena. She tried to cash in on the big, but nobody cuffed her ass. So
Yep.
she tried to have a baby by Safari to think that she was gonna catch him, but Safari was too smart.
Yep.
Safari was too smart for her. He from Jamaica. He been knew to play.
Yep. So, same thing with this. This.
That bitch got violent though. I seen them videos. She got
Yeah,
violent
she
though.
got yeah
Yeah.
because he finessed her. Like, yeah, bitch, you got finessed.
I
And
don't care. That Anthony Edwards situation. That is so damn G. That was so G. He's like, you know what? here's everything up front. Fuck out my face. Like that's the way you're supposed to do
I
it.
don't know. She gonna blow through that. Like we already know what happened with 50 Cent wife. With 50 Cent ex baby mama. She gonna blow
I
through
remember
all
that
that money.
story. I heard about that story too.
Yeah, she gonna blow that all. She gonna blow all that money and still be looking for him to take care of her.
Nah, but that's the thing. You set it up with the lawyer. You set it up with the lawyer's like, no, this is for child support. This is not a gift. Because that's how you get caught up. If it's already set up like, no, this is paid towards child support. This is not a gift. If he decides to do that, if it's true at all, anyway.
But it's so women influenced, just like we see in the situation with the rapper sister somehow got clout talking about he didn't give her no money. And all the women jumped on his
Wait,
neck.
who did that? Wait, who?
That was like one of the rappers. His sister got on the internet talking about how she homeless and he don't do nothing for her and all of that. And you know, the whole gynocracy got up in arms about that. Like, you don't help your sister. You a bum ass nigga and all that shit. Like bro, the gynocracy is so crazy.
No, but I'm
inside of our
saying, which
community.
rapper?
That was ESTG.
Oh, I know who. Okay, I know who you're talking about.
Hell, the gynocracy.
The nigga that be rolling with 42 Doug and all them other things.
Yeah. He from Kentucky.
Yeah.
I take it back. I take it back. I take it back a little bit further. It was. I want to say it was roughly 10 years ago when the gynocracy crashed out on Dr. Dre and his daughter. You remember that with his daughter? When his
broke up. When you broke up when the gynocracy crashed out on who?
Dr. Dre and his daughter. When he.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yep. I remember that. Yep,
I remember that. Same thing.
Yep.
Same thing with Benzino and his daughter. Now they falling out over Benzino and his daughter, and she out in LA being a host.
Wait, you mean the one that's an artist, Corey LeRae? Or is that Benzino's daughter? Am I wrong?
Yeah, that's Benzino. Yeah, that's Benzino's daughter, Corey LeRae.
Yeah. Oh, she out there in LA giving it up like that?
Man, she out there now.
They talking about somebody else.
That's what I'm talking about. And they got into it with Benzino. Now they getting on Benzino here, like, man, you that man, like this shit. Like, listen, bro, it's out of control, bro.
Guy Incognito says, "Do we have solutions for this or not?" I say if you could, I always say this: if you meet a black woman worth a damn, grab her hand and run. If you don't, SYSBM or Passport Bros. To be honest with you, that's it. There is no other way.
First thing is the very first thing. If you want to, first of all, you have to reconcile in your mind. Do you accept that these are not our women? Because if you can't reconcile that, then there is no solution for you. If you can't reconcile that these are not our women, then there is no solution. Because once you accept that, when you say that, all right, I agree, these are not our women, you know what automatically follows with after that? They're not our responsibility. You're free. Go.
There's a clip of a black woman that's saying that, but she's saying that in kind of like this melodramatic ass way. Dear black man, this might be the nicest thing any black woman has ever said to you. Let me say this. Let me say this. Look, you are free. You are free to go. You're free, and it's so fucking dramatic. But yeah.
I think Angry Man shared that video. She was it like a dark skinned chick?
Yeah, dark shade, and she was like in a darker face, like she looked like she was in a car, but it was not dark out.
I saw that on Angry Man. I saw that. Yeah, Angry Man shared that.
Oh, I didn't know that he covered it.
Angry Man shared that. I put in the comments. I was like, it's not like y'all could do shit about it anyway.
Hey, thank you. Like when you say y'all are free to go, like black women, this obsession with power over black men that y'all have, that you thought you needed to say that. Like
y'all can't do nothing about it.
You thought you did. Thank you.
But
be very clear, the young black men already going anyway. So what you talking about?
But Zoe, she lying though. I bet. Listen, try to leave Mrs. Z. I bet you something bad happened.
Nah. Miss Z, yeah, she gonna pop up. She might pop up. She might pop up.
Listen, what I'm saying.
As a matter of fact, I know this because it happened.
Listen, what I'm saying to you, we all black men. You cannot break up with them. You know how hard it is to break up with a black woman? Every black man
they reserve the right to break up with you, not the other way around.
I'd hate to do the subjective thing, but I can't relate. I'd hate to do that.
Listen,
but
I can. I've been hit with pots. I've been threatened with guns. Bitches done tried to stab me. Man, listen to what I'm telling you. They talk all that nonsense until you try to leave. Soon as you talking about it's over with,
I
boy, you
know.
about to go through hell.
That's what I mean by I can't relate as far as the act of breaking up. I'm like, no, it's not easy, but nothing worth it ever is.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying what Z said about when the girl got on talking about black men, you're free. You can just leave. First off, we knew we were free. I was scared you was gonna hurt me, bitch.
No, necessarily, man.
I was afraid
Say
I was
that.
gonna put. No, it wasn't that. I was afraid I was gonna have to put your ass through a wall in order to get through you because
Not
you
No,
ain't
me.
getting in my way.
no, not even that. No. The way black women play it right now, they hitting niggas with cars. So, bitch, I was afraid I was gonna be walking out the goddamn supermarket and it was gonna be a motherfucking Hondas coming down the
No.
street
Yeah. Or
at
if you
motherfucking
not gonna
50 miles an hour, bitch.
like if you're not gonna physically hurt me, you gonna try to tear my property up. If you don't try to tear
Yeah,
my property
yep,
up,
yeah,
if you don't try to tear my property up, you gonna try to play with my job. If you don't try to play
yeah.
with it, it's a miracle
Oh,
if you break up with them.
I
And
get what
Hey,
you're saying.
real quick, like, let us remember a few years ago when homegirl damn near burnt her face off, lighting that nigga car on fire, that nigga Jeep on fire. Remember
Oh
at the,
yeah, I
I
remember
think it was
that.
apartment complex? Bitch almost burned her. She was putting gas. She put way too much gas. She lit that shit and she was way too close, and that shit threw her back. She
But
had to
this
climb.
is where
She had
Ed
to
was.
crawl back up.
But this is where Ed was. But this is where Ed was right. Like you
Mm-hmm.
can't be fucking with these. If you don't stick your mess in crazy, don't do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't stick your mess in. If you know she crazy, don't go there.
I'll go. I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Just don't go there. If you know, honestly, if you know she's crazy of all that, if you know she's actually capable of all that, why?
Mm-hmm.
Like why?
Mm-hmm.
hey, Lion, listen, bro. I got homeboys I got homeboys literally that being blackmailed into staying into relationships, bro.
Yeah,
I'ma
you
tell
know what?
I'ma tell them niggas.
I'm not gonna hold you because I got some
Let me
brothers that
get
like
it.
been through some
I'ma
crap
tell them
too.
niggas that you like a thumb up your booty when I'm giving you a blowjob. I'ma
Man,
tell
listen.
them.
Yeah, I
Tell them.
ain't gonna hold you because I got some bros
Go
that's
ahead.
been through some crazy stuff too. So I hear you. Trust me, I hear you, dog.
Oh man, no,
I
I can
see.
imagine. I know black women be women. No, I think that's a women thing. My boy was telling me about a story. I don't know where this video is of a white woman who I guess her man is gay or something like that, and she realized it when I guess she pegged him, and you know he came real hard. I know everybody's super vulgar, disgusting. I get it, right? And she, I guess they were in an argument, and she motherfucking exposed that shit. And he said, "You would never tell." So that's what my boy was telling me. So I don't know about this story, right? I didn't look it up, but I will. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, they'll go there. Women will go there. They'll go
They
there,
gonna
bro.
tell. Listen, they gonna tell everything. You might as
I
well
agree.
get that out your mind. They telling everything.
Yeah,
Don't do nothing with them if you don't want them to tell, because they telling everything.
I agree. I agree.
Like
I
you
agree.
might as well forget that. If you don't think that your girl done told her homegirl everything, you tripping.
I agree.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't. I agree
And
too.
you have a nickname.
Man,
My
all of
thing is
that.
though, here's
Yeah,
the thing: if you
Vince,
All of
tell
say
that.
that.
everything,
Vince is right. Vince is right. Yep.
here's the problem with that. That's telling everything. I'm like, did you tell them the good shit too? Did you tell them how I got to the bottom of that thing? Did you tell them that? Or you didn't tell them
Hey,
that thing?
No, they don't. No, they don't tell
guy
them that.
talking.
You
Listen,
ain't
hey,
gonna
Let
tell
me
them
Vince.
read
that
this.
though.
Let me read this real quick because guy talking made it funny. He said, "Y'all niggas is gay." No, you ain't saying it right. He said, "Ew, y'all swapping
Ew.
spit. Y'all niggas is gay."
Y'all niggas is
Buddy,
gay.
Buddy Rowe was like, "You don't know nothing about this. This is thug in love." Now I wanted to throw up. I wanted
Hey,
to,
no,
bro. When
Vince.
I saw that, I promise you, I wanted to barf.
Hey,
You
Vince.
know me.
Hey,
You
Vince.
know
Right?
Hey,
me.
look, bro. They
Go ahead.
don't tell you. They don't tell their homegirl how you get to the bottom of it because they worry they whole ass homegirl
Oh
might
no,
want
they
to
don't.
try
Yep.
it.
Because women don't
Thank you.
trust other women.
Yeah, they don't.
Women don't
They don't.
trust
Right.
other
They know.
women
They know
don't
if they
trust
tell.
other women.
They know if they tell your homegirl how good you is, the homegirl might want to jump in and
No.
try it.
Look. I am a great man. Let me tell you something. Man, for you to know, first of all, my lady don't say nothing. She is quiet. She enjoy what I get her where we go. She's like, "Oh, that was not, you know." If people ask, she'll be like, "Oh no, we had a nice time," and like she ain't going into no detail. She ain't letting none of her homegirls even get an idea. She
Yeah.
pull up with nice shit. I got her nice shit. She like, oh no, he got it for me as a gift, and then
Yo,
she'll leave it right there. Ain't no
my shorty
bragging
was
on
saying
nothing.
the same thing. She was like, this like she was like, I didn't even she was like, yo, I didn't even tell my own mother about you.
Oh
Like I ain't
yeah,
told I ain't told my mother yet. She's
they
like, I
know
ain't
you a
told my
good
mother yet
nigga.
because I know she's gonna be all up on me.
Az,
She's like, if I tell
Az,
your mother, she could be trying to meet you tomorrow.
The
Az.
only person I know is her mom. Everybody else don't really get the play. They don't really understand
Nope.
how real it is. And
Nah,
No,
we've been
they
together for
can't.
years.
they can't.
Listen, women smart.
Go
Women
ahead.
smart. They understand. Keep him away from these harpies. They understand.
Yeah.
Like, boy,
And
keep
it's
him
the
away.
worst thing. You know, the worst thing in the world, though, G. The worst thing in the world is you actually lived up and to beyond to what she played up to what you are. Like you actually come out and you actually better than she actually put words to. It's over.
Hey,
I'll say this
hey,
too, but
Zah.
there's a real because there's the other side to what Lai just said. The other side to that is black women are really, really mean to other black women concerning black men. So
Yeah,
if your lady
Facts.
does brag on you, if you leave the toilet seat up one too many times, and she'd say that to her homegirl would throw that in her face. Black
yeah,
women are when it comes to black men,
yeah,
black women want other black women to have contempt for black men. And if
yeah.
you and it's their version of calling them like pick me, it's pick me stuff. They call them all type of pick me. So if your lady talk bragging about you, oh Ryan got me this and we went here and we had fun. Black women rip other black women apart.
That's
If
like
you if she
AZ.
even say one thing, there was this one time, he kind of left his boxers on the floor, and then be like, oh, I thought he was perfect. Wait a minute, I never said
Word.
that.
But
AZ.
that's
Yeah,
wild
That's
though,
the
man. Because
that's the
men never do that to each other, regardless of race.
exactly,
We never do that.
exactly.
Not in that way, but
Hmm.
I would say that's the same equivalent to someone being made fun of being smart.
Oh, man.
Oh, you got good grades,
Mm.
nigga. You got good grades, nigga.
So black
Oh
women
yeah, you got
having
a
good
good
grades are
man.
black women having a good relationship with their black man, and other black women be over there with their C's and D's and F's, fucking hating.
Oh, you know how to get along
Ooh,
with people, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, you got good
ooh.
interpersonal skills,
But
huh?
here's the cold part about it. But you know what? I think I was saying the other day. You know why women don't talk to other women about you know what I'm saying about the good men they with? Because women inherently know hypergamy doesn't care about women either.
Mm. No, you said that. Go into that
Hyper,
because you said that a couple of times. Go into that.
put it real simple.
Mhm.
Hypergamy doesn't care that he's married.
Yeah,
Hypergamy doesn't
yeah.
care that you have a good heart as a woman.
Hey, that's bars, nigga. You dropping
Yep.
bars right now.
Somebody
Hmm.
clip that.
Hypergamy does not care how good that macaroni and cheese is.
Mm.
Hey, you dropping bars right now, son.
Mm.
Like hypergamy does not care about women either.
Yeah.
That's
It
a fact.
doesn't.
Hypergamy don't care about shit. Girl, that nigga took you to Red Lobster. I'm trying to
Yep.
go to Red Lobster.
Not the cheddar biscuits.
Hypergamy doesn't care that you're a good mother.
Girl, y'all
Ooh.
went to Del Frisco's and you got steak
Not
frites.
Del Frisco.
I'm
Yes,
trying
you
to
went
go
to
to
Del
Del
Frisco.
Frisco's too.
Wait a minute. You got 2 baskets of cheddar biscuits? 2
What?
baskets?
Girl, you went down to Leo's and you had shrimp etouffee? Wait,
What?
who
Oh
that
man.
nigga? You talking about that nigga right there?
You mean to tell me you had that 1967 Payo Mignon? What?
Oh
What
man.
do you mean?
And then y'all went out of town to a hotel? What? He took you on a cruise?
What you mean? What you mean y'all going to Greece next week?
5 minutes later. Hey, this is such and such friend. I just
Oh
want to
Lord,
let you know.
Lord.
I
Hey,
just want to
hey,
let you
I just
know.
want to let you
I
know
don't know
I'm
if you
so
really want to
happy you
deal with her
cheated my
because, right?
Nah, but
I
keep
feel
this
like
shit.
she don't
Nah,
deserve
but
you.
that, but that's the
Exactly,
thing though.
exactly.
But that's the thing though. Like Z, you gotta remember that shit when you listen to these females talk. They're leaving something out. Well, they won't say this verbally, but inherently they know hypergamy don't care about women either. That's why they don't tell. When women talk about they don't trust other women to talk about their relationships, that's what they mean because they know hypergamy doesn't care about them
And
either.
and
That's why.
let me read this comment from Gil Gabby going to exactly what you just said. Gil Gabby says women don't have real friends. They together with their frenemies because they can't stand solitude. And there you go. There
Yeah.
you go.
Like
Say
the
that, Dave
only
Gabby.
ones who can actually have real friends are men.
Yep.
Why do you think? Because
That's
they'll
what.
keep talking
Well,
about
that's
that.
why we have friends for decades. That's why we have
Yes,
friends for decades.
but that's the thing, and that's the difference. It's easier for women to make friends, but it's not easier for them to keep them. Men have a harder time
No.
making friends, but we have an easier
Yep.
time of keeping friends. That's the
Yeah.
difference.
Well, we're not as fickle.
No,
We're not
we're
as
not
fickle.
fickle.
It's that
For
You my
simple.
nigga, if you my nigga, you my nigga. That's it.
No, and then listen, most of us aren't looking for little fan clubs.
Let,
No,
let, let, let me let me say this. G, when we first met on Roger Report's channel, you forgot that we fucking argued.
Shit, we probably did. I'll be arguing with
You see,
everybody.
you see this. You see this, and look, wait a minute. You just said something. You just took accountability for something. What did you just say, G?
Yeah,
When I
I'll be
said we
arguing with
argued, what did you
I
say?
everybody.
argue with everybody.
And there you go.
It's like I don't mean no harm. Like,
You
I don't
want
mean
you
no
want
harm.
to
Yeah,
know
because I
you
just
want
want
to
to
know
argue.
why we have friends. You want to know why we have friends. There you go, right there.
Oh, because we
Yeah,
self-aware?
Thank you.
that's the thing, because they keep talking about this freaking loneliness epidemic. And I'm like, no, it's harder.
None of
It's
those are
harder for
super
men to.
lonely. Don't even get it
Hey,
twisted.
hey,
Yeah,
hey, hey,
that's
yo,
bull. Like, no, it's really. I'm like, but I can't stand that talk anyway. Because I'm like, all these women on here crying on TikTok.
but here's what they're crying about, in my opinion, right? About their friends and with men. Why won't they kneel?
Nah, my problem is it's not even that. It's not so much the subject that they're. It's not that. It's not the fact that what they're crying about. It's the fact that they're actually doing it. You're on TikTok crying your heart out about your personal stuff. You don't have no friends to talk to offline about this.
I mean, it's a toss up, but if they probably talk to their friends, they probably are being what's the word? They probably just kind of reaffirm they shit. They just kissing the ass.
That's a no, but that is psychologically unhinged to press play on a fucking record for the
And
whole
start to
world
cry.
to see you fucking crying. That's not a good sign of health. It's not at all.
This is
In
the
what
No,
first
book
time
is
I'm
that a
really
good sign
hearing
of
Lion
health?
talk about psychological health. Lion said, "No, this is y'all done gone too far with this one. This
no,
one right
because
here."
listen, but in real life,
No,
it's deep. It, you
way
know,
too
it be
far.
no. Listen, because it's deep because bitches are narcissists, right? They bitches have narcissistic personality, so they think that every nigga that talk to them is trying to sleep with them. Like that's real shit. Inside of a woman's mind, every single dude that interacts with her wants to sleep with her.
I would contest that. I'm not going to say it's necessarily wrong, but it's other aspects of it too that they're taught that too.
Yeah, they're taught that. And
I agree.
listen, that's how you end up getting into an argument with them because they always are expecting you to capitulate to them if you want to have sex with them. Like this is some psychological shit I'm talking about, y'all. I'm not
Oh yeah,
talking about men. You know, we just arguing with a bitch like, nigga, fuck this bitch. But in her mind, she's thinking this nigga must not ever want no pussy from me. You feel what I'm saying? Like that throws them off
but nah.
But
because
But here's the
this is
cold
what
let's
part
I'm
about
also
saying.
be
that, G.
honest,
But
real
here's the
quick.
cold
Let's
part.
be honest about it, real quick. Like I'm gonna let you
No,
go.
I got go ahead.
What's also to factor in is niggas do be doing a lot for off chance that they might get the vagina.
They do. So
Niggas do be
listen.
doing a lot for the
They
off
do.
chance. But
So
yeah, go ahead,
listen.
Line. Go ahead.
No, look,
Let's let
women's
Line go and
life.
then you got G.
Go ahead,
Real quick,
go ahead,
Nah,
Lion.
let
My
Line go
fault,
and then
bro.
you got. Yeah.
nah, to tie it into what you were saying, G, here's the thing about, here's the real conundrum about that shit. The more you don't care, the more you don't care, like, the less you care, the more they care. That's the weird part about it. So when they say that in their mind, but it's like, they be like, so they'll say that, like, oh, this guy must not want no sex with me. And the guy's like, I don't give a fuck. And then the first question they ask themselves is, why? But I want to give it to you.
No,
That's
no.
the
What happens is, listen, women build like women. Women are not like men, where you know most of us we have friends and we're just friends with you because we're friends. Like we don't think about it deeper than that. Like this
no,
is my
no.
motherfucking friend. Like I like nigga, this is my nigga. I fuck with him. I don't care. I don't care who he fuck with. I don't care about his political point of views or none of that. This nigga's still my friend, right? Women build like little crony situations with each other. Like women don't really be
That's a
friends with people.
fact.
No, they
They
really
be
That's
don't.
a fact.
everybody around them kind of agrees with them. And you be like, oh, you bitches think the same thing? You
Let me
bitches
G.
is
Let me
stupid.
back you up. Let me back you up. So recently, what they finding is that people, it's women, but they say people want someone who politically aligns with them. It's fucking really women. And what you find is there's a couple of dudes, it's white dudes mainly. Oops. They're going back to what we said about black women and white men and their similarities. Women are more and more saying, I need someone who politically aligns with me. Now we know where women are politically more on the left, air quotes, more on the left. So they're also destroying their opportunities. Now we know white women are full of shit, and leftist white women fuck with and marry conservative white men all the time. That puts black women who also align with this in a fucked position because she really mean that shit. The white girl don't mean that shit though.
Nah, you don't. But
You
that's
see?
but that's the problem, because I was having a conversation with my shorty last night. I'm like, yo, don't ask for Genghis Khan and call him a partner.
Oh yeah.
No, but this
KMS
is
said
the
that.
thing.
KMS said that. Yeah. Shout out to KMS.
But
Yeah,
this is the
shout out to
thing.
KMS, but he's absolutely right. I'm like, y'all want kick ass, like SWP says, y'all want kick ass men, but you want them to submit to the matriarchy or the gynocracy.
Yes,
It's
But
not
no.
gonna
But
happen.
listen to what I'm
Absolutely.
saying though.
That's
Z.
not gonna happen.
Listen to what I'm saying though. This shit is deeper. This shit is deeper than just opposite man and women. It happens in your family. Like it happens in your family. Like listen to what I'm saying. Like I happen to be Afro Latino, right? And my light-skinned cousins get treated better than my dark-skinned cousins and me. That's a fact. They the favorites. They get the most shit. Inside of your family even does it. The pretty people all hang around each other. That's a fact. And they only surround themselves with people that obfuscate to them or that acquiesce to their leading. That's why pretty girls be with a group of pretty girls. Or they'll have that one fat friend that's just a duck. She go do everything for them. You know what I'm saying? Niggas, we
No,
really
that's the
don't.
enforcer. She the enforcer. She the one
She
who
the
keep the dudes
enforcer.
away. Yeah,
And,
she
this is
know
what
her
I'm
role.
saying. And this is what I'm saying. But I'm saying this happens even in your family. See, sometimes in a family it get broken if you got a big mama. If you got a real big mama, she might break that shit. But if you got a fuck ass big mama, oh, she gonna enforce that shit. You gonna have a group of cousins that's against the other group of cousins.
Yep.
You gonna have it. It's always an in group out group going on. You
Train
know what
tracks,
I'm
train
saying?
tracks, train tracks. Yeah.
Train tracks. That's a fact, Brody. You know what I'm saying? So, and I noticed that because I remember when I was little, I got into an argument with one of my pretty light skinned.
You broke up. You broke up.
Listen, when I
No, you gotta
was
say that again. You
young,
got into an argument with your pretty light skinned, and then you went out. Go ahead.
Yeah,
listen, when I was young, right, I'm my dad is African American, but my mom is Afro Latino, but we're still black people. It's hard for Ado's black. You understand more because you a Haitian, Z, so you know what I'm talking
I
about.
understand too, because my it's the backwards for me.
Okay, most definitely. So you understand what I'm saying. One of my Hispanic looking cousins, me and her got into it, and I look like a nigga. You know what I'm saying? And my grandma had fucked up and let that shit slip. My abuela let that shit slip. Like, get your black ass away from us. You know what I'm saying? And every time I got into it or we started getting into it with it, my skin color would always come up. This is why I don't even claim being. This is why I usually don't even claim being Afro Latino.
I didn't even know till today, Primo.
Yeah, I don't even
No.
claim
He
that
said
shit.
no. He said he. Yeah, no. Gia said it multiple times. No, he said it before. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't really identify with that shit like that because they're racist. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no.
Because
Remember, I grew up in South Florida with the Cubans, nigga. I know.
oh man, you
With
got it
some
worse than me
Latinos
then.
around.
Yeah, you got it
I
worse
know.
than me.
I'm a little bit more brown skinned, so yeah, you still a nigga, but you ain't like them dark skinned niggas. But most people, especially when I had a hairline, most niggas didn't realize I was Haitian. Because my government name is like ambiguous enough, right? It's not Jean Baptiste III enough, so they niggas don't be thinking I'm Haitian. But yeah, no, exactly what you said. It's exactly what you said. That shit's crazy. Wow. But the colorism exists in the Haitian community too. It exists. It's just in the Haitian community, you can't really be in the Haitian community. It's more of a grandparent thing, like what you were saying. It's less institutionalized so much because they know the dark skinned Haitians will burn some shit to the ground. You say that shit out loud. So it's more your grandma and your aunts them doing some fuck shit over colorism, not so much state-backed bullshit. That's why you see so many of our leaders and presidents have been dark-skinned in Haiti. Because yeah, if you try to put out colorism shit on a statewide level, oh no, nigga, shit's burning. Right. So y'all go ahead.
But listen, that shit goes on deeply inside the black community too.
Yeah.
See, and now this is how it manifests in the black community, right? It manifests in who get the most motherfucking shit. Like now, inside of my mama's side of the family, right? When I'm going down, when I'm in the hood and the projects with my mama and them people, this is some real sociology shit, right? I've been thinking about this shit my whole life, Z. Like, I'm like, why the fuck am I getting treated like this on both sides, right? And because inside of the black family dynamic, it's about who the big motherfucking dope boys is. So now, how close
where the big money is?
Yeah, is how close is you to the money in the family? That's going to determine your hierarchical structure in the ADO social complex. Is you from the branch of the family who mama and daddy got shit or not? See, that's how the ADO so I got blessed to be Afro Latino and
Nigga,
ADO.
I got more money than you.
Exactly. Inside the ADOs, inside the ADO social complex, it's about fake prestige. It's about nigga, I get this money, nigga. Nigga, I get this money, nigga. So the money inside the ADO social complex.
That nigga only making $70,000 a year. He talking about I get this money.
Yeah, nigga, I got 150,000. I got nigga. That determines your hierarchy in the ADO social complex. And now what compounds it in the ADO social complex is usually your richness came because of your proximity to white people.
So
you see what I'm saying?
Being ain't shit don't matter.
Well, that in many respects in America, that is the thing, your proximity to whiteness. And I think we're gonna see it even worse. We're gonna see that even worse as our parents start to pass away, and the white elite kids, the top 20%, top 25% white kids start getting that life insurance money. Oh my nigga, if y'all, I just want black men to brace yourselves. If you think, and I'm not just talking about black women, if you think these women are chasing after white dudes, do you understand what them white kids and the money is going to do? That wealth gap, that is going to become a chasm. Boy, if you think black women talking shit
you talking about Logan Paul and them.
Yeah, when Logan Paul's parents die, the money that's gonna go, because when I say Logan, like they already got money, so we just using them as an example. But yeah, when their parents die, oh
they gonna be
shit,
Uber, they gonna turn into oligarchs.
Hey, bro, we're already dealing with that. So much of what we're dealing with as a society is because of the money shit. So I'm glad that you brought that up earlier. And the wealth disparity is shit. It's crushing intimate relationships amongst men and women. Because the way men in particular are supposed to perform, the way men are supposed to perform.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Nah, I hear, because you're speaking to Tone Talks. I remember that live he did when he was talking about the wealth disparity between white and black people. I watched that video. I watched that video. I was listening to that shit. I was like, yeah.
That shit about to be a motherfucker.
And
right?
Compared to now, it's already a huge gap now. It's already incredibly huge now, that gap. But I know that's what you're referencing, that live that Tone.
Yeah, I am exactly. Yep. And I'm coupling what he's saying with, because what he's dibbled and dabbled on it. He's made a couple of comments, but every time he go there, the sisters fucking start talking shit in the comments, and he pulled the fucking stream down. So what I'm coupling with that is what Tone talks about with the wealth disparity with intimate relationship. Nigga,
he's not.
It's about to be a motherfucker.
Because he's not speaking it from because that's the thing. He's not speaking it from.
He's not coming to black manosphere. Yeah, exactly.
He's not speaking from a relational standpoint. He's speaking from a generational standpoint.
Yeah.
That's what he's speaking from, and I get it. I mean, he's not wrong, but that does play a part in relationships.
AV,
so, yes,
you're not
I'm
wrong.
about to drop something in the overall chat.
Go ahead.
I want y'all to look at this when you have time and remind me of what you're saying right now. I'm dropping it right now.
I'm driving right now, so I can't click anything now for a couple minutes.
But it's there for you. If the dude said, "Ooh, look what how he said, "Ooh, look what money make a bitch do."
I mean, let them. I mean, ain't
I'm,
nothing
yeah,
new. Women been doing
yeah.
strange shit for money for the
Strange for
longest.
some change.
Women been doing.
Strange for some change.
I'm
Mm,
just saying, let them be hoes and use them as hoes. Just use
mm,
them.
mm.
As Medium Man says, and he's right, useful to the group.
Hey, it's funny because when Medium Man, I saw what he covered with the 40, when she was 42, 47 or something like that, a grandma
Oh yeah.
recently, and she had tattoos on her back, and he was like, bro, y'all young niggas talking too much. And so let me tell you, Medium Man is so slick. But
Yeah, he
he's
think he's
jabbing at them
slick.
hoes too. He's jabbing
Yeah,
at them hoes.
yeah.
He said,
He was
"Hey,
hollering
bitch,
at them
you
too.
yeah." He's like, "Hey, bitch, you realize, bitch, we just want to fuck." And I'm
Yeah,
telling them young niggas to stop talking so you could bust it wide open. Like,
for
and that's
real.
what
He
he
trying to
doing.
help
He
you
like,
out. Because here's the thing, and not
oh
to mention
man,
that she's a black woman, so I think there's more. Well, there's more. I don't know. I don't know how you split it, but there is a sizable population of men who are attracted to older women.
yeah,
There
the
is. So I'm
cougars,
like,
niggas be
Hey,
doing
hey
target practice with
Z,
cougars. Yeah,
hey
Hell
Z,
yeah.
yeah.
man, hey Z, Media Man, cool. You know what my mama told me, man.
yeah.
Hey, you know what my mama told me about hoes, man.
Well, he's pushing.
Hey, this is some real shit my mama told me. She told me, she was like, son, all bitches want to do is eat, fuck, and talk shit, man.
Not wrong.
You don't have
I
to worry about, listen,
mean,
Not wrong. It's not wrong. Not
man.
wrong at all. But I'm like, yeah,
Hey,
but
I
yeah.
mean,
I
I'm
mean,
just saying.
it's accurate. Pretty accurate.
Just saying.
mama told me this shit. Listen what I'm telling you. My mama really told me that shit out her mouth. She was like, all bitches want to do is eat.
This nigga's in the Panamanian jungle running for his life. Goddamn, what's up with your background?
Listen, man. We don't never have to worry. Like we having this conversation and it don't matter because they still gonna want to fuck tonight.
Mm,
Black women love sex, nigga. That's one
Women in
thing, nigga.
general.
Man.
mm.
No, 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 no,
Women in
no, no,
general.
no, no. Fuck women. No, 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 no. Fuck women.
Oh, but
Black
black
women.
women definitely.
Alexa, play Marvin Gaye "Sexual Healing," please. Go ahead.
Listen to what I'm saying. This is some real shit that we don't even need to worry about ever in our life because we were blessed to be born black. Nigga, if you were born black, they been fucking your back out since you hit puberty, nigga. Nigga, I don't care if you Haitian, if you Dominican, if you Ados, if you Sri Lankan, if your people from Suriname, nigga, if you black, you been fucking since you was a young man. Because black women love sex, nigga.
If you
That's
haven't
period.
been, you've been inundated with it.
Listen, if you are a black boy, you are blessed.
You broke up.
You were having sex in your
There
teenage
we
years.
go.
Listen, if you were a black boy, all of us lost our virginity in our teenage years.
I never thought about that shit. I
All of
never
us
thought,
did.
like, I
All of us
never
did.
thought about. But here's the thing: how does that affect your outlook on marriage and relationships, and particularly
No,
the women that was out here, the women that was busting it wide open at 16 and 17? How many of them end up coupled up in the future?
no. Our problem is not our women. Our problem is we have too many women. Like the
Mm.
black race's issue is we have too many fucking girls, nigga. We are overran by girls, nigga. That's our
You
number one conundrum.
you know when you say that, what's fascinating to me. So if I'm the black community is the one community I think in America where there are more women than men, and yet our women are still less married than the men, which is fucking
And
fascinating,
and Z,
right?
they have more kids than us.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
think about it. Not only is there
Yeah.
more of them than us, they have more kids than we produce. And
Say
we're
that.
in the group with them, nigga. We have to carry everybody. That shit, listen, Z, how many cousins do you have? Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you. My bad, G. Now I'm still here. Now Mama Z called. That's why Mama Z called. I had to answer that. I didn't know if it was emergency or not. No, we still here. We still here. Now I hear you. Is he still here?
I think he left.
G. Oh, okay.
G,
No, G. I couldn't.
G.
I heard you, but no, Mama Z called, so that's fine. No, your reception was good. But yeah, if you don't mind reading this for me, Vincent, then we'll keep it going.
Thank you, KMS, for the $10 super chat. And KMS said, the third law of human stupidity, that a stupid person causes losses to other people while delivering no gains for themselves. It may even occur losses. It's a golden law, the most important to remember.
Look, KMS has been pushing. KMS and Z, you gonna get it. You gonna get it, Z. I'ma say it every time, Z.
I need to get this book myself.
Hey, and it's this one law in particular. Like KMS said, listen, and it's what a coincidence that the super chat is like a yellowish gold color on top of that. The color, like that shit, makes it even worse. But
households. It is households, but that word cannot be used. But if you have the context for it, wow.
Yeah, look, I do think, in particular, when you consider Black women and these non-Black relationships, Black women with non-Black men, I've been around, and I know a couple of couples where it don't come off as no bull, right? Like it's a loving white husband and a loving Black wife, and you don't smell no swirler divester stuff. They just met in college, and it is what it is, right? And they still married. Like,
you don't smell no exploitation.
No, you don't smell no exploitation. If they got a slave play thing going at the house, you don't even know it. They playing real smooth in public. With that, that's not what I would argue. That's not what most Black women are on, and that's not what most white men are on when they're around Black women either, right? I would argue white men want to experiment with the jungle fever thing. They want to see what that ass do, right? What that mouth do, because of the lips. They understand women of color, Black women specifically, and the desperation. They just play coy like they don't get it. And for Black women, they're hoping to turn this into something. They're trying to get some status out of this. They're trying to turn this into something. They're trying to look at this as a come up, pun intended. And when you factor in American history, it is stupid. I'll agree with KMS on that one. When you factor in American history, and when you factor in how these white boys play it, when they feel like they took a major L from a Black woman, we know how they play it. You know what's understood doesn't need to be said. We know how white men play it if they feel like they took a major L from a Black woman. And Black women understand what the white boys might do too, by the way. They still gonna risk it though. And here's the kicker. If you as a Black man would ever lose your mind and pull with the to put you under the prison for life, if you don't get the death penalty, and that's the white boy pull it, and real quick, and his violation get downgraded. Go ahead.
And that's why.
You talking about crime as far as crime is concerned? When white boys do something wrong?
No. A very specific crime line. You know, the very specific crime.
Specific.
Yeah.
And that's why the advice seems from older men usually walk away, go ahead and leave. You go ahead, you know what I mean? It's better to make space because that's what I mean.
That's the thing. But that's the thing that pisses me off about white boys. Y'all say complaining, y'all get the benefit of the doubt no matter where y'all look.
Yep.
I mean,
y'all always get the benefit of the doubt. What the fuck are you complaining about? Like, you get hit with the burden performance, but you also get the benefit of the doubt. You want to be a Black man for a day?
No, but don't ever expect white men to admit their benefit, their and own what everything it means, both positive and negative. Don't ever they don't want to do it, and that's okay. That's why when they end up in divorce court, if they don't manage to delete the woman of color first, if they end up in divorce court and that Asian woman take them for everything, that Black woman take them for everything, that South when that shit happened, I'll be like, shrugs. Because you knew why you got her in the first place. You didn't just get her because you charismatic, you fucking lame.
You know
You know why
what
you
it
got her in the
was. You
first
know it was
place.
that white.
Hey,
You know what it was, that white skin. But that's the thing. That's why I'm not mad when white boys be players. I'll be a player too, cause you know what it is.
Yeah.
That's the smart thing to do.
AZ, when it happens,
Mhm.
it's this last quote that I heard from a very philosophical rapper named Pimp C. It bees like that sometimes.
Yeah, it be like that sometimes. I'm like, that's one thing I can't stand. I'm like, y'all, you white boys, like y'all always complain. Y'all complain about the same thing, but y'all get the benefit. Y'all always get the benefit of the doubt. So I don't know what the fuck y'all complaining about. Y'all always get the benefit of the doubt. It's like when shit go left, okay, I understand that, but understand when it goes left, understand you got the benefit of the doubt.
I would say this, right? We have to consider this, right? The experiences that people have, they can only really, they don't have any empathy. They can only understand their experience from their experience. They don't have no other context or points of view other than this what it is, because they don't bother to put themselves in other people's shoes. Where everybody go?
My bad, G. My bad. I had a phone call.
All right, cool. Yeah, I feel like I was on stage by myself, just looking around.
My bad, dog.
No, y'all okay? Wait, y'all. Somebody just ran in the back of the goddamn M. I'll be on the phone. I don't be hearing shit. Yeah, somebody just ran in the back of the car, but it's all right. It was one of those. Yes, it was one of those 3 mile an hour hits. I just checked the back. Nothing. Yeah. Yeah.
You good?
I don't even got a scratch. Yeah, I'm okay.
Just the love tap.
Yeah. It was a love tap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
from a Latino immigrant that don't speak no goddamn English.
Naturally.
Yeah.
You better learn that damn Spanish while you down there, all the motherfuckers over there.
Yeah, bro. I've been living here my entire life. I refuse out of spite.
I know speak.
All right, dog. You better get on that Duolingo and stop playing.
Yeah, you're right. You are actually right about that. I'm just being extra.
Ain't no way. I want to know what you motherfuckers are saying.
Yeah. And they gotta chill out, man.
Yeah, bro. I'm like, hey, I'm talking to y'all, and I just feel the book. I'm like, fuck. Like, when you're like, okay, because I gotta do a little. I gotta be a little bit of a car chauvinist. I gotta be a little extra. No, I already did. I already got out and everything. That's why, So
that's cool.
That's why I was muted up for a little bit. But the trim of my car, it's all-wheel drive, and I have the aero kit. So there's your base M37s. There's your M37S, but for you to get the aero kit, you have to check off when you're new. Remember, I got my car secondhand. When new, you got to check off all-wheel drive, aero kit, and S package, which was the bigger brakes, the paddle shifters, all that other good stuff. Cool.
Yeah.
And the 20-inch wheels. So when my back bumper is not the same as the regular M37s. So when he hit, all I'm thinking to myself is, fuck. God damn it, nigga, you done fucked up the back bumper. Oh, I'm gonna get out, this shit gonna be all fuck. Nigga, it's not no regular car.
Nigga, about to go up. It's about to go up, and it wasn't your fault.
You got out like Sinbad on Good Burger.
Right? So I get out the car and I'm like, fuck. I'm waiting to see discoloration, paint chip. I'm about to see the bumper hanging.
You getting out the car cursing like it's your fault.
Oh man, bro! And then I get out, and when I say like the inconvenience is a motherfucker, and when I say I got out and not a fucking scratch, not a bend in the paint, not a nothing.
You got out like oh,
bro. But the inconvenience, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to call out of work. I'm gonna have to go do this. All right, I'm gonna have to get a new bag, and this is not no standard M37 back bumper. I'm gonna and the insurance company gonna try to cheat me on whatever cheapest M37 back bumper and blah 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 yada yada yada. And thank God it just didn't work like that. Thank God. Yeah. So I'm gonna get out the car. I took a picture of his tag anyway, so I'm gonna get out the car and check again. But yeah. Still, we gonna make sure.
You gotta make sure. You gotta make sure.
So I did and. Yeah.
No, but what I was saying when I got cut off right is like being black, that's one of our blessings, right? That's one of our blessings and our curses, right? is that all of us lost our virginity in our teenage years, man. We did not have an issue having sex. Like we might feel like we had an issue having sex.
I did.
Man, but I'm saying you had sex a lot more than a lot of people. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, but I was in the hood. Like niggas was doing the worst at a young age. So it's like,
I mean,
among my peers, it was old, but like at the grand scheme of things, it was a regular age. And niggas was dysfunctional. So
I mean that's the thing. But when it comes to this shit, the societal shit, when it like it's damn near impossible for a black man to be an incel.
Yeah,
it's
it
impossible.
is.
You got
black women love sex, bro.
You gotta go out your way to be a black incel.
Yeah, you gotta be. You out your way. Like the only way a black man's out this shit unless he puts himself. He on some BGS shit where he puts himself.
Bruh, it is not even a scratch, bro. Not a dent. Not a nothing. Dog, when I say I'm checking it again now. When I say nothing,
you don't need a magnifying glass.
No, and you know what I'm gonna do? Because just in case he might have messed up one of the backup sensors, I'm parallel parked. Yeah, now I'm gonna back up to see if it turned on when I get close to this car. Let's see. If it beeps,
do that.
That's a good. If it beeps, we're good. If it doesn't beep, we got an issue.
Yeah, make sure the sensors. Yeah, check your sensors too.
I'm gonna let y'all know in a minute.
And listen.
Yep, y'all hear that? Wait, y'all hear that?
Yep.
There go my sensors. There we go.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
There we go. We're good.
What? I'm gonna try and guess what that motherfucker's driving. Was it them old
you ain't gonna get it right.
Dodge Rangers?
No, hysterical. It was one of those Ford vans, one of those not the Ecoline.
That was gonna be my next guess.
No, the more newer ones, the newer ones, the transit vans. It was one of the Ford transit vans in white.
I was gonna be my next guess was a Ford. That was my very next guess. I swear to you, I was gonna guess that.
Yeah, and let me answer Elkston real quick. Elkston says, "Are you an aggressive driver, Z?" Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Look, I'll be streaming with y'all doing like 85 miles an hour, whilst doing a goddamn panel live stream on 95.
Listen, Z,
I always know I'm on the razor's edge. Seriously, and I know if something happened, I'm gonna end up flying into heaven on fire.
And you done already told him to be playing Forza and shit. You be thinking
you
Florida playing Forza and shit. You think you Speed Racer.
But here's the thing though, because I know all the things I'm doing, I'm aware of the road, right? I'm aware. I gotta get on the expressway at least 5 times a week. I gotta get on the expressway, right? So I'm aware of my surroundings, of the cars around me. Y'all know I'm a car guy too, so hey, I passed this car a little bit. I don't see his front bumper yet. I don't see the tip of his front bumper. So if I gotta go to the right lane, I can't go to the right because that means he's on my blind spot, right? Like That don't mean nothing. He's Florida too,
because there's so it's amplified. You in Florida too. You're not the only person doing that, calculating them same moves. That's how.
Well, that's true. Exactly. Right. So, but no, the accidents happen for the people that's not doing that.
Yeah.
That believe it or not, the people that are not doing that are the ones. Let me tell you who causes the accidents in Florida. The old grannies.
Yeah.
That press gas when they're supposed to press stop in the goddamn drive-thru at Burger King. The ladies and the men that are not paying attention and they're on their phones. And they're looking down on their phones, and the speed racers, unlike Z, who get entirely way too close to somebody's back bumper when they try to switch lanes.
Way too close.
Tailgate too close. Right? The other people that are switching lanes and they clip the other car, or they clip themselves on the other car's front bumper, and they damn near pit maneuver themselves.
Yeah, switching
right,
lanes
exactly.
and not signaling.
Exactly, not those people. So those are the people that's really causing accidents and stuff.
Like, I remember when I
Mr. C be good,
I went to Cali a few months ago. Yo, I was literally taking up account for how many driver's side dents I saw while on the freeway.
Bruh.
I was like, yo, I count like 50. I was like, yo, I count.
Where were you when you were in Cali?
I was roughly like 6 months ago.
Yeah. Where were you in Cali?
I was where the fuck was I? I think I wasn't far from downtown. I think I wasn't too far from downtown.
No, I was so we went to downtown LA for a little bit. We went to Riverside. We were in LA. We went to where else did we go? We were supposed to go to the Walk of Fame. I wasn't feeling good because I messed my stomach up. It was what taco spot I went to and it messed me up bad.
Oh, I saw the Walk
But
of
I'm gonna
Fame.
we're supposed to be going again. So yeah. But when I was in the mountains, man, I was in the mountains, bro. I was in the mountains. I talked to Roger and them for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah.
hard to get a signal, but yeah, I saw the Walk of Fame. Be careful over there. That shit ain't the same no more, bro. It does not have the glitz and glamour over there. Like, yo, it's a bunch
Oh, there's gangster shit going on over there.
Nah, ain't no gay shit. It's like, yo, it just looked like it looked like that's where all homeless people moved.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, like it's there, it's built up. You'll still see the stars and shit like that, but yeah, that look like where all the homeless people with like motherfuckers with no money. But even though, but the crazy part is their Netflix headquarters is like 2 blocks away.
Yo, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
The wealth right next to poverty. Yeah, that sound about Brazilian.
Yep.
Yeah, that sound about right.
The Netflix building, because it's like a medium tall ass skyscraper, and it was like 2 blocks away from the Walk of Fame. Like you could see it.
Yeah, that sound about right.
So
what are you gonna say real quick, Vince?
So you saying Dirty Mike and the boys live on the Hollywood Star Walk of Fame now?
Nah, I mean it's just, hey man, like I don't know why open carry ain't a thing over there.
Well, yeah, the Black Panthers are the reason why you can't do half of that shit.
That's why.
Yeah.
Hell no, it's too many people to have open carry in California.
Yeah.
No, bro. Ain't no. It's not.
Man,
that's not the problem.
Shit.
The problem is when your former president Reagan was governor of California, and the Black Panthers ran up on the Capitol building in Sacramento. He was like, "Oh, absolutely not. Let's go ahead and sign this document right now." I said, I said y'all have the right to carry. I was not talking about Negroes, or better yet, because it was before him. We were not talking about Negroes. Absolutely not.
They definitely wasn't talking about Negroes at all.
Never included. Never.
No.
Never.
Definitely not ones with political aspirations and borderline socialist Marxists. Oh, but nigga, no. Oh, absolutely not. And you know Reagan had to say the N-word, but I don't know if y'all ever heard that tape that they finally put out of Reagan talking to Nixon when Reagan was governor and I think Nixon was president. And he was talking about like these African leaders don't even know what shoes are. And that's not what he said. He said they wouldn't even know what to do with shoes or something like that. It was some real racist stuff. He didn't say the N-word, but he pretty much he should have said it. Yeah.
Wasn't that leaked during the Watergate scandal?
No. This tape came out, or it was published because it came out of the Reagan Library. This is 2017, maybe 2018. Something like that.
Shit,
yeah.
Just not leaking that.
Yeah. And this is something from the it got to be early 70s, late 60s. Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was something that was leaked a long time ago, but no.
This was before Reagan. This is from the Reagan Library, and this is before Reagan was president. Nixon was president back then.
I see. Okay. Well. Yeah, Reagan's
racist. Well, both of them were racist. Nixon and Reagan. Well, here's a better question. I think me, Black Uru, the Roger Report, we all said this. Which one of them Negroes wasn't racist, including number 44?
Right. Yeah, right. Right about that.
Y'all heard the last part I said, though.
The more on the nose question be like, who was more racist?
Who was least racist?
Yeah, who was the least racist?
Yeah, who the least racist? That's the one.
Hey, and don't think automatically it's number 44 either, just because. Don't think it's number 44.
Light racist. Light.
Thank you.
That's the term, light racist.
Hey, there's a pun in there. That is a double entendre if I ever heard one. Light skin, light racist. Light skin, light racist, mixed racist.
Easy on the salt. Easy on the
salt. Little easy on the race. Little easy on the oppression.
Every time this man got to talk about black men, he lecturing and talking down. I'm like, God damn, bro. Talk daddy issues much? What the hell?
Probably.
Every time he talk, bro, I'm like, God damn, bro. Meanwhile, your grandparents was racist and shit. Even you said it. Well, you said it about your grandma. And if your grandma was anti-black, then we know your granddad was anti-black like a mother.
I think that's I think that's part of the problem too. Even though I know it's nothing to be proud of, but I think that real envy with that Brad has against Tyrone is that your lady still want to test drive, despite everything. She still want to take a ride.
Yeah. Hey, here's the thing too, and it don't got nothing to do with our status. Oh, that chop they
ain't got shit to do with our status.
Oh, because everybody expect the winner that's in the quote unquote winner that's in the winner circle. Everybody expect the women to give him the vagina and throw the vagina at him easy. What drives them crazy is that they did everything PR wise to keep the women away from us, all the women. And yet they keep on sneaking over here to the slave quarters.
Yep.
Getting some
coming over here. Can't stay away, can you?
Getting that southern slong from Clovis.
I think that's the thing though. Because I was there was one panel I was listening to, because the thing about it is like a lot of women, especially black women, when we talk about the divorce rate, they'll be quick to say, well, black men have a high divorce rate too. It's just as bad. I was like, that's for black men is for black men is for different reasons. For black men, it's because
you broke up, line,
regardless of the race of the woman.
No, black men have a high divorce rate because y'all divorcing us, dummy.
No. I mean, well, that's part of it. I mean, yeah, that too. But I'm like, but also part of it is because like we're talking about when it's like when we talk about the interracial thing. We'll talk about the interracial part. I'm like, that's because black men don't kowtow to anybody regardless of the race of women. Like, there's no switch up. We are who we are.
But I'm saying even with our split ups, we're more married than y'all.
Yeah.
So like that doesn't like, but regardless of that, I'm saying divorces happen. But I'm saying
divorces happen.
But this is the thing. We have a high divorce rate because you guys divorce us.
Yeah, we marry you the most.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You guys divorce us.
The reason why I would be there is because we marry you the most, because black men marry black women the most. That's why.
And then you divorce us. Of course we have a high divorce rate. If you have the highest divorce rate, is y'all filing divorce. Y'all divorcing us.
Yeah, but y'all have the least, it's still crazy. The least married, but
lowest
the most
marriage
divorced?
rate. Yep.
Like, how the hell does that happen? The least married, but the most divorced?
I really want us to come to terms with their autonomy. Yeah. They want their autonomy, and there's nothing wrong with that. But no man worth his salt is going to subsidize your autonomy from him. Do you understand how insane that is that I just said?
Nah, you're not asking me to be a kick-ass man and force me to kneel to the gynocracy.
No, listen, Z.
Watch this.
Listen, y'all.
Real quick, G.
Listen.
Let me ask G real quick. Let me ask Lion this question. Lion, your ex-wife got somebody right now? Last time you checked?
Don't know, don't care.
Probably not. I'm gonna just tell you right now. Probably not.
Probably not. Honestly, if I'm a betting man, probably not.
Yeah.
If I were to put money on it, probably not.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying, man. It like I want them to have their autonomy. I don't care about that. That's why I always ask them, what are you complaining about? Honestly, you just said, because listen, you just said you don't need a man for nothing. And you got your wish. So now what are you complaining about?
But let me put a bow on that to that question you asked me, Z. It wouldn't surprise me if you went to the other side.
Oh, like
wait, G, wait. When you say the other side, what do you mean? You mean the color other side, or you mean
scissors.
Other side?
Oh,
that's what I thought. No, that's what I thought. You mean the
No. We don't gotta work. They've been they've been doing that since high school. That ain't nothing. Like they've been doing that.
G, you the worst, bro. Not the other side. Oh no, not the other side.
Wouldn't surprise me. God damn. It would not surprise me if you went to the other side to go play scissors.
Oh man.
Surprise me.
Damn. Not cutting paper anyway. No, I'm playing with you.
But
Go
this is what
ahead.
I'm
Go
saying.
ahead, G.
Lying though. They
What up?
been did
Mhm.
that though. They
Yeah, I
openly
know.
do that. They listen. That is the biggest demographic of gay people in
Yeah,
our
they
That's a
community.
are.
Is
fact.
them.
That's a fact. That's
Like
Yeah, that's a
that's
fact.
a
they
That's a
statistical
fact.
fact. Yes, it is.
that's what I'm saying. I'm not even worried about that. They confused.
Mhm.
Like I'm being said, they're so confused. They don't know what to do.
You know what? I'm
Like,
not doing
Mm.
that. I'm not doing that shit no more. They confused. They just know what comes. You know what it costs to be with a kick ass man. You just don't want to pay it.
no.
I think you're
Listen,
right.
they actually no. Listen, they don't
Mhm.
know. We can't. No, listen, they don't know.
Nah,
They are so
I'm not doing that no
listen to what I'm
more.
saying to you. No, listen to what I'm saying to you. They are so
Mhm.
indoctrinated. They are so indoctrinated in the way that they live their life. They don't know.
Nah, I think they know. They just don't.
No, listen to what I'm telling you.
Mhm.
If you've never
Mhm.
listened to, if they've never listened to one, they've never done it. All they've ever did was eat, fuck, and talk shit.
I mean, I
They've
feel
never
you.
listen to what I'm
Mhm.
saying to you. Like I got cousins
No,
in my
G.
life. I listen to what I'm saying. This is a real,
Mhm.
like this is real, and this is a mental thing. I have cousins where we grew up in the same household. Like, and I
You broke up, G.
Yeah, you.
listen to what I'm saying. We take this for
Mhm.
granted. We take
Mhm.
this for granted all the time.
Mm.
We know what a healthy relationship is because we're always trying to have a healthy relationship. And all we have to do is find one woman, right, that'll agree with our relationship and we'll have a healthy relationship. She'll listen to us. We can guide each other. We'll listen back, right? What do they do if they never listen to no man ever?
Well, G, if you don't mind, read the screen for me, please.
Let me see. 23% of young black women now identify as bisexual. So just think
There you go.
about that.
And that was from 2019, and that was 6 years ago.
So think about what I'm saying. You have these little
Mhm.
girls. Just think about the situation we in, Zoe. We have girls
Mhm.
that have went to school that are feminist leaning. And
Mhm.
let's say they did do the right thing and they didn't mess with no, let's say they did the right thing and they didn't mess with no boys in high school. Then they go to college and they get caught up in that beauty pageant, that who's the prettiest, and they're trying to sleep with the jocks and the football players. And then they get caught up in that LGBT stuff. And then, like, their whole life, they've never even had a real relationship with a man before.
Oh,
Let me read this.
yeah.
Let me read this real quick. And from Africa came says, and he's fucking being funny. He says, brunch, lunch, and a little munch.
Listen to
Nah,
what I'm
G,
saying to you.
I hear what you're saying, G, but
Listen, I got
I'm
listen,
done
I
Wait, G,
got
because
G, wait,
cousins.
You gotta let G, you gotta let Lion go,
no,
because you
My fault, Lion.
let
My
I'm
fault,
Lion
not
go real
Lion.
quick.
G, like I'm not disagreeing with you about that mindset, but I think when I say I know they know, I don't believe they're not playing dumb. I think they know, but yes, to your point about they're just so indoctrinated that they can't believe it because they can't trust any other thing. That's what I mean by them knowing. I think
Oh,
they
yeah.
know, but the indoctrination runs so damn deep, they don't want to even try a different route.
You're
That's
right.
what I
You're
mean.
right. You're right. I agree with you. You're right. We're saying
Let
the
me let me let
exact
me let
same
me read
thing.
this from Rael, because Rael agrees with Lion on this one. Ross says they know. I've listened to them say they won't let a leading man run their life. They would rather have a loser guy they can control.
Yeah, that's
True.
what it
You're
is.
right, Rael. Rael is right.
Hmm.
Rael is right. Yeah, the brother right. He
Damn,
always
Ra.
right. Ra
Yeah,
right. Ra know these
Hmm.
hoes.
yeah,
No,
that's the
don't
thing.
be blowing up Rod damn head on my channel. No, fuck that, Rod.
Hey
Take that
man,
back.
I can do that.
No,
That's
I'm
my
playing with
homie,
you.
man.
I'm
I can
playing
do
with
that.
Rod. I'm playing with
Rael
Rod. I'm
right,
playing with
man.
Rod.
right,
But no,
right on the back of
I
my
agree. No,
head, and
I
I
agree with
know.
him on that. Right?
Nah, but that
No,
I
but
think they
I would agree with
know.
Rod on that. Mhm.
I think they know, but I mean, like here's the thing. Z already played the damn video with Kimberly Foster with that damn conversation when she was saying that partner shit all smug. So they
Yeah,
do
bro.
know.
I promise you, I
They
gotta
know.
clip it even smaller. So yeah, I'm gonna play that shit. Oh, bro, that's what I loved. That y'all don't understand. I was trying to think of what my addictions are, what my vices are. It's internet shit. It really is. For the good and
Yeah,
bad of it.
dog.
Y'all know I
I
stay on
pray
my
for you
news shit. right?
Yo,
Like really, it really is. I
pray
stay
for
on
you
my
be able
new
to
shit.
listen to this shit because I can't do it, bro.
Well, you know why I can listen to this?
Between the dudes you be playing and these chicks, like, yo, I can only give them 15, 20 minutes, bro. I can't do it.
I could listen to this. It's easy. You know what? Because I could listen to or I could watch them speak about the explosion that happened in Lebanon when that was a couple of years ago with the phosphorus, whatever the fuck, and like that hurts, and then you keep on going with your life. Or you hear about the a textile factory that burnt in India, and because the way they had the building locked up so that the people can't leave, so many people end up passing away. So when you watch and listen to stuff like that that's going on in the world or going on just in America. The Walmart factory or the Amazon factory, they didn't want to let the people go until last minute when the tornado or hurricane was passing. So many people passed away. When you watch and listen to stuff like that, what these swirlers and divestors talking about is cakewalk. That shit's easy.
you.
I mean,
when black women talking about and when like LGBTQ black men are talking about, that's cakewalk. But go ahead.
I got you, but I can't listen to that. But that's the thing. I would much rather listen to the shit you talking about because I listen to military channels when it comes to the military show. I listen to like there's a channel called the Military Show because he does because we do an account of all the weapons we have amongst America. Like, what if we actually did go to war with Russia or with China, whatever?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I listen to.
So you like the infographic stuff. There's a white dude that does the military stuff. I know you know what I'm talking about. He does.
Yeah, the military show.
That's what it's called. The Military Show. That's his channel.
The Military Show.
Let me see if that's what. I think you're right. Let me see.
Type in the military. But infographics. That's another. But infographics. Yes, that's another one. But the other one I listen to the Military Show because that's what he talks about. Like when it comes to weaponry and like how much shit we really got on us.
But
that is him. Yeah. That's the one.
But that's my thing. That's why I can talk about that shit, Zoe, because shit, I see this shit every day. That shit don't surprise me. I see the bad decisions everywhere I look.
Me too.
You know what I'm saying? So you can't ignore it.
Hey, G, I'm gonna ask you to read this one too. I'm a real quick line. Let me ask you to read this because Ross said this about Ross. So go ahead.
What that nigga said, man, fuck Rahel. That nigga ain't shit.
Bro, but yeah, no, for real. Hey, and I think I have that attitude. Shout out to me being part of the Black Manosphere. The first time I ever heard, was it BGS or was it the other way around? I think it was BGS that told Charles, damn, you ain't shit. And Charles said, I never claimed to be, sir. And I was like, oh, I found my home. I found my home.
Yep. Yeah, there it is.
I found my home. The other day, Mama Z called me an asshole. I was like, but I am though.
But listen, that's what I'm saying. There ain't even no point in even trying.
She was joking. She was half joking. She wasn't joking all the way, but she was serious, but she was joking at the same time. And I just owned it. I was like, Mama Z used to call me an asshole at least once every 3 months. That shit don't do nothing. But I was like, I found my home. But go ahead, G. Go ahead.
Hey, don't nobody cuss you out like Mom Deuce.
Right.
Yeah. Mom Deuce get on your head. I
think that's why that shit don't be bothering us from other women. I got into a back and forth with Miss Z one time, and Miss Z's not really. She's not a spite. She don't hit below the belt. She's not like. At least so far, she's not a spiteful arguer. She kind of tap out mad early, to be honest with you. And she said something, and I was like, oh, you got to do better than that, babe. But you don't know about, and I said my mom's actual government. I was like, you wasn't raised by my mom's actual government. You don't know. That's light work. But you just said, that's it. Babe, no, you got to do it.
That's like low-key. You better?
Yeah, like low-key. Like, I caught myself. You're right. No, she really did do the march. That's funny. That's hysterical. But that's what she did. She did the march, like the march from the census. And I caught myself saying it. I was like, nigga, what did you just say? You know when you catch yourself and you're like, did you really tell her to do better on this snarky shit?
Yeah.
You part of, but what are you saying? Like,
hey, think about that though. Think about that show. Listen, The Simpsons was so greatly written that Marge Simpson was a great wife, and you didn't even notice her being a great wife. That's crazy. Marge Simpson was a great wife.
She really was.
Right. Hey, she was a great. Yeah. If you could find you a Marge Simpson,
Marge really was a ride or die.
Man, Marge was a ride or die.
Yes.
If listen, I always said I'd never do it again. If I find a Marge Simpson, I'm doing it again.
I mean, the closest to that, if you bring it to black folks, like Gina was a ride or die for Martin.
Man,
Yeah.
I don't care
Yeah.
if that bitch is orange.
Yeah, real shit. I mean, yeah,
Hey,
we
but
got
Pam
Ashley
looked better though.
Lamar.
I ain't gonna lie,
Yeah,
but Pam looked better. Go ahead.
I
Yeah,
agree.
Pam's so
I
fine, boy.
agree.
Pam make a
Pam
nigga
had more
cry.
body. Pam had more body. I agree. But you know what?
Yep.
You know who low key I wanted, and I don't even care, and I own it. A part of me had to have Hillary. I had to have Hillary.
You like the
Hillary?
Hillary? I didn't like
From Fresh,
Hillary, man.
from Fresh
I
Prince.
think Ashley
When
way
Ashley
finer
got
than Hillary,
grown,
bro.
Way
hell yeah. When she got
Ashley
grown, oh
fine,
hell
bro.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
When she got grown, goddamn. Wait,
Hillary definitely peaked.
Wait. Let me say this. Wait a minute, y'all. We're supposed to be colorists though. And Ashley's light skin, more light skin than Hillary's more
Nah,
light skin than
Hillary was
Ashley.
brown. Hillary was more like brown,
No,
sort of dark
nah,
skin.
she light, bro. She light.
No.
Ashley
I
was
meant,
more
I'm sorry,
brown
I meant
skin.
Ashley. I
And we
meant
ain't gonna
Ashley.
lie.
Yeah.
No, fuck that. We ain't gonna lie about it. And the first Mama Viv looked better than the second one. Now I said it.
Second that. I second
I
that.
believe
I
it.
second
I
that.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I
I second that.
think first dark skin and Viv look better than light skin and Viv. That's me.
Yeah.
But I
Hey, but
still want Hillary.
you forgot, y'all.
It's
We supposed to be colorists though. We supposed to be light skin over everything.
but
Oh
but
no,
it was
because
but it was Hillary's outfit
Sade look
though.
better than all they ass though. I ain't gonna lie.
But for me,
Go ahead.
it was Hillary's like cute outfit. She was never doing. Yeah, she was high sedity, but she was never doing. It was never too much though.
Doing too
And
much?
she had those.
Yeah.
She had those curly
Hillary was
hair.
Daddy,
classy.
$500.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
she
Hillary
had
was
those.
classy. Yeah,
Nah,
Hillary
you
was
know what did
classy.
for
Yeah,
me
she
though?
was.
It was
Yeah.
that curly hair with those cute hats.
Mm.
It was the curly hair with them cute hats. Like I wanted to take the hat off.
That was a look. That was a look.
No, you
That
want to
was her
smash
look,
the
though.
hat off. Be honest, line. You want to smash the hat. I know what you're saying.
Oh
nigga.
yeah,
I know
I'm
what
smashed.
you're really saying.
We knocking that shit. That hat is falling. That hat coming off. That hat
You
coming
gonna
off.
put the whole thing on?
I knew exactly what he was really saying.
That
I'm like,
hat
nigga, I
coming.
know what you really said.
Yeah. But 100% yes. When Ashley got
Man.
grown, I was like, whoa.
Hey, go
Yep.
Google Tracy Spencer.
Tracy Spencer?
Yeah. TRACIE Spencer.
Hey, when what's her name was on there, she was mad fine too. Tyra Banks was mad fine when she was on there. Who else was super? What's her name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Nia Long. That's what I was thinking. Nia Long looked really good with the short haircut. That was
She
like
really
that was
did.
the look for her.
Nah,
Shout out to
but
Kelly
like
Rowland. Kelly Rowland was another one who
her-
rocked the short haircut really good.
Her and Halle Berry owned the short hair. Look.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
They
agree.
owned it.
I
They
agree.
both owned it.
I agree.
They
Shout out to
owned
Tony
it.
Braxton, early Tony Braxton, short haircut, looked good too.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Looked good
Halle
too.
Berry.
That was enough.
I don't care. Halle Berry from Strictly Business. I swear to God.
Who else? Homegirl from Total that used to have the short haircut. We had a couple of cuties that used to work the short haircut. You know, we had a couple in the black community.
The short
Right.
haircut. I mean, the short
You
haircut
know
don't work for everybody.
black men black men want the weave. They want the long hair. Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
You don't know. It depends on the woman. Some women look good with the short haircut.
It just depends on the woman. But that's where the facial symmetry comes in. But the
Exactly.
women we're naming had the right face for the short haircut. They just had the face. They had the face and they had the smile. That's why it worked.
I agree.
It don't work for everybody.
I agree.
Like Ashley, I couldn't see Ashley from what's the name with the short hair. The long hair worked for her.
Yeah, I agree. What was homegirl? She used to be on the Soul Food TV show. Darker skin, full lips. She's been in a bunch of black stuff. No, not Vanessa Williams. I said darker skin. Now Vanessa Williams is another one that low key looks really good with short haircut too.
You're talking about the TV show when they put it on Showtime, right? No, like her name was also Vanessa Williams. She was just dark skinned.
Oh wait,
yeah.
Let me see. Williams too, though.
Let me see.
There's a Vanessa Williams on the show that was on the TV show. She was dark skinned though. Well, she was darker toned. She was more like brown skin. But her name was Vanessa Williams too, though. Oh, you said Tracy Spencer? How you spell her last?
SPENCER.
Tracy Spencer. Tracy. Oh. Cutie.
Yeah,
no, okay, I know who you're talking about. No. Not her. It was another one. Okay, no. Her name. I'm looking at the other one right now. I'm gonna tell you her name in a minute. Let me see if this is her. Wait a minute. No, that's not her. Give me a second. Give me a second.
I don't give a damn. You know who's still fine to this day? Sade.
I'm thinking about Melinda Williams. Her name is William. Melinda, thank you. Somebody got it in the thank you. Goddamn Hitflix, you always get it right. Hitflix, and that's why your name is Hitflix. Hitflix know exactly what I'm talking about. Melinda Williams. That's what, she's another one that looked really good with a short haircut.
Yeah.
She got lips for days.
Oh,
Boy,
yeah.
boy, she got lips for days.
Oh
Boy,
yeah, I'm looking at it now. I was like,
yeah.
oh yes, I forgot about
Yeah, she was another one that looked good with the hair with the short haircut.
Put them lips on me.
Yeah.
Love.
Hey, bro. Hey.
Love.
But you know, black men, they like their women to look like this, and they like them to light skin, and they like long hair. And here we are laming a bunch of women that rock short hair and look good with the short hair.
I don't want to hear that shit because I don't want to hear shit when women used to talk about their thing for the weatherman. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear it.
Look, man. Hey, low key, a lot of black women had a thing for goddamn Anderson Cooper, even though they know that nigga's gay.
Yep. Oh, don't let a bald head man. Oh, don't let me talk about the bald head brigade. All the black bald head man. Y'all like no one complained when y'all.
Mr. Z walks in. Mr. Z enters chat.
Oh well, yeah. Well, hey, there you go. Like
Mr. Z
don't talk about Anderson Cooper. Like I remember I was saying before. I'm like, we gonna forget about like how black women love Jeff Goldblum.
Hey, no, let me tell you who they were in love with. What's homeboy name? The one that was competing against Don Lemon for a second for the spot on CNN. The light-skinned brother with the eyes, the one that got caught up with the white girl, the white woman on was it ABC? Y'all know who I'm talking about. His face is right there.
He got
the light-skinned brother with the no, does he have a fro now?
He's not South African, is he? Not the South African.
No, he's ADOS. I think he's ADOS. Damn, I forgot. Somebody gonna say his name in the comments. I know it. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all know what is his name? He was on. Was he on? He used to be on CNN. I want to say he was on CNN. And it was kind of like you didn't know who was gonna be the next step. It was gonna be him or Don Lemon. What else? Good looking brother too. What is his name? I'll be so bad with names. I'm probably so bad. I'm gonna look him up.
I just put. You're not Elliot Williams?
No, that's not the first.
I was random. I don't know. This random light skinned dude showed up, and I just typed in CNN. This random light skinned dude showed up. I'm like, yeah,
the reason when you said random light skin, I was like, God damn, not a light skinned brother's gonna think we say all them look alike. God, his name.
Dr. Thunder.
TJ Holmes. Thank you, Hitflix. That's exactly what I'm talking about. TJ Holmes. I didn't even have to look up the face. That's what TJ Holmes. Why did we bring him up again? God damn, I brought him up for some reason. He was, he got caught up, with some white chick on, yeah.
Him, yeah. Oh, yeah, they definitely go for this light skin. Oh, man, please.
It's the way you said it.
They definitely, as soon as I saw the picture, I'm like, oh, yeah. This
shout out to TJ Holmes. But apparently TJ Holmes he be with the milk and magnesia, so you know.
I mean, so that's what he like. That's what he like.
You know that break the lady's hearts.
I'm telling you right now, y'all gonna be mad as fuck at Obama if that marriage fall through.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely bubble. He gonna pull up. He gonna pull up.
I know where he going. He going straight to the milk factory.
Tonight on CNN, Obama at his presidential library opening pulls up with Jennifer Aniston, formerly actress on the hit TV show Friends. Oh, the sisters gonna have a goddamn connection.
Like, yo,
they're gonna have a connection.
I see that coming a mile away. He going straight to the. I think he should go for younger, but that's just me.
What's going on, Doc?
Oh yeah,
man,
that's a good one. Anita
that's
Baker,
another. Yeah. I was about to say that too. Anita Baker. Yeah. To me, one of the best voices. So I mentioned her earlier. You didn't hear, but Toni Braxton, Anita Baker voice is. I haven't heard any person in her lane yet. I'm waiting to see who's going to be the next when I say nobody is in Sade's lane. Nobody's in Sade's lane. And when we say that, we're not saying somebody that's going to be exactly going to be like them, but like who's in their lane of like. How's the best way for me to put it? How's the best way for me to put it? Ugh. Nobody gives you Anita Baker, is what I'm saying.
No.
There's no. I don't see any R&B singer
that's gonna be the next Anita Baker. Less so, obviously, but that's in that lane in any way or respect. Because you could see you could see where Ruben Studdard could imitate Luther. He's not Luther, but you could see how he could imitate him. What I'm saying is, you don't see nobody in. There's a couple of people that you could see trying to imitate Whitney. You could see a couple of people trying to imitate Mariah. Well, I don't see nobody for Toni Braxton, as you were saying earlier. Line. I don't see nobody for Anita Baker. I don't see nobody for who else was our singers? Somebody background. Who else do I not see? What's other major artists? I don't see. Go ahead.
There's a name that doesn't. I don't know. She's not talked about enough. Her name is Sano Negra. I'm probably fucking her name all the way up. But her name is spelled Snoh. If you spell a name like that, you'll get her last.
Snow Allegra.
Yeah, Snow Allegra. She actually has a very sensual voice. I think this lady's voice is probably the closest I've heard to Sade. The closest.
Her song.
She
covered a couple of She covered a couple of songs.
But she has a very sensual, nice R&B.
Yep,
she really does.
She does.
But that's the closest I heard, though. But that's just me.
She did. She covered What She Won't Do for Love. That's a really good. She did a really good cover. It's really slow, nice, job. Melodic.
That was a good job.
She cute, light skin with the big forehead. I hear you. You know. So
hey man, I listen. I own up to my type. Yes, I don't give a fuck. You can call me a colorist. I own.
This nigga said, "I am the Rihanna. I'm in the Rihanna brigade of light skin with big forehead."
I swear to you, I'm not doing this on purpose. It just happens like that. Like I've been in a relationship.
It just happened. All right. Will's dad. Go ahead.
It just happened.
Hey, I understand.
But I've been with Brown. But here's the thing: it's like she's not disqualified because she's not light skinned. She's not. That's not a disqualification for me. It's not a requirement. But if she is, yes, I'm going to go for it.
So be it. Exactly.
I'm going to go. But I mean, but if she's not, it's not a knock if she's not. Because I've had relationships with brown skinned, dark skinned women. I don't have an issue. But I've always noticed that my longest relationships were with red bones.
Hey, listen, man. My longest relationships been with girls who need to, go jogging a little bit. Like I mean, that's just my type. I don't care. I mean,
like my
you said your longest relationship. Oh, okay.
My wife was a red bone.
Okay. My lady's light skinned. So I can't, can't even say that. People always be like, wait, for real, Z? I'm like, yeah, just because I be like Kelly rolling over Beyonce don't mean I don't have a light-skinned lady.
I don't the complexion thing though. It's just so why is it so
it's a complexion thing because of the women, not because of the men.
That's a women thing. It's not men.
That's a women thing. It's not the men.
That's a women thing. That's a women thing. It's a women thing.
Yeah.
Men don't
the most we do over here is make fun of niggas on some light-skinned shit, dark-skinned shit, joking.
Yeah,
but we never really mean that shit.
And that's one thing I don't get. I don't understand how women don't get that. It's not a skin tone thing. It's a hair thing. It's the hair we're looking at. It's more so the hair than her skin tone.
Yeah.
The way her hair...
it could be your weight too.
Yeah.
It could be your... Are you sure? Are you sure we ain't fucking with you because you dark-skinned? Or is it because you 260 pounds, bitch?
Yeah.
No. Hey, Z... It might not even be that. It might be because you an annoying ass bitch.
Well, say that.
Or that.
Hey, I think that trumps everything. That's actually that. It's that, and then the weight. Unfortunately, it's so funny. The black community, we're so backwards. It's that, and then the weight.
Niggas really ain't even tripping off the weight like that. Niggas,
and that's what I'm saying.
Z,
look, you're not supposed to say that out loud. You're not supposed to say that out loud.
Z, you know niggas ain't tripping off the weight like that.
I know that. You know that. Ron knows that. Lion knows that. But we not supposed to say that out loud.
And this is the thing.
Go ahead.
You got to tell them, bitch, you just annoying as fuck. Shut the fuck up sometimes.
Yeah.
But that's how.
See, that's why. Listen, my little bitties get mad at me because I tell them quick, shut the fuck up. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, man. I'll tell a bitch to shut up quick. Like, shut the fuck up.
I'm just saying, if the black community ends up on an island, I definitely want Kim Foster and G to be in a relationship.
Oh, but love to see that.
Oh
I
yeah,
need
she gonna
I need G.
listen. There ain't no police on the island. I bet you she gonna shut the fuck up. I'm not about to be listening to that
I'm
shit all day.
saying,
Bitch, shut the fuck up, bitch. I
no,
just told you to shut up.
look. I would send her to Rob, but I'm afraid Rob gonna end up in prison, so I can't do it. I can't
Well, like
do
I
it.
said, we said Stefco.
Listen, she gonna listen.
That ain't
Hey,
gonna be what she want.
AL already claimed Stefco was
hey
gonna be
Z.
the
Oh yeah,
funniest man in the league.
AL a wife Stefco. AL a wife Stefco.
Listen,
Yeah.
Which is
Nah, the
Z.
funniest
real quick,
This
G,
is
Stefco
the
was to
real
get with
quick.
BGS with though. I want to set
After you done
BGS up with
G,
somebody. That's the fun part.
after G, we got Rob. Go ahead, G.
Hey, listen, hey Rod. After I tell that bitch to shut the fuck up, I'm going to Lizzo house so she can shut up and talk to herself.
Hey, you see Lizzo losing weight though. Hey, she
No,
trying to get it
that's the
right.
point.
Yeah.
That's the point. I take Lizzo and I take Kim Foster and nigga Z. You gotta take old girl since you like them light skinned. You gotta take old girl that be
No,
talking shit.
I actually don't have a skin tone thing. I don't have a skin
I don't
preference
either.
for
I don't,
black women
nigga. I prefer.
at all.
I just like girls, nigga. I don't care what.
I
Nigga,
just
if she
think
cool to me, I
I
like
like what
her.
I
Nigga.
I'm
like.
saying.
My ideal world, I would have two, and it would be a slim with a bubble, super dark skin, and like thick shit, light skin. That's me.
Hey,
That's
in my ideal
how I
world, I would
operate.
have two. Listen, if I would have two too, I would have a fat chunky and a slim tender.
This nigga, what?
Yo, that
I gotta
nigga,
have both. I
he like that
gotta
nigga. He
have a
like that
fat
nigga
one
off
and a
of
skinny one.
he like that nigga
Go
off
ahead, bro.
of House Party 3, man. That like them fat chicks, man.
Hey, I
the
like
dude
fat chicks. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I tried to
Hey,
deny myself. Listen, I tried to deny myself and mess with a little small chick. I wasn't feeling that shit. I needed me a fat bitch
Hey,
again, bro.
hey, you
Hey
saying the
man, be
way better
yourself,
than me?
dog. Go ahead, be yourself, dog.
I
Enjoy
gotta be
yourself.
myself, bro. I gotta be
Be
myself,
yourself,
bro.
dog.
hey, look, shout out to From Africa came. He said, "Just leave me, Khadijah. We got you. We got you." Hey, like I said, I saw some of her pictures before the whole, where she went all the way over here with it, and she wasn't bad looking. I look, black women, I get it. Y'all get on y'all radical feminist stuff, and then y'all go all the way to the left. Y'all just fall off the goddamn table into the drain with the shit.
All the
But
way.
before that,
No,
you know, like
but you hold
yeah.
on.
Go
So
ahead.
I've been watching. I don't know if y'all have noticed, but a Different World is on Netflix,
Oh, I didn't
and
know that. Oh yeah.
oh man, it has been to see it as an adult. It hits completely different than when we watched it when we was younger.
It does, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, because you see a lot of like the similar dynamics that like we face, like you saw them
Mm-hmm.
facing, but back then there was much more maturity. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm.
what what Bill Cosby represented in terms of like the Cosby Show and A Different World, he had as far as the aesthetics, especially as far as women, like he had a whole range from the lightest to the darkest, and they
Mm-hmm.
all had equal value, just like he did on the Cosby Show. And so you see some of the social things, like stuff like as far as inner city stuff. You see those conversations take place within the show's dynamics, and you see like the dialogue amongst the people on the show be worked through, be thought. The writing was actually giving black people a way to actually see solutions through problems that we were facing through the dialogue of the characters on the show. And so one of the things I like about this too is that, and this is
Somebody mute
where
up your background.
this is where a lot
Go
of
ahead, keep it
people
going.
miss the importance of somebody like Bill Cosby. Like, because he was coming from the entertainment perspective, the stuff that you saw from the Hollywood stuff, as far as like the Weinsteins and people like that, you weren't going to get away with that type of stuff with Cosby. Matter of fact,
Mm-hmm.
Cosby got rid of Denise off of Different World specifically because she had a kid out of wedlock. He was
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
not he got rid of her because of that. So he was there to send a clear message, even though it was art, it was educational, because obviously his background, he had a PhD in education. So part of his PhD dissertation was Fat Albert. Fat Albert and some of the stuff he did on Sesame Street was used for his PhD dissertation. So you could see the intelligence in terms of the writing in a dialogue. You know, you saw
the intentionality.
You saw Whitley be a bougie chick, but you saw somebody like Dwayne Wayne, who was considered he would be considered like an educated lame now, but he came with that force later on and he put Whitley in her place, and she was all with it too.
Dwayne Wayne was that nigga for real.
Yeah, she used to call on the show. She used to call him daddy on the show. Like when they got together, she would call him daddy all the time. So
Dwayne Wayne was that nigga for real though.
Yeah, he was. He did not play. When he
started, he was that nigga.
Own,
he was educated, articulate, all that shit. He was all this shit.
And when you see these females, you see some of the most beautiful. I was, looking at the show, man, and I was like, damn, man, these women were really beautiful back in in the 90s, man. Just natural, beautiful chicks, man.
3 decades later.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
Hell, you look at all the shows. Look at Fresh, you go to Fresh Prince, all the beautiful women that came on.
Fresh Prince, Martin. You go to in Living Color. You go to even the joint with Queen Latifah and them. Loki had a thing for Maxine.
I had a thing. You talking about Living Color, right? I had a thing, but what was the chick's name that? She wasn't. I guess she was the quote unquote considered the not so smart one.
Oh, the airhead. You talking about Living Single? You think about Living Single?
Sinclair.
Yeah.
Sinclair,
everybody had a thing.
I had a thing for Sinclair.
Sinclair was a sweetheart.
I'll pipe the braids off of Maxine, but yeah.
Sinclair was, he's right. Sinclair
take Maxine down there.
Sinclair was
bro.
Sinclair
all through up and down there. For real.
Sinclair was the perfect type of thick.
No, I agree with Raw on this. I agree with Raw. We're just talking about a different era. And remember, our dads were still going through crap with them chicks too. Our older cousins were still going through crap with those women too. But it was a different type of. It was in this. This is goddamn post World War, goddamn apocalyptic fucking toxic wasteland that we going through.
Pretty
5.0.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
I think Ron's right.
The opportunity, niggas would gladly take the 90s back over this shit.
Easy.
I'll take that
easy.
90s shit.
Any day. And think about what we're saying. Extras are like, nigga, you don't want this, and we're like, nigga, you have no idea.
You have no idea. These conversations would go a whole lot easier if we were talking to those women then.
Because we're talking about older extras, though.
Yes, those women would at least listen. Different world type chicks, Cosby type chicks, Martin type chicks. Those women would actually fucking listen, and it wouldn't go off the rails as opposed to now. You can't talk to Yanni.
No, it's gone.
You can't talk to Yanni.
Yanni's cool.
Yeah, if you pick the chick now, if you're an extra and you pick the chick now around your age and watch Different World with her, she probably see how stupid she is.
Most likely.
For real. I would suggest dudes do that shit. Hey, let's watch Different World. And just watch that shit together.
They wouldn't watch they wouldn't watch Different World because they wouldn't watch Different World, Rod, because it ain't ratchet.
If you can get them to watch it for just the first maybe 2 seasons, they'll start realizing damn, because they'll be looking at themselves. It'll be like a time capsule, and they'll be like, damn.
I don't know. I turned in my Keisha card. I turned in my.
Let me play this for Raw real quick. Raw, this is our moms at least knew how to humble beg or humble ask. This is how they asking now.
Niggas be so quick to let me take you on a trip. Let me take you on a trip. Pay a fucking bill. Pay a bill. Pay a goddamn bill.
Always begging. Damn.
Can we get on the phone? No, get on the phone with billing. Don't talk to me. Talk to billing.
I'm gonna play it again because it didn't start the right way. Let me play it again because it didn't start the right way.
Niggas be so quick to let me take you on a trip. Let me take you on a trip. Pay a fucking bill. Pay a bill. Pay a goddamn bill.
Always begging. Damn.
Can we get on the phone? No, get on the phone with billing. Don't talk to me. Talk to billing.
Nah,
see,
see,
hold on,
nah,
but
see,
this
you
is
gotta
Bro, they
follow that up.
starving, and this is how they ask it. Go,
After that,
hold on,
see,
go,
nah, you
real
gotta
quick.
follow that
Let's
up
let
with
Rob
the
got it,
intercourse.
and then you got a line.
hold on. This is what they
I will
see.
go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
Most females don't understand the purpose of dating for guys, and this is where I say the dishonest prostitution comes in. Guys date for sex. That is the purpose of dating for guys. Guys don't date for love. Now, if you courting for marriage, then you're courting for the purpose of marriage. So obviously love is a part of that. But if you're dating, when a guy decides to part with his money, he's ultimately looking for sex in return. He's not a charity. He's not a nonprofit. He's not taking you out for a meal because he just loves your personality. He's ultimately expecting to blow that back out. Now, if your purpose is to, because a lot of times when these females are quote unquote dating, they're not looking for a man to be with. They're looking for a daddy. So you got the guys who are looking for sex, because that's how it used to be. When guys used to take out females for like kicking it, like let's go out. It was kind of understood from chicks from the most part back in the day that sex was expected. So now it's, well, I got responsibilities, I got bills. Well, you're in the game under false pretenses, and you're wondering why you're getting the response, because you're not going to get that from random guys to pay your bills. Like, and I hate to burst a lot of dudes' bubble too. A lot of dudes, unfortunately, who have dated, they have done that unknowingly. You know what I'm saying? They have paid bills for chicks, not knowing that they were dealing with multiple dudes. Just like dudes that have 4 or 5 chicks in a rotation, a chick could have 10 dudes in a rotation and only be having sex with maybe 1 or 2 of those dudes. So you got 2 conflicting goals as it relates to quote unquote dating. Dating overall is for sex, and courting is for marriage. So the problem is that these dishonest prostitutes, who really should be telling you up front, like the chicks on Instagram telling you like it's for some money, they're not wanting to put it out there like that, because they know if they did put it out there like that truly and fully, you wouldn't take them serious. And they need for guys to try to have this notion of taking these females seriously for you to stay as involved with them as a lot of guys do. And that's what messes up a lot of dudes, because they give them too much credit when they're really a secret prostitute who just don't want to be honest about it.
Nah,
Hey,
not no more.
Ron, what would you real quick? Let me ask Ron a question, and then Line got it, and then you got Vince. What would you call when the ladies say, "If you want to link me, hit my Cash App"?
If a female tells you that, if a female tells you that, oh, she got no respect for you. She think you a clown.
There you go.
She think you're a clown.
There you go.
That's what it is.
Go ahead.
She thinks you're a clown.
Go ahead, Line, and then you got a Vince. Go ahead.
Nah, I mean, well, that's the thing. Women want to do prostitute acts, but they don't want to do the prostitute act. They want to get paid like prostitutes, but they don't want to provide the service of a prostitute.
That's why I call them dishonest prostitutes.
We were speaking about this on Roger's channel once, where he was saying he know a couple of LGBTQ black women, and they say like, hey, when it's time to do sexy time, the other ladies ain't trying to do what they supposed to do. I'm like, yeah, because they don't see you like that. They want safety net. They don't actually want to do what it takes to have the safety net, even when it's you as probably a more male presenting woman. You're coming with the check, in other words, let's call it thing. They burnt bridges with dudes. They got no choice but to go over there to the ladies, and the ladies are like, well, are you gonna do what you need to do to get this check? And they don't even want to do that. Well, damn.
They're making studs actually go back to dudes.
Wow.
They're making studs go back. I've seen videos come through my feed of this. Like, these females are always hungry.
Yeah, I've seen.
They always got their hands out. They always want you to buy something for their kids. I'm to the point now. I'm about to go back to dudes. I've seen videos like that.
And let me play for y'all this, because you in Texas Raw, Leon is in Texas. I'm gonna play y'all favorite Texonian. Oh, hysterical! And here you go with the most I don't give a fuck. And ain't nobody gonna make me give a fuck ass woman. Here you go.
Decenter men. This is not coming from a place of hurt, trauma. This is coming from a place of peace and happiness. And I just remember when I used to go out, and I used to just go out just to have a good time, laugh, great conversations, and just being a personality. My personality wasn't about getting a man. It was just about having fun. And I just want to get back to that. I just want to get back to me. And I'm tired of social media. I'm wanting to decenter men, decenter social media. And I just want to just be about me. I want to be selfish and self-centered as an ex-people pleaser, because everything nowadays is about getting a man, keeping a man, having a man's baby. And it's just too much. And I'm just getting nauseous. Just thinking about it. There has to be more to life than just men. And so now that I have these men in my life, I find myself actually having a good time. I go out in social settings. The objective isn't to get numbers, to get a man, to get a date. It's just to have great conversation. And I've been enjoying myself. I have. I'm flirting. I'm having amazing conversations.
Converse with
people,
these.
and I'm just keeping it at that. And I like that. I feel in control, and I like how I have this I don't give a fuck attitude, and it's just very freeing. Whereas before, it was all about getting a man and hanging around women that wanted to go out just to get attention and to get a man. And it's just so exhausting. But now I actually go out. I'm actually having a great time. And
you don't look convincing.
I love it here, actually. I'm just tired of these videos. It's a man, it's a woman telling you, get a man, you need a man. You're gonna die alone. And I like being alone. I like it. It's peaceful. And this decentering men thing, I think it's necessary because a lot of women are exposing themselves to like temporary relationships just because they're listening to people online. And I don't know, I think it's kind of cute. I think it's funny because I'm a woman that actually enjoys being alone, right? I enjoy my aloneness. I think it's funny because some women feel like they're one-upping you because they have a temporary relationship. And I'm like, but your relationship is temporary. Even the women with rings, your marriage is temporary. Like, it's not lasting.
You sound like a hater.
It didn't last. A lot of women are in situationships, temporary relationships, friends with benefits, temporary relationships. They're just in these temporary relationships because social media is telling them that they need a man, or they should get a man, or hurry up, girl, better get your man before you hit the wall. It's like, it's just too much. And now I have moved to a space where I don't give a fuck.
Here you go, right here, go.
I don't give a fuck. And it feels so good because I just don't give a fuck. And nobody is going to force me to give a fuck. And I like it. And another thing, when it comes to this decentering men, I have embraced my masculine. I've embraced my feminine side. I've embraced my light feminine. I've embraced my dark feminine. I've embraced all of myself. And I love that for me.
Cool.
Rob, what the hell you got to say about that?
Cool.
Go ahead.
This is the broad we make sign up for selective service. This is the broad that I encourage to go buy that house so you can babysit the kids of these nuclear families. You don't care? Cool. We don't need it. We gonna find use for you though. We gonna find use for you.
Line.
Cool.
Line.
Cool.
I'm not leaving my kids with that woman.
Hey, no, that's crazy.
Let me say this. I never, real quick, line. I never heard Vince sound like that. Vince said, no, I ain't leaving my kids with that woman.
Hey, no,
I never heard Vince sound like that.
I understand completely. I know he meant that shit. I'm like, yo, I'm not leaving my kids.
Oh, man. No, hey, real quick before you go, G, because I know G gonna go on a little go.
We gotta find you for her, though.
Rob, what do you think about when she said, I don't give a fuck, and nobody gonna make me give a fuck? Bro, her voice, somebody said in the comments the first time I ever played it, they were like, boy, the octave in her voice, boy, her voice got deep like a motherfucker. I'm like, bro.
Deep as a motherfucker. Yeah, it did.
Damn sure did, though.
God damn, bro. I mean,
sure did.
But, man.
See, guys.
And after this, we'll have Leon. Go ahead.
See, guys, black men have to understand that everything that you've been taught, from boomer generation on about females is a fucking lie. Okay? Like, a lot of the stuff that you believe, you got to look at the opposite of it. You know what I'm saying? And so whenever a female talks like this, whenever she's so forceful, you know, in saying what this particular female was talking about, it's the absolute opposite of what she's saying. That motherfucker hurting. She be at home crying in the bed every night. She be online, trying to be in white dudes DMs, trying to see if they interested in black women. I saw this when I was on Facebook. I saw females. I was on pages where guys from other races would come onto pages that I would frequent, and they would expose dudes from other races that would expose the black females who would run to them. They'd be in the chat like arguing and talking crap to us. And then they will go to non-black men and be begging them and be saying like, black men don't want us and they don't value us. And, you know, I just wanting to see if you would give us a chance. I'm talking about, I saw countless dudes do this and expose the very chick that'll be in a chat in a page arguing with you, like talking all that shit. I mean, talking cash shit to you, and then be crying to non-black men how much we don't want them. That's what this chick is doing.
And
She's doing the
Rael,
same thing.
you know what else they be doing? They be in weird little trick boyfriend, daddy, girlfriend situations with the white dudes. Anytime they get into a bind, they have a white dude that they can call and have sex with and get money from.
Yep.
And they be in the weird.
So Nate is actually a white dude? I'm in a bind, Nate. So Nate is actually a wow, no.
Yep, Nate is a white dude. So think about it. They in a relationship with a brother that's having problems because of white supremacy. He having problems keeping a good job, or he don't make as much money, and he got other responsibilities he got to take care of. Then they got this other white dude where he married and shit, but he got hella money. They go sleep with him, and he give them all the money they need, and they go do that. Then they pop back up on a nigga like, you ain't shit. You ain't shit. That's what's going on.
Absolutely.
Kev Murray said not on. Nate, but Nathan. Oh, man. I'm in a bind, Nathan.
No, listen, man. These women, listen, that's why they don't never want you to get a hold of their phone, bro. Women talk that shit about, man, that woman, she won't give up her phone. No. They talk all that shit. They do not want that phone to get give up.
Well, I'll say this. That's a game, though. See, that's a game. Because, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I proposed this years ago to a chick I was dealing with. You know what I'm saying? And I said to her, I said, look, if you don't trust me, I said, I give you permission to go on my phone. You know, she turned me down. This is a black chick. She turned me down. And
because you would go through her phone.
Exactly.
No,
she already knew.
No. I said I wouldn't. I told her I wouldn't. And I told her to her face, I said the reason why I wouldn't do it, I said, because you ain't gonna make me into no bitch. That's why. See, that's what bitches do. And typically bitches who want to go on your phone are the type of females who don't deserve you. So they're looking for an excuse to try to blame you.
To exit.
A chick that's a chick that's really treating you the way that you're supposed to be treated as a man ain't got no guilt that she's feeling. Because she's treating you the right way. She don't need to go in your shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never felt the need to go in a female shit, period. And matter of fact, I was with a chick one time, her ex-boyfriend had sent her a text message. And I think I had damaged my phone. So I was talking to my brother on her cell phone. And the phone buzzed, and I saw the message because the way it when it buzzed, it showed the message too. So it ain't like I looked through the message. And her ex said to her, "Hey, your ex said send him some pictures." After I was finished with the call.
Mm.
I said, yeah, your ex said send him some pictures, and I gave her back her phone. I walked off, and I wanted to prove to her like it don't matter what you do, it ain't gonna phase me like that. And see, that's where a lot of men have to be. Like, it's not that you don't care, but you just don't care enough to lose your shit over this chick, because it ain't worth it. Like, cause at the end of the day, like that will just be having you think with a lack mentality. You
You
don't
said what
need
you
to
did?
have
You
that kind
walked
of
away?
mentality. Right, right. And that actually hurts them even more when you actually see that they are not as good as they like to proclaim they are, and you see it. Oh man, that's like daddy seeing his daughter do some dumb shit and she just disappoints daddy. Like, it's the most. If I would put my finger on it, I would say that a lot of the vitriol that we hear from black females is kind of like from that daddy perspective. Like, I've disappointed you so much and I'm ashamed, but I just don't want to own up to the shame. I think that's what a lot of it is.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Let Leon go real quick, and we gonna end out in a minute. Go. What's up going on, Leon?
Damn, I'm late as hell. I
Um,
saw you live. I just got off work.
No,
Um,
I kind of like this was random. I think I only gave like about maybe 40 minutes warning, 45 minutes warning, and then but I usually start late, so I started a little bit later because I had to meet up with some with reckless. So yeah, at the time I was reckless, so I had to meet up with somebody. I
yeah,
ain't gonna tell y'all who, but yeah, ain't gonna incriminate myself, but yeah. So yeah, what's going on
yeah,
with you?
man, about to get some Chick-fil-A real quick, snack on something. But I think when I came in, the brother was talking about dating versus courting, and I brought that up a few times, and I brought it up to keep it 100. And Maggie, it's like the list of articles that you can read from the '60s when this situation started surfacing. They're all interesting to read, and they break down the difference. And dating is about adventures and not being in your community where you seek out other people. And it's accelerated. And what you find is the parents never liked it. It was something from the free market. They acknowledge it. They were well aware of it, and it just took over like anything else. Um, when it comes to women's behavior, it's opportunity. Being an opportunist, having something to fall back on, and it just sits there and it continues, and they just keep on doing it. So I don't too much worry about it. It's you already know what you're being set up for, and I mean you have the choice to play along or do whatever you got to do. And it is what it is. These chicks ain't changing. That's why I tell y'all SYSBM, date outside, find whatever you need to find. Y'all don't have to tolerate it. Those
Let me
are
say this real quick. Guy Incognito, there you go. There go your solutions. Guy Incognito earlier asked what are the solutions. I was like, well, if you could meet a black woman worth a damn, grab her hand and run for your life. If not,
yeah.
SYSBM, passport bros. Because to be frank, if for the black men that do engage with women who clearly show red signs, black women in specific, you gonna get put through there. You're going to end up in divorce court. You're going to end up having the child weaponized against you. You are going to end up possibly in jail or prison. You or victim of hit and run. Like that is going to happen. It's going to
Yeah.
happen, bro. So,
And
I had this conversation with a coworker real quick. I had this conversation with a coworker where I was like, bro, once I see the red signs, I'm done. I can't have an erection that's hard enough for me to still want to engage. Once I see the red signs, I'm gone, bro. Y'all, other brothers, y'all engage anyway because what you want to do to her and what you see, bro. Once I see the red signs, bro, I'm done. It's over. Turn off. Right? Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. So I was chilling with the social worker today at my job, and she had some ladies in her office, and let me order this, and I'll tell y'all because this is white worship at the biggest extreme. But I'm gonna order this meal real quick, then I'm gonna tell y'all the story. The short.
This nigga, he getting his goddamn Chick-fil-A and he putting us on hold while he getting the damn Chick-fil-A. Which, by the way, have some of the best hospitality in the world.
Well,
Some of the best services in Chick-fil-A.
I'll say this though, right? About the parents not liking the dating thing. I could understand that because it's kind of also saying that y'all don't make good decisions. And I think that's always been the overtone when we look at movies and stuff. Like, remember Soul Plane when the dad ain't like Kevin Hart's character?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's always been that because it's the strive for autonomy versus making good decisions. Like that's why
Homegirl is fine as hell too. She's always been fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying that I think. Like for me, in my opinion, I do think dating was never really the best idea. And that's why we those strive for autonomy, making good decisions is the reason why people have 3 or 4 kids with 3 or 4 different people and stuff like that. Like it subverts family building.
I mean, well, that's the price, but that's what goes with autonomy. The problem is here's another thing about hypergamy. You know the price of hypergamy? Autonomy.
And I'm about to get into that.
That's the price.
I'm sitting down with the therapist, the social worker, and a few other ladies, and they have some. They're Nigerian women, and one of them, her husband was in the army, and so that's how she got to America. And she was talking about Africa and South Africa. And she's like, they want to get rid of the white people, but these black rulers are so corrupt and da 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 da. And I'm kind of looking at her class, and it's like, yo, you are of the 10%. You know what I'm saying? You are of the 10% that live in decent places, while the other people on the other side live under bridges. And she was talking about South Africa and like the level of British white worship. Even the white lady was looking at her like, "Are you serious?" And she was like, you have to keep the white people there because these people are bad and this and that. And I'm sitting there I'm like, I love
Leon, have
Africa.
you ever seen the video? Have you ever seen the video of and it makes you want to throw up, the African dude who's talking to the white folks, and he's like, Africa would be nothing without you, and the white man is the one that make Africa this and da da da. Bruh, I wanted to fly through the screen and Liu Kane kick him right in the face. It's like, dude, it's like and by the way, y'all, the video I'm talking about, he's like low-key hounding them. He's like walking behind them and like Africa would be nothing but it's the white man that do this and the white man, and you like, bro, oh, you really on that white worship thing? Like this, I haven't seen more blatant cooning ever in America. Like, understand what I'm saying? Look, Jesse Lee Peterson, name the person you think is the super coon. You ain't never seen nothing worse than what I'm talking about. If you haven't seen it, it's the worst. Go ahead, Leah. Go ahead.
It bothered me because it's like you're well aware. I said, Africa has so many engineers that aren't staying in Britain and in Europe anymore, and they're going back to Africa. I was like, what their ordeal is now is this tribalism that they still hold. I said, if America gives one of the groups guns, I said if Britain gives one of the group guns, and if Russia gives any of the groups guns, and they continue to kick the white people out, I was like, they're going to start a civil war. But at the end of the day, you need those engineers and all those guys that continue living, not go to war. So I was like, they're going to have to end their tribalism and utilize systems, or otherwise they're going to have to continue using European systems like banking and everything else. But she was so hyper focused on like, when you go to the British side, it's beautiful, it's this, and it's like the same thing with the fucking purses and the luxury items. It's like y'all truly have a level of fucking white worship that is cringing. And the social worker is sitting there listening, and she was like, okay, she's like, those people have places to go. They can come to America or they can go to Europe. It's and she was just listening. And I was sitting there I could have said a lot more, but I just let the lady talk because it was cringing. It was She was talking about the part of Nigeria she's from in South Africa, and you know the Zulus, and these groups are they're bad and all this, and they're not going to help. She got into the president that passed away. What's his name? Light skinned brother, um,
Hmm.
from South Africa. You know what I'm talking about?
Mandela?
Mandela. Yeah, she got into
Yeah.
Mandela Mandela and say it was good, but after he died, you have all these, and it's like it's blatant tribalism. It's like as long as you give these people weapons, that's what's going to happen. I was like, you have people interfering in the country. They want to build factories, and she brought up that Nigeria they're building a refinery so they don't have to do it with Britain. But the thing is, it's continuous that you worship Britain so fucking much that you can't even look that the people that interfere in your culture and created all this shit is from Britain, but you love them, you
That
worship them.
I would
It's
argue when you dealing with people with mindsets like that, when they find stuff that like when they find out stuff like that, it turns them on even more.
yes,
When you're
it
dealing with
does.
people like that, when they see the instead of having contempt for it, instead of them thinking how dare you, instead of them thinking about the possibilities if it wasn't for white European interference in the internal affairs of whatever tribe, whatever country, they don't think about the possibilities of like where we could have been positively. They look
Yeah,
at that and they're like, oh, the white man's power, oh, right,
look at the
and
beauty of his
it's
neighborhoods and
sickening, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, it's sickening. It's look, she talked about it. I'm just sitting there listening. I asked her a question and she would just go off. She would continue. And like I didn't say anything to say, hey, you're wrong. I just let her just say it in front of white women. The social worker's wife, because she sit down and asked me questions about certain things. She had issues where she could not get guys approved for health assistance. And I was like, it's males that's not getting approved, right? She said, yeah. I was like, males don't have babies. So there's literally like 120 to 150,000 for illegal women because they can have a child in the state and that's another child. But the guys, they're not going to approve them. It's get your bootstraps. And she just be like, yo, this is messed because she asks me questions and I just tell her the truth. And as we were sitting down, she was listening, and I was like, yeah, people with the mindset like this is truly the reason Africa is never going to get ahead. It's not even the first thing of tribalism. It's literally the worship of Britain. Shit is
No,
fucking crazy.
I do see Africa getting ahead. I think
Yeah.
it's going to be a mixture of Western Africans that move back and the Africans that are there. I
Oh
think
yeah, because
when you have a number of brothers and sisters that came here, went to school, maybe spent a few years here, maybe the ones that went spent a few years in Britain or a few years in Canada, and they really appreciate how white folks are moving out here. They get back home, they connect with their cousins who were still staying on the family's land. They inform them, hey, look, bruh, there is no compromising. They're trying to take advantage. They will always try to take advantage. There is no other way. They don't know how to cooperate. They don't know how to be one with the earth. They only know how to exploit. And when for me, you gotta kill hope. Because a lot of people of color got hope that you can negotiate with these people. Ain't no negotiation. Go talk to the Native
Yep.
Americans if you don't. Right?
Yep.
Ain't no negotiation. So yeah, go ahead.
Mrs. G, I wanted to say that. I wanted, but I just let her go, and I just asked her a random question, and she's talking about it. Like I said, she's a nurse, like master's degree nurse, whatever, and she's going, and Stacy is just looking at her and just listening, and she's bringing up the corruption, and it's like if I said if you give a group weapons, then you isolate the other group for so long. Because I know what goes on. I know the people that live on the other side,
You get
their
Rwanda. You get
situation,
Rwanda. That's
you
what you get.
get Rwanda. I was like, so I talked to Menzi, he's Zulu. I talked to this guy, he's mixed race, and the tribalism between them is just fucking crazy. It's crazy. It's like y'all might as well just mix in and call it a day to where y'all just,
No.
two
When you
groups
start
or
dealing with the
something.
tribalism across the
Yeah.
world, people look, this is one thing you gotta appreciate. White folks supersede everyone's tribalism. Black people
Hmm.
are beneath everyone's tribalism. That's the way
Yes.
these people view themselves and the world in their relation to white and to black. And so
Hmm.
these people will know the white man is screwing over all of them and still beef with each other, and both of them get wiped out by the same goddamn gunboat, right?
Yeah. While
Like it's
simultaneously one group
fascinating.
gets
Yeah.
oil and they get education and they get everything else and they look down on the other groups, and it's like you're getting it because of European interference, and that
Yeah.
you agree and you align with some concepts. Y'all wear fucking blonde hats, wigs, and fucking court
Oh
with
yeah, yeah.
stockings
Y'all
on.
still y'all still wearing wigs, the fucking 18th century goddamn judge wigs. The fuck is wrong with you? Like, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And I
That
see her like that, but I didn't act aggressive. I just kept on getting her to talk about it. It's just like just seeing the
how
level
would
of
the white
worship.
women that were there? How would they? How? What was their facial expression? Did they any of them say anything or snarky or kind of underhanded? Like, what would the white women that were there? What would they? What was the whole vibe with them?
No, see, white women just sit down and listen, and they were just interested in, her story of, how she got to America. She's been here for 25 years, her experience. And I was saying, yeah, one of my cousins, he was going out to Nigeria, and I was like, yo, just go to Ghana, bro, and have a good time. And she's like, yeah, Ghana has the same issues because she don't like the Ghanaian people anyway.
Of course not.
She doesn't like them anyway. And she just kept on going. I was like, if America, and I told her, we were talking about the Middle East previously, and I was like, look, the Middle East used to be a beautiful place. Women didn't have to wear hijabs. There was no, over religious rule. Saddam
Yeah.
Hussein kept a lot of that in check. But then, America comes in and interferes, and they elect people to rule with that are extremists, and then they're interfering in a culture for 20 plus years. I was like, if you leave those people alone for 50 years, you don't sell them any weapons. Russia doesn't sell them any weapons. Britain doesn't sell them any weapons. America doesn't sell them any weapons. You're gonna come back 50 years, and it's gonna be a whole different culture. But as long as we
What ends up
interfere, you're gonna
happening?
see these extremes.
I agree because what ends up happening is the U.S. goes in there, topples a leader or help to topple a leader. That leader come in with the
Hmm.
pseudo democratic crap. They're not really that, but they come in with that so they allow for the women to drive and to vote and to go to school. Okay, cool.
Hmm.
And with that comes certain quote unquote liberties. But
Hmm.
because of the way that person was installed, there's growing resentment. That person
Hmm.
becomes more and more authoritarian. I'm looking at you,
Yep.
Shaw. And then so when the snapback happens, you have 1979 Iran when the freaking Ayatollah
Yes,
come in, and it's put the burqas on, bitch.
but
Yeah.
that's
Right? Go
but
back at home,
That's what
go
they
back into the
explain.
kitchen and put the burqas on. Go ahead.
But that's
Yep.
but from a military perspective, that's what we always do because the person we're bringing in can be more easily controlled and we can get more resources out of them as opposed to the person
Hmm.
that who's already there
Yeah,
because
but
it's
that's the
easier.
same interference as Africa, though.
Yeah,
And they,
it
but
is.
when once you give something to the women, it's like it's it's just like automatic brainwashing once you introduce them to that because you're giving them something that 98% of the population doesn't get. So it becomes a new standard, and you keep on doing it. Then you bring up women's rights, you bring up all this, and then it's like previously, before these people interfere, y'all had a beautiful country, but now you're looking at 2025 technology or 2014 technology that's introduced to you, and it becomes the standard. You know what I'm saying? And it's like
Mm-hmm.
if
Yeah,
y'all have what you need, but you worship these people, and literally, if your guys produce these factories and all this type of stuff, you're still gonna hate them because you have
I
this
think
worship of
Africa's
these
next up
people.
after Asia.
No,
Oh, they
Africa's
are.
next
They
up
are.
after Asia, but they
It's
gotta
going to
they
be a
gotta
war,
fix that
though.
tribalism. Yeah, yeah, no,
It's
that's what
going
I'm
to be a
saying.
war.
Exactly. They're
And that's what I
yeah,
said.
they gotta fix their tribe because if they don't fix Africans really think that tribalism is helping them, and it's not.
It's not.
It's not.
Yeah.
You
And
don't live
that's what
in
I told
that
her.
world anymore. You're not living in
Yeah.
that world. When you look at the Europeans, they were forced to, but they put because they were at the brink of murking each other off during World War II, and God forbid, then the nukes came into play. They had to get it together, right? When you look
Hmm.
at white folks, you look at this kind of pan. I'm saying this. I actually should have asked BGS this. Next time I hear from BGS, I'm gonna ask him. Does he think that there's kind of a pseudo pan Asian thing going on right now? Because Xi just met with a
Yeah,
bunch
there
of
is.
Southeast Asians, huh?
Yes, there is. Like I told you about Steve, my boy Steve. He's from South Korea.
Yeah,
You know,
but I mean,
he's
like
the first
in the
generation.
East, because Japan, South Korea, and China decided to levy tariffs back on the U.S.
Yeah.
coordinated, right? And then Xi just met with a bunch of Southeast Asian leaders. So I'm like, hey, Xi, are you doing a Pan Asian thing right now, bruh?
It's going on. It's going on. But see, how
Hey,
Steve used it is we were slaves of Japan, and they
mhm.
basically took our women. They they uh
This
they
is
did
facts.
adoption agencies for our children. They used us as slave labor. But then you have China. It's like we have a country because we align with America. Even as they were blowing us up during the Cold War, we sided with
Yeah,
them.
yeah,
They
yeah.
took all our educated class and assimilated them into America. That's why I'm here.
Hmm.
That's his stance on it. He's like, but as our alignment with America depletes, who are we're gonna get assimilated.
Yeah,
And
they
he's
gotta
like,
realign.
yeah, he said, we truly don't want to be part of China because we want to be our own independent, but then the how we structured our society is through extreme forms of labor. He's like, so if we change that, then we alter our future, but then our population keeps on declining. So he's like, I think we're gonna assimilate into China eventually. He's like,
Nah,
there's
what Korea need what would behoove Korea is to find some way to handle what's his name in North Korea, merge the
they're gonna
countries back in,
assimilate with him.
yeah, merge
Yeah,
the countries
he said that.
back in, and that way you have the whole North to develop. That's going to take a couple decades,
Yeah,
and
and that's what I
you could,
said. You
yeah,
can
yeah.
use.
Mhm.
I told him you can use North Korea since they're more socialist, is to keep your foundation of family together because they have the
Mhm.
foundation of family there. And if somebody leaves, then you're totally disconnected from your family. I said, but what
Hey,
y'all did was y'all took your elite classes and your educated classes
mhm.
and they came to America. So your people don't have anybody to watch the kid while they're working 16 fucking hours a day.
Well, wait, here goes something too. Well, now let me tell you what will happen. The second North and South Korea merge, those North Korean dudes are gonna run to them country ass North Korean women. Those South Korean dudes are going to
Yeah.
run. South Korean women
Yes.
are going to be fucked. They are going to
No,
be
no.
run because that birth rate is already going to the crapper. The second they would emerge, oh man, hey, South Korean women, it's over, bro.
Yeah.
It is
It's it's
over.
it's no, it's not actually the South Korean women's fault. It
Mhm,
was like when think about it. So Steve's mom came, his grandma came. You have so many of your educated family come to the United States because there was bombs being dropped on their head. And so when you take,
mhm,
then you have all the adoptions of, taking the kids away from their family. You have interference from America. You have interference from Japan. And so you broke down a
mhm.
whole bunch of family lines. And then it's like the women in South Korea, they work 14, 16 hours a day. And they don't have a mom because she's in America or she's dead. And so you have no
Mhm, mhm,
socialist system because you're on an American system that treats you like slave labor to produce shit.
mhm.
So the end result is they're asking for something that that they would have to change their system and justify it, but they're not in the position to do it yet. But if they add North Korea and they become one again, you have a surplus of people. Like we seen North Korea videos. a whole family living in a household, whole family. Grandma, great grandma, grandpa's there, cousins are there. If they assimilate that and assimilate in those families, then they have something that actually works.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, and how Steve felt. He was like, they more aligned with getting back with North Korea and mending those situations that made it into two countries, and working with China. But when I say they hate Japan, they
Oh yeah,
totally
no,
hate
Japan did all of them dirty. China, North and South Korea. It's a couple of other East Asian countries
Japan.
I'm thinking about. But yeah, no, they did them Southeast Asian countries. They did them dirty. So
Yeah,
yeah.
and
So
there's like a correlation between it, because the worship that these Africans have is the same worship that South Koreans have for America, because they feel like that's their savior from not assimilating with Japan and not assimilating with China. They said that middle ground is they were getting bombs dropped on them. By them aligning with America, they were able to have their own country and call it South Korea, where Koreans don't want people to assimilate unless they're white, because it's like if a white woman or white guy comes in, they will assimilate those people in, or they will marry in with those people, just because they feel like they're the reason, they're our saviors. It's a savior complex.
mm,
And I see the
I,
same thing with Nigerians and certain Africans.
mm, mhm.
It's just interesting.
No, I think you're right. No, I think
Is
you're
it
right.
the
I think
savior complex or the Stockholm syndrome?
no, it's
Well,
power.
I don't,
It's
I
proximity.
don't, it's
I would say that.
proximity. It's proximity, and not only proximity. It's like I said, if America did not give them the ability to do trade, to produce, or whatever, they would be slaves to Japan still. And if America didn't give them that position to have their own, they would have assimilated and poor labor for China. So it's like now the only reason they have their own country is because America utilized them in their position. That's literally why they only have their own country. If America didn't play a part, they would be China.
No, I agree with that.
So they worship
But let
him.
me
So
do
they
this.
worship him.
Black Uru, you coming in mad late? I'm about to end out.
No, shut it down. I just saw you guys were up, and I
Oh,
thought
okay.
I would just
So
holler at
he
you.
said, "Shut it down." Okay, so you already know Black Uru. I'm doing a stream tomorrow, probably, because I don't think it's gonna be reckless, but it ain't gonna be that reckless. So I'm gonna do a stream, but I don't know what I want to cover. I kind of want to go political. I'm thinking. But the tariff thing is fun. No, it's not.
I love it.
And I think that's where I'm gonna go with it. The tariff thing and the back and forth, and we might get off of the black female fuckery. Shout out to Obsidian and talking about something more serious.
Well, did you? I
Yeah.
sent you a video where you have Tracy Ellis Ross.
I saw
Yeah.
it. I saw it.
I saw the
I saw.
snippet. I
Yeah,
saw
we.
that
Yeah,
snippet.
yeah.
I
But
mean, ain't nothing to
the
say to that
fucking
except like, yo, like you. That's what happens when
bitch, you're
like
Diana Ross's daughter.
you're a
to me,
60-year-old woman. Like, what do you? You're a 60-year-old woman. That's what happens when. This is what happens when you're at the mercy of men's nature, and especially men who earn as much or more than you. They
She should
don't
have
want a
been married forever
60-year-old
ago,
woman.
man. That's on her, bro. That's on her.
You're a
That's on her.
60-year-old woman. Nobody wants you.
let's think about who this woman is. This woman is the daughter of one of the most
Of a rich
famous and
Jewish guy.
successful, and one of the most famous and successful black women of the last 60 years, right?
Yes.
She has had every opportunity and she's a rather attractive woman. I mean, she's obviously aging now, but presumably she's been pretty her whole life, and good and light-skinned it, and is half small hat.
There's a saying for that, Black
What
Uru.
opportunities has she not had to
But
find men
there's a
and
saying for
choice
that.
men? She's had
Wait, real quick, Lauren.
opportunities to be able to find beyond high value men, right? This was a woman who probably was hanging out with Michael Jackson and all those kind of folks, right? You know, because of proximity of her mother. So there was no opportunity for her. She was not denied the opportunity to men that we hear and witness many other black women would complain of. There was no shortage of high value men, wealthy men, famous men, successful men, on and on and on. Her mother was a movie star and a music star, right? But yet she complains she cites her inability to find a suitable mate and co-parent, etc., because of toxic masculinity.
No, it ain't that. It's because you're pretty until you start talking.
I'm saying what she's saying, though. I'm talking about what she's saying. We're not talking about what the truth is.
What we know, anyway.
Yeah. I'm saying this is just how polluted. Now she's a Gen Xer. She is the first child of second wave feminism. That's when most of she got the full brunt of the fuckery of the language and the manipulation of that 70s child, right? Where it first started, where all of the division and separation of black boys in particular and black girls, and the girls are this, and the girls are special, and the girls should be protected, and on and on and on. And the fact that she's on a television show being featured by a former first lady, you know, and that kind of stuff is able to get off. It really just kind of speaks to the depth of the rot.
Your dad is small hat. If the problem is Gen X men, then you should fine, Gen X black men. She didn't say anything about race, true. With that, just should have ended up with a small hat then.
Oh well.
No. The small hats don't want her because
we know
she's still black.
You gotta really pay attention to small hats.
That is actually not true. There is a phenomenon of small hats marrying the children of famous black women. Donna Summers married her children off to small hats. Eartha Kitt, all of them. What's her name? Lena Horne married her daughters. Famous. Her daughter was married to one of the biggest directors or screenwriters. Was small hat. There's an actual pipeline of that. No, there was some, and in fact, she has married siblings and have siblings. So no, it is about
That's
her.
true. That's true. That's true.
It is about her
That's
in
true.
particular.
But her brother was the one that was on ATL with T.I. Yep.
Her brother married what's
I
her
think she has
name?
two brothers. Yeah. Simpson's daughter, Simpson's sister. Simpson's sister. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Ashley Simpson. I think that's her name. Ashley Simpson.
One of them, yeah.
Jessica Simpson.
So those people get chose by small hats. That particular class of people do marry small hats.
The
only conclusion we can come up with is she's a bitch.
She is shit. She is shit for a woman. She has to be shit for a woman.
She's a bitch. She has to be.
She has to be.
She has to be. There is no other explanation. She is no different than Melissa Ford.
And notice you don't see any energy towards her from men in the business or high status
at all.
Men. No energy at all towards her. That's because they know. That's because they know.
This is what happens, as I always say, when you don't factor in men's nature. And all those opportunities you're talking about, Mr. Black Uru, all those opportunities you're talking about, why she's still single? Because she thought these opportunities were always going to be there.
And I'll add this. So what Tracy Ellis Ross is engaging in now is generational slander against Xer men of her own generation. And that's her response to y'all didn't fucking choose me.
and I'm in front
Yeah.
of the first lady, and I'm
No,
gonna
that's
tell
her
her.
response to you all didn't bow down to me.
Ooh,
Because if
yeah,
you
but that's
listen
better.
to
That's
Oh
her,
better.
yeah.
Yeah,
if
yep.
you listen to her, it's this toxic masculinity and all this freedom bullshit. What
Yeah.
she's saying is, I wanted you
Mhm.
motherfuckers to do what I wanted you to do, how I wanted you to do it, and the man I wanted, which is always
To
important,
do it.
the men I
Hmm.
wanted to do it refused to do it. That's what she's really saying.
So now I'm
Yeah.
engaging in character assassination
Exactly. So I'm
of
burning
you
all.
of you
So I'm
extra men.
burning the whole damn generation of you niggas.
Oh well, that ain't gonna
Hey,
get you. Oh well, I mean,
you can't get more women than what the hell Tracy Ellis Ross did.
yeah, I mean, you can cry. I mean, and you can cry all you want. I mean, yeah, it's easy to
That's
do that. You're 60 years old. And like at 60 years old, you have no choice but to bask in the delusion. You have no choice.
yeah.
Because even if she came out and owned up to it, then what? I mean, it wouldn't like be too late. So
Well,
yeah,
Hey, you know what
ain't nothing for her to do.
you know what I gotta tell?
Engage
Barack
in that.
Obama, and Michelle Obama, in my view, is particularly evil here because she got her Barack.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll
She
just say
got her husband that was the president, and she's got her daughters, and they're grown
to
now and doing well. You know.
to,
Yep.
to Tracy Ellis Ross, I will say this.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying.
Go ahead, Lion.
Ain't nobody playing that. Ain't nobody playing that violin. Ain't nobody playing that violin for your old ass. Ain't nobody doing it. You had all that. You had all. You another hypergamous failure.
Yeah.
You just another hypergamous failure, and you a generational hypergamous failure.
But you know, it's interesting that particular cohort of and don't let me hold you. I mean, whenever you want to tap out, Mrs. Z, don't let me hold you.
No, go ahead, Black. Go ahead. You good.
Well, it's interesting. There is a cohort of late 50, I guess, late 40s, 50-ish black women in Hollywood, and they ain't none of them got no husbands. Your well, Halle Berry's been in and out of marriages, I guess, but
Your Regina Halls,
Regina Hall, Sanaa
your Sanaa Lathans, yep.
Well, that whole crew on
Vivica A. Fox, Lisa Ray's. I know exactly what you're saying. Melissa Ford's, the Monicas, the Brandys. I know exactly what you're saying. The Mayas. I know. Yep. That's yep.
That whole generation.
The Chili's, the T-balls, whether they were married or not. Right now, Nia Long, all of them, name them. All the most of the starlets from all the ones we was drooling over in the 90s. 25 years later, look at them.
Here's the worst part. When you look at all their male peers, almost all of them are married. And not only are almost all of them are married, most of them are like married 15, 20, 25 years.
Yep.
Like you look at the guys, you take the guys on the Best Man, that whole thing. Like Morris Chestnut, 20-some year married. The brother, what's his name?
Diggs.
You know, well, he's been kind of in and out, but the other brother,
no, he used to be with a white girl. Yeah.
I think, although he's got a white wife.
Tay Diggs has a white wife. Terrence
no,
Howard.
I'm talking about the other brother. What's his name?
Oh, Harold.
The one that kind of give you the one that give you I know the one that give you Chris, the one that give you Chris Rock vibes. I know who you're talking about.
The one who played Merch.
The one who plays Merch. His first name is Harold. His first name is Harold. I forget his last name.
He's got a French Perrineau. How do you pronounce it?
Yeah, I think so.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I know you're talking about.
And I guess Terrence kind of been in. He's had an assortment of Asian women.
Yeah, he got a thing. Somebody said the realest stuff. I think Corey Holcomb said he parks in front of UCLA and wait for the Asian women to walk out. I thought that shit was hysterical.
Hey, you can do a lot. You can do a lot worse than parking out in front of UCLA.
Right? Oh man,
I can't be mad at them if they're getting in the car.
Exactly.
Yeah, they say that.
I can't be mad if they're getting in.
But
I thought that was just funny as hell.
It's a generational thing with them. Taraji P. Henson, all of them. You know, and it's a very interesting
Taraji's another
woman.
one.
Yeah, it's a very interesting.
What a waste of arched eyebrows.
pretty.
What a waste. What a waste. What a waste. I don't know. She give me sexy vibes more than pretty vibes.
Here's another name, Maya.
Oh, I said that earlier. I said that
Oh, you did
earlier.
say Maya. Oh, I didn't hear you.
Yeah. I know
Like,
about.
some of these
I never forget
casualties
to
is like,
mention.
oh my god! Like,
I never forget to mention Dagger Nose for y'all. I mentioned Dagger Nose for y'all.
So what this says is, men of a certain type in either in that industry, adjacent to that industry, has sort of actively and willfully avoided those women.
Like
You know
the
what I
plague.
mean? When you look at that great big group of, I mean, and all those women, even today, most of those women are by any standard beautiful women, even well into their 40s and even 50s. You got to give them, they still look
they still look good.
They still
Minus
looking
Vivica. Sorry, Vivica.
So
Maya looks like
minus
Maya,
Vivica.
like of all of them, Maya
Yeah.
is
Maya's
still
still
stunning
good.
to this day.
Yeah, you
Maya
got to
is
take
stunning.
Vivica. She did something to her face a little while back, and we
Yeah.
can't really recover.
Oh, you mean the
from that.
surgery?
Ain't no coming back.
Yeah.
Well, who was the singer that Halle Berry was married to?
Eric
What was
Benet.
his name? Last name?
Eric
Benet.
Benet.
Yeah.
Eric Benet.
Look how
Eric
that
Benet.
went. Look how that went. That's interesting.
On Oprah about allow her to accuse him to be a stepdad, and
Oh, let me say this. If Black Rule, if you think extras are bad, wait until you see these millennials in the next decade or so. You think
Oh, yeah,
extras
see,
are
the
bad.
thing is-
These millennial women, the Meg Thee Stallions, are going to be so single. You'll be like, God damn. And here's the thing. At least some of those women had kids. Not all of them. Some of them. These millennial women, they're not going to have kids. They're not going to have no man. They're going to be nothing.
Those women are going to be lesbians. Most of those women are going to just go to the whole muff dive.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to at this point.
Yeah. Because when you see Glorilla, like the real quick, I gotta give a BGS. BGS was right. I kept on being like, yeah, Glorilla bad, but she ain't bad like Meg Thee Stallion and them, because there's even worse. And I heard all of these women talking. I'm like, to all of them, and I was kind of giving Glorilla a little bit of pass because she kind of jovial with it until I saw that clip when they asked her why she's single. And then I was like, "Oh, bitch, yeah, that's why you single right there." And when they asked you, I saw why you were single with the answer.
Here is what
I gotta clear up something about Glorilla after Black Movie.
Here's what I saw of Glorilla. Glorilla, and I have to have heart for this. Glorilla made a point of gleefully announcing that she had retired her father. I'm sorry, when I saw that, I became a Glorilla fan.
Yeah, she retired her dad. She retired her dad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
bullshit.
taking it. I'm not discounting anything else she's done, but that, as a black father, that says something to me about her.
So I want y'all to pay attention to that. So she is a black girl from birth to adulthood that always had a father in her life. And so I kind of look at the videos of her in high school when she's around her dad and how she presents herself compared to her first music video where she looks extremely ratchet. And I say, this shit is fake.
Yeah.
She's literally a working class girl being more ghetto than she actually is.
That's true.
She literally
That's what I
is.
thought too but Leo,
No, it's
I'm
real.
agreeing with you. I'm not. Listen, look what I'm saying. But when she was reading the comment about why she's single and she went off on a tirade, I was like, there you go. So all you're saying, and what Black Rose said about her dad thing, I agree. But when they asked her why she's single, y'all can find that clip online. It's still there. It was like, oh, that's why you single. Okay, we get it.
Well,
go ahead.
Here, it's almost like an Order 66 has been issued to black female entertainers, because they are all across the board crashing out, man, on this misandry thing. They're going hard on this misandry thing. Like, it's almost like someone has instructed them and said, okay, it's whatever, April 1st, or May or March 1st, and now it's time for you all to really go hardcore on hating these niggas, because it's just so blatant, and it's almost appearing coordinated to me.
It is. It is.
It,
It's
it,
when
it
you
seems coordinated. Yeah.
Black Ruru, look at the relationships, and so you take a female rapper or an IG model that has a following of like 5 to 600,000 or 1 million, right? And she gets with a rapper, and part of his growth is from her followers. So literally, the one rapper from Atlanta that married a girl with the big butt, he was dating her. I forgot her name. But what you see across the board is these ladies get with guys, and it boosts their following. So these relationships and how they operate is connected to entertainment and in the market. So if she can't find like a guy to boost her while she simultaneously boosts him, they're not going to enter into a relationship. Because half these rappers now that have these IG girlfriends or rapper girlfriends, they have been boosted by the relationship to them. Even Nicki Minaj's boyfriend, the Jamaican. Nobody knew anything of him until he dated her. Then they eventually break up, and you find out this guy makes $190,000 a month doing what? You know what I'm saying?
You talking about Safari?
Yeah, Safari.
Yeah.
And it's across the line
But
of these
but it
rappers and these
seems like
artists.
that formula also requires at some point that rapper's or that former boyfriend's name must be burned in effigy. It seems like you're right, that package exists, but what must always happen is it must end badly, and that rapper must be the villain, the super villain in this whole thing, because that's how it always ends up. And
Yeah.
then that is then used as this basis for making this overall "we gotta hate all the niggas" argument. It just all
What's
seems very coordinated.
I don't think the
what's Halle
argument's
Berry?
working as well
What's
anymore.
Haley Bailey's ex what's his name again?
DDG.
Some
DDG.
streamer
Yeah,
rapper.
DDG.
That's what's happening to
Exactly.
him, right? Yeah.
Yep.
It,
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
it,
And
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. We're
even a
extended for
similar
Black
thing,
Uru. This is Black Uru streams now. Go ahead, Black Uru.
happened with the Haitian Japanese tennis player, right? Where she was with the
Osaki.
Oh,
guy, they had a baby, and then now
yeah.
it was something wrong with him. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just seems like that's
Card.
just
What's his name?
part of
Cardo.
the point.
Yeah, Carday.
Yeah. Carday. And yep.
The Uru. It's a villain arc. And it's the way I look at it, right? It's kind of like the same formula that a lot of a conventional woman would do when she pick a fuckboy. She pick him, and then he end up being a fuckboy, and then give her a reason to say, fuck these motherfuckers. And that's kind of like what it seems like it's looking like, where they're choosing a guy, and this person has to be trash to give them, I guess,
But it
some type
seemed
of
like
arc.
the women have to themselves be sullied. In a
Mm-hmm.
way, I think, you know what? It's almost like you have to.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the archetype of it, I think, is Cardi B. I think Cardi B is the
Yeah.
archetype
Yeah.
of that whole kind of, have the issue back and forth with Offset, him cheating on her
Mm-hmm.
and being the bad guy. It seems like they're all kind of, to some degree, creating their own Offset drama, if you will.
Yes.
And that's used as a way of continually promoting both people, as you described,
Yes.
because he did benefit obviously from that exchange in terms of keeping him in the media, limelight and presence and whatever. But it comes at a price. He's got to be, his image and his reputation must be sullied in the process.
He must
And
be a
that's
bad
exactly
boy.
what happened to him. Yeah.
Well, even what you see now, the formula is
After
changing
this, you
because it
got a
started
W.
with Kim Kardashian. It started with Kim Kardashian, and they took a script from there. Then Nicki Minaj, then how Love and Hip Hop worked, and then what you're seeing now is because of the constant gaslighting, the guys don't look as bad anymore. Like when you looked at
Le-
Safari with the child
well,
support, the ladies are beginning, yeah, the
yeah.
ladies are beginning to look like the assholes in the situation.
Well,
A
I
lot of
do
them.
think unfortunately what they did is they've exceeded this threshold where once you
Mm,
see enough different ratchet women, you start to think these are some ratchet women, you know. And
Yeah.
so what happens is you're right. Once there's so many of them doing this shit, then invariably your attention start to move away from the men and move to the women. So you're right. It's going to at some point reach what that law of diminishing returns, and I do think that is happening. You know.
L- Let me also add this, and then you got to better you, and then we got to have Tunnel Runner. I want to also factor in part of being an entertainer now is your damn near your entire life on display. It's not Whitney who goes away and you don't hear about her until you hear about the Bobby Whitney show. It's not Michael Jackson who you only pop up for an interview here and there. It's not that anymore. We're not in, once again, Prince who pop up for an interview. No, no, no. Now I think being a celebrity is like full spectrum war type thing. You got to be on social media. You have to be engaging with your fans. You have to put out tweets. You have to, right, and also your music or whatever else you're engaging in. So the drama in their intimate lives or what drama they create or pretend like is going on is part of their artistry. It's part of the whole entire entertainment thing. So it's not Mariah like in the 90s or anything like that.
Well,
And
here's
I
the
don't
thing.
even think they're making the type of money they used to.
They don't make the money from record sales that they used to
Yep,
make,
see?
and the streaming thing is a racket. You know, I mean, I have this fantasy at some point. You know, I have a sort of a audit background. I have a fantasy at some point doing some sort of class action suit against the music streaming, leading a class action suit against the music streaming, because that's a fucking racket that has involved there. And that's definitely screwing the artists and the music producers and arrangers and everything. But you're right, because they don't make as much money or from radio, you know, as well, from radio and streaming and mechanical sales of actual songs or recordings. They are having to create a persona that they're able to market, obviously via other media products, and also that's why they're also able to charge or use that as a means of charging so much in concert revenue.
Yeah.
I create this oversized persona that everybody's got to see, and then they can charge you $300, $400, $500 for tickets.
It's not just my
real
artistry.
money. Well, the real money is still.
Real quick, y'all. We gotta let Better You go, and then Tunnel Runner, and then y'all got it. Go ahead,
Runner
Better
with
You.
his crusty ass.
Yeah, I know Tunnel Runner over here. I'm gonna start hating before he even start talking. Right?
Yeah. He come. He finna show out for you.
You know he is. You know he is. You know he is. Go ahead, Better You. Go ahead before Tunnel Runner start talking and we start hating. Go ahead, Better You.
So
Better You. I'm about to say I done made a whole thing and you ain't saying nothing. Go ahead.
And I think it's scripted by the Blue Star Crips. Those are the ones who I think you know who they are.
Oh yeah, we know who they are. Blue and white.
Yeah.
Blue and
I've
white.
never heard that term before. And that's a good one. But I was lost for a hot second. I was like, I think I know you talking about Buddha.
I knew he was talking about.
I'm kind of caught between really liking that term and being a little bit concerned about using that term.
No, I get it. I still
The
don't
Blue
blame
Star
them.
Crooks, nigga. That's good.
It's a great
That's
analogy.
that's a
I still
good
don't
one.
view it that
That's
way.
a good
I
one.
still
Hey, I had
don't
to
view
think
it that
about
way.
the flag for a second, and then I was like, oh, you know what? Oh, okay, yeah. I get you. Go ahead, Better You. That's good. That was a good one.
But if we consider who is the head of a lot of these record labels, who are the A&Rs, the promoters, and whatnot, essentially the people who signing those checks, it kind of makes sense why there's so much conflict and whatnot. It's kind of I can't remember. It's like Chomsky with manufacturing consent. It's like, hey, it's not that I doubt that you believe that, but you wouldn't be here if you did it. So I believe all this shit is typecasting and it's scripted, and it's basically to perpetuate and fuel niggardry, for lack of a better term.
I would agree with that.
Can I use another word? Can I use another word? It's all ritualistic.
Go ahead.
It's ritualistic. It's to create and perpetuate a certain type of image through the culture through repetitive exposure.
No, definitely repetitive. Definitely repetitive.
What's the father of learning?
What?
Repetition.
Repetition? Oh,
yes. So if I keep showing you something, if I keep showing, just like how you can learn stuff from watching those different world reruns. What if I keep putting a music video in front of you?
I mean, they don't make their money off of music. The only time they really make their money off of music now is through tours.
Yeah, but that's making the music. That's not also. It's the other part where it's the influence. Where it's
now they're marketing their life. It's the life. They're marketing their life in the lifestyle. Yeah.
Through tweets, through makeup, through modeling, whatever.
They're low key, high key influencers. So it's not just the music anymore. This is not Michael's era or Mariah's era or any of that.
But that gives an excuse for the pivot.
But we gotta let Better You land with that, and then we gotta get Tunnel Runner. Go ahead.
My bad.
I'm good. I yield my time now to Live from Paradise with Tunnel Runner.
Right. For real. Go ahead, Tunnel Runner.
Crusty ass.
I mean, I don't have that much to say. Just hope you gentlemen are doing well on this Good Friday, and hope y'all stay positive and strong.
That's easy for you to say, sir. That is easy for you to say. Look, right?
You sure that's how relaxed and calm he sound.
I know. He's in Zen mode. He's in Zen mode right now.
Jim, that's what you call serenity, right there. That's what serenity sounds like.
That is serenity. What are you drinking, Tunnel Runner?
Right, exactly. Chilling out.
Yeah. I slightly look at it different. I feel like people get placed.
I just got a little bit of salmon, some rice, some beans.
Lion, you started this. You started this. Look, you started this.
No, because I don't believe him.
Vanilla chai tea.
Vanilla chai tea. Listen to this shit.
Coffee
with some turmeric.
What else did she make? Some kind of cookies with coconut in it.
Oh,
but that's it.
Look, Indigo, let me say this. Indigo, I got the afternoon off, but I do gotta go take a shower and chill out with Miss Z in a little bit. But yeah, that's why Mr. Z is still streaming. It's but I can't let y'all steal all of Miss Z time because she's gonna be on some. Y'all know how they go.
This guy is eating cookies made from scratch from his wife. I haven't heard I have not heard that kind of description from black folks. I think I got to go back to the 80s.
Bro, she literally took the
wait. I got it. Let me put this on the table for Miss Z. We're gonna do a little bit of humble bragging over here too. I do got homemade cupcakes. Cupcakes.
Are they from scratch?
Are they from scratch?
Yes. Wait. No. Worse yet, cheesecake cupcakes from scratch all the way.
From the basic ingredients of flour.
Literally.
Wow. Well, I'm impressed.
I gotta give Miss Z that. I can't let Turner Runner get all of the glory. Look. I gotta give Miss Z. I gotta put that on the table for Miss Z. I gotta humble brag on her part.
I'm gonna put something else on the table.
It's so real quick line. It's so crazy. I want her to do like a pull-up bakery. Like I'm like, babe, like you and Sister Z, because Mama Z know how to make really good cremas. For those of you that don't know, it's like a milk and coconut alcoholic drink that us Haitians make, and my mom knows how to make them really good. But my mom's getting old. And I want my sister to really, really get it. And I really want
her and my lady to kind of go do like a sweet tooth kind of local business thing, and I'm really trying to push them on that. Like, you don't gotta go full bore all the way from the jump, right? But y'all could have a little online thing. Listen to Mr. Z out of all people talk about
Man,
business.
you just want the free
But yeah.
sample. Shut up. You just
No,
want the free sample.
well, I can get the free samples all day. Literally, the homemade cupcakes, the cheesecakes are sitting in the fridge right now. And she's been pressing me to try her new stuff since 2 nights ago. But you know, Mr. Z, I get home, I eat, and then I damn near be falling asleep on the goddamn kitchen table. So I'm gonna eat some of it tonight. But yeah, the item, but I just be real after 12, 14 hours of work. But yeah, so. You know, so yeah, no, but Black people know for real. Miss Z is really, really good at that. Like that, yeah.
I don't know what else is going on between y'all, but it sounds like it's time to try to lock it down.
Hey, I told you already, Black Widow. You know, just in case I don't want to say it, but you already know. I already said it. Yeah, you know, it's just now it's about preparation for that. But the we already got the thing is already. It's been sitting at Mama Z house for like 3 months. It's just me. Yeah.
Wow. Well, seriously, God bless her parents for raising her right. I know.
Really.
Her dad passed on. You know, obviously.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. Congratulations.
God bless them for doing their part.
I bring that up. Shout out to Compassionate. The same thing what he say to his lady is what I say. I'm with you half because of your dad, because I can see the influence. Definitely your mom. But also your dad. And like I remind her of that all the time. Right? So yeah. But go ahead, turn runner. Let us hate on you and your there we go. Hate time. Go ahead.
Her father is a strong influence. Her father is a strong influence. And still all the girls get underneath him and pray and all that. It's very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, no, you could see it. Yeah, no, it make a difference. It make a difference, and yeah, no, it definitely does. That doesn't mean she don't have her ways, but no, you definitely see a difference. Yeah,
it creates a baseline. It creates a baseline belief in men, particularly in Black men. When there is a default connection and empathy and embrace of Black men, it just makes it so much easier for her to trust and believe in you. It's an entirely different type. You're dealing with an entirely different kind of woman. You're dealing with an entirely different kind of spirit, you know. And I look at my own daughters. I look at my daughter, my eldest daughter, with her husband, and it's just a whole different kind of energy and comfort level. And you know, they're young people. They have their ups and downs too, but there's not this default of abandonment and betrayal and suspicion and quote toxicity and all of that. That's not that primary response to things. And unfortunately for the majority of young Black women, that's their default response. Even if they think they love you, they're physically attracted to you, they respect maybe what you've done or what you achieved, they're always just that close of turning that table up and saying you just like all the other niggas.
Yeah. But there's a flip side to that too, though. They look to you to problem solve.
Yeah, you got.
They look to you to fix it. There's another side. Yeah, there's another side of that too. There's another.
It's both thrilling, but at times frightening. You know.
Yes.
Because for me, and I've said this before, we had problems in the early part of my marriage, and it was mostly my fault, and it was mostly because. You know, I didn't grow up with my father. I've been around elder men, et cetera, whatever, but some certain basic kind of in the home kind of training between a man and a woman, of, husband and wife and father and mother. I did not have that. And it showed early in our marriage. And it was mostly only because of the faith that the women in her family had for me. And they also my mother and my mother-in-law, well, especially my mother and her grandmother became friends. And that's probably what saved our marriage in the early part.
Hey,
Because
can
they
I say
kind of
something about
Hey,
that,
bridged
Black Guru?
they kind of bridged an understanding between who we were, you know.
Mm-hmm. And Black Guru, this is what I've been trying to tell the guys when they argue with me. It's like you can take a lot of pressure off utilizing your mom, your grandma, and the
Sure.
relationships you can unite between those women. It takes like I would not have my situation if I didn't have that. And like I said, if I didn't have that and I couldn't utilize it as a tool, I would never have kids. Like that. That's because I was taught it by my grandfather, and he was like, even with the situation I told you about Mississippi, he was like, you can utilize this. It's like to make it benefit you. And those are the conversations I always had with BGS, and guys didn't get what we were talking about a lot of the time. That's why my nickname is Big Trick. Because I utilize it because it's just it doesn't make sense not to use it because it benefits you.
Well, but a lot of part of the problem with so many young black men being raised outside of your more family and even to some degree sort of the extended family concept is somebody's doing something in the background.
Yeah, I heard something in the background too.
Is it?
I don't know. Let me see something.
Being raised outside of not just nuclear family, but sort of the extended family is that they don't really know somebody.
Hey, who's doing
I'm
that?
sorry, somebody's really kind of is it?
Yeah, it gotta be me then.
Oh, okay. Well, then obviously it's
But did you still hear it? Did y'all still hear it now?
I don't hear it
No,
now.
Okay.
it's not me.
Okay, maybe I think I was right. I was right by the car vent. Maybe that's why. Okay, my bad. Black, go ahead.
Okay. You don't really see how y'all don't really see how these relationships were supposed to work. And not only just directly, obviously between men and women, but the support system that your elders are supposed to provide. Your elders are supposed to participate in dispute resolution. Not all dispute resolution, but some of it. Your elders, when my younger daughter, she was very premature. My wife was postpartum, severely postpartum. Like for a while I was afraid to leave my child with her mother postpartum, right?
Okay.
My mother saved us. She would take our daughter for days and weekends and maybe even a week at a time. And my mother had a way with our child that was almost telepathic.
It's natural. It's
Yeah,
nature, bro. It's nature.
it was a kind of like literally kind of it was beyond
It's
it
almost
was
divine,
when you
man.
say natural. I agree. It was something biological. We would
Yeah.
give our daughter would be crying and screaming.
Yep.
And we would give her to my mother, and it would stop like that. It would
Let me
stop
tell you,
just like that, and
I literally
that saved us. Now, if
Black
we
Rose.
don't have that,
Wait, Leon, let him go.
If we don't have that resource, then we got a whole lot of stuff going on in our marriage. And we had another daughter, and she's still very young. So we're obviously dealing with her, and we're dealing with this premature. My daughter was born at 2 pounds 13 ounces.
Wow.
Right, 2 pounds 13 ounces. She spent her first 6 or
4
7
months,
weeks
5 months.
in an incubator. So we went through a lot, but it was the support of my mother and her grandmother and whatever that got us through. And if you don't have that kind of support, I mean, you're just struggling, he's just struggling, you don't know what you're doing, she don't know what she's doing, she's postpartum, y'all ain't married, so who's actually committed to what? You just can't make it that way.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you're doing labor and changing diapers. It doesn't solve the issue. That's labor. And literally yesterday, I sent Mr. Z a video of Abbott preaching. I went in the Discord and I said, "Yo, guys, y'all
Yeah, I
really
mentioned
sound
it.
like
I
some
mentioned it
brainwashed."
earlier. Yeah, I
I
mentioned
said,
it earlier.
y'all sounding like some real brainwashed feminists right now. It's like when a lady is actively going through postpartum or pre postpartum, you guys can't solve that. There's nothing you can do. The guy is kind of my woman watched the video too. She's like, he didn't have to record her and do all that. I was like, he did it because he's been trained to do that. So he's not like the bad person. They'll say you just handled it wrong, but this isn't your fault. But
You know,
We
a
gotta
couple of years,
describe what happened
literally,
in the video. We got to
a
describe what
couple.
happened in the video, though, Leon. Real quick,
yeah.
like
Oh yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
video that Leon is describing. It's a woman. I guess she's on her third kid. She's pregnant with the third kid, and she's like, I don't want to be a mother no more. And she's like crying, and she's like, I don't want this. And so the guy is recording her, and so that's not a good look. But he's
Hmm.
recording her. He's like, bro, you crying over some kids that you got to take care of anyway. He's like, you don't get it. It messed up my body. I don't want to be a mother. I don't want this no more. And like it's actually a bit sad because she at least in the moment
It
she mean that, right?
it
Yeah.
it,
Yeah,
it was bad when my wife was
yeah.
postpartum.
Oh,
She
let me
would.
finish. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
Don't worry
go ahead.
about it. I go ahead. So where he fails at is not calling a grandma and auntie, cousins, because when this happens, the only way to solve that is grandma, aunties, female cousins, close friends. Because once you put a woman around women, it solves like 80% of it. Like we're not trained nor programmed nor have that to to fix the issue. So my woman, she's hanging around my mom, her sister, her mom. It's like they alleviate certain things. So they'll change a diaper and she sits down and she doesn't have to endure the sound of the baby crying. She doesn't have to endure certain feelings while trying to like embrace something. It's all type of shit that we're 100% detached from. And
Wait,
what feminism tried to do was align us with those things, but it doesn't work that way. It takes grandma. It takes the ladies. We can't solve it at all.
wait. So you saying that we need a family?
What's up?
You
No,
You
no,
do.
no, no,
You,
no.
Mhm.
I'm saying the
you
women need women around, and
No,
they
but no,
thought
no,
that
but
they
no,
could
no,
do
but
this on their own.
no,
no, you're
no,
right.
no, no.
You
Vince
need
is
a
still
family.
right. Vince is still right. We need a family.
Vince
No,
is
I
still
get what
right.
You
Vince
need
is
a
saying.
Oh,
He
I'm,
need,
I'm
he
not.
means extended
Listen,
network family.
I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I like what you
Mhm.
saying for real.
Yeah.
I was just
Yeah, no,
being
no, it
he's
facetious.
saying
works.
the extended.
I'm
As a matter of fact, who sent me some? I'm gonna cover that too. I want to say it was Latino family, and it's nothing but women. It's all daughters. It's nothing but women. They live in a house like 3 generations deep in that mug.
Yeah, but they
Somebody
could do
said
that
just said
because
that to
they're
me.
socialized to
Yeah,
that. We were
yeah.
commodified to this traditional family where my household and you move 4 hours away from your grandma, and then your husband, he's
No,
from New
but
Jersey, so you don't
it's
have that side.
crazier. No, no. Understand what I'm saying? Like, I mean, Leon. No, ain't no man.
Mm,
There's no man in the picture. I didn't even see a male. I didn't even see a boy. It's nothing but girls and women.
mm.
I'm like, God
Yeah,
damn, what type of
What
matriarchal?
what kind
it
of
happens.
what Latino what faction or Latino community?
I don't recall if they said. Let me. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can do this. Y'all go ahead and talk. Let me see something. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Black Guru, that what that does is so fucking you because we can't do it at all.
Yeah,
And
you know
and
with the shit with babies and in particular, because babies are very sensitive to energy,
hmm
to emotion, to feeling and touch, and when you're upset and she's upset, she's postpartum, you're
hmm
confused by what's going on, you're upset like the guy. Now, the guy recording that's somebody
he
who
didn't give a fuck.
well, but I'm saying is this was somebody who is separated from an
Hmm.
understanding of how things are supposed to happen. I mean, there's supposed to
Yes.
be aunts and grandparents and whatever have already, by the way, probably
This
have
not their
already
first rodeo.
had.
Hmm.
Well, they've already see aunts and grandmothers and whatever. They would have already interacted with her and they would have
Yes.
already known. They would have already known. Okay, she's
What
going
she's feeling.
through this stuff here, and so okay, Anna, you maybe you need to get the child a little bit, and maybe I'll come by towards the weekend, whatever, when I'm off from work and whatever, and we'll give her some time so she can get her bearings, get her sleep. Because you know what is more than, and you know what makes it worse more than everything else? The
What up?
lack of sleep. The
Yes,
lack
yeah,
of
yeah.
sleep.
That's what I told Mrs. Z.
Not being able to have a full night's sleep, and you're
Mm-hmm.
constantly not having, you're constantly 2 hours of sleep, three
Mm-hmm.
hours of sleep every night, 2 hours of sleep,
Every night.
maybe not even 2 hours of sleep every night, every night, every night.
Mm-hmm.
And it exacerbates the
That first 3
condition
months.
of the postpartum, to the point in which
Yeah.
now a couple of years after our daughter, and this has always frightened me about, because I was not entirely clear about what was going on, and I wasn't dismissive of it, but I just didn't get it, right?
It's a lack of connection to it.
Yeah, I didn't get it, but like I said, I was fortunate to have some women in my family to get it.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of years later, if you're in Chicago and you're a little bit older, you might even remember this. There was a woman, a black woman, beautiful woman, who was extremely postpartum, also extremely postpartum. And they tried to help her. I'm not entirely sure. I don't recall all of what happened. They tried to help her. I don't know if they tried to medicate her or whatever. And eventually, she gave her child, I think, to her mother or maybe to her mother-in-law, rented a room in an expensive hotel in downtown Chicago, and jumped out of the window.
Wow.
This
Yeah.
happened a couple of years after my daughter was born.
I remember that story.
And when that happened, I was forever like, wow, that's where we were.
Mm-hmm.
And here is the saddest part and the most frightening aspect of her story. Her husband was a physician. Her
It's
husband
still
was a doctor. In fact,
still
he was one
detachment.
of he was like one of these like known black doctors.
Mm-hmm.
And so you think, like, if that could happen to somebody who was a medical, doctor, a professional, highly regarded physician, and that could happen to us, it just made me think, like, man, we could have lost my wife and or my
Mm-hmm.
daughter. She could have just
Yeah.
as easily taken the child with her.
Yeah. And that's why I say, like, if a lady finally gets help, but it's already the fourth quarter, it's like I'm without these kids for the moment, and I have this level of peace and freedom, and the only way I can keep this peace and freedom is jumping. But if you started before, when she's pregnant, and you have the aunties, you have grandma, you have sister to take alleviate certain things. Hey, most people don't. Like I told Mrs. Z, I sit down and agree with my mom and her mom in their face. And I say, when you get home, you have the choice to do and fold or change a diaper how you want to. But recognize when they give you direction, you're chilling and you're relaxing. So it's slightly annoying because they want you to do it how they want you to do it. But once they have that child, you're sitting down and you fall asleep on the couch, or you take an 8 hour nap and you go to sleep and you wake up and you're not the same person that you would be if you weren't utilizing them and you were only getting 2 hours of sleep. And like I said, I learned this from my grandfather. And that's where I learned it from. My grandfather, my other two great uncles. He said, no, you have to endure dealing with them for the 30 minutes of them telling you how you should do shit. But what you get after that 6 to 8 hours is something that you need. It's far more important than some women, trying to run shit. It's far more important.
But you have to have that connection to
Hmm.
family, uh,
Yeah,
and
I think.
real authentic concern. See, when they liberated women,
Yeah,
and
I
we,
was going there.
kind of
I was going there.
going back, when they liberated the women, they didn't just liberate the women from us, right?
Yeah, they
They liberated their
liberated them from their
women.
matriarchs.
They liberated the women from their matriarchs. They, instead of being dependent on and guided by the matriarchs,
Hmm.
they became dependent on and guided by the government.
I'm the
Came
Yeah,
matriarch
dependent on.
and they said, instead of listening to their mom, they said, "I got my own apartment. I got my own car." Then they
Exactly.
withhold the
let, let,
child.
let,
They
let,
withhold the child.
let me say this real quick. Black Guru, I would say government and market. Find your
Yes.
answers in through the government and or the market.
Yep.
I think that's what made this so egregious, because we're decades out and we see the limits of that. And I think, especially for the Black Rus and the BGSs, I think they could see, oh, this ain't gonna work. But this was an experiment, and we can see the failures. And I would say younger extras, millennials, and the oldest of Gen Z women they're like, like Roger says, you have to be held accountable for what you believe in. True. With that, I do see them as victims. That doesn't mean I'm not going to hold them
Oh, they
accountable,
are.
but I do see that whole generation, those three generations, as victims of a market-based ideology that wasn't built for them, particularly for working class, working poor, lower middle class.
But Z,
And
Yeah.
yeah.
well, I think now I'm about to dip off. I got things I got to do as well. But
Yeah.
what exasperated it worse than that, because the time, and now that I think about it, and I sit and I think about the backdrop of the 70s and 80s, is the drugs. It's one thing for the market and
Oh, them drugs. Yeah,
everything.
that's true.
Yeah.
To go with the market and go with what was the conventional thing to do at the time. But when those drugs also hit too, when she was like, "Yo, this is my house. I'm
That's
the
a fact.
matriarch now." She also let whoever she wanted in there without screening for character and just looking. You know what I mean? That go ahead and lie to me kind of situation. You just lie to me real good, baby. Tell me what I want to
Hey,
believe, and then you start
Shout
all
out
that
to
extra
Neo.
stuff.
check this out. Check this out. Check this out.
Let me
Hey, Dave.
real quick, Leon, because I want to play this real quick. Because I gotta end out in a minute, but we gotta go take showers and do all that other stuff. And Joe says, overtime tax, good stream, and I'm gonna play this for y'all. That's why I have the fair use thing, because I'm really fair use. They still probably gonna tag me. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. This guy might get demonetized because we're gonna play this, and I want to see what y'all think about this afterwards. Here we go.
Now with our series In Our Home. It's a look at how the American family is evolving. We put the call out for you to tell us all about your families, and this morning we want to introduce you to one of them, the Lowe family, who, like more and more American households, are living in a multi-generational home.
Welcome to our home. Mi casa es su casa.
With 4 generations under one roof,
I'm blessed to be able to have my mom with me.
I said 3, it's 4, goddamn.
And my grandbabies with me. El Mundo.
the Lowe family from Grand Rapids, Michigan, is proud to be part of a growing movement. One of the nearly 18% of Americans living in a multi-generational home.
Listen, it's the time here. Between having just 2 bathrooms, it gets crazy, but we love it. Come on in.
That is Jade Lowe, the 29-year-old mom of 3.
3, 2, 1, cut.
Who made the choice to live with her 84-year-old grandmother.
The top of the pyramid, she's from Mexico, and now she lives with us.
Her mother and younger sister, to prioritize stability and financial freedom.
Between my grandma, my mom, and my sister, they kind of all just help out. And the price of rent, I pay my mom a portion versus having my own mortgage.
Housing costs rising through the roof, with the average rent in the U.S. at $1,406. The median mortgage, $1,902. Jade's not alone. About 1 in 3 adults ages 18
That was
to
median
34
mortgage, not even average.
also
Goddamn.
live at their parents' home.
It allowed me to still live my best life in my 20s. It allowed me to just be happy and not have to worry about those extra expenses. I get to keep it and I get to put it in my savings. It means everything, honestly.
For Jade, it's not only about saving money.
This is my grandma at the age of 22 with her husband.
It's also about having a built-in support system filled with love and legacy.
The knowledge that goes from generation to generation and also break down barriers to absorb, and then every generation is getting better. We just don't think about ourselves, we think about as a group, as a collective.
Jade's mom, Hema, will often pick up her grandkids from school after work.
You know you can see it, Black Guru. You know you can see it.
Around family
I see
time
it.
so that we
I see
can
it too.
all kind of function.
Despite their tight bond,
Let's go.
6 women under one roof isn't always easy.
You know, there's a lot going on in the household, and sometimes I want things my way, and then I have to think about, oh, but maybe it's not what they would like.
I love that everyone is so different and we like kind of bring those differences together under one roof. It is crucial to unite right now. In today's climate, I think that just being under one household helps us with that. We're forced to be together, we're forced to have family dinners, which is beautiful.
At the Low House,
I love
they
that
have found
word.
a layout that works.
This is our main level. Grandma's that way, Mom is this way. This door leads to my sister's room, so I'll open it, but we're not gonna go all the way up there. Down here, it is the bottom of our home. This is where myself and my 3 kids now live. We have our own space, our own bathroom, love it.
Finding joy in the time they share and knowing no matter what, they'll always be there.
The foundation of the society is the family. It makes it better for the outside world.
That is a blessing to be able to still live at home with my mom, to be able to see my grandma on a day-to-day, to be able to put my kids and my grandma under one roof where they have like such a great relationship. So we blessed and highly favored. I love you, I love you.
Blessed and highly favored, and so wonderful that they opened their home and allowed us to share their story like that. And we asked
No,
Jade,
man.
we said, Jade, so how?
Yeah, I don't need to hear your commentary. Anyway, but yeah,
No,
yeah,
man.
there you go.
I was gonna have my woman speak, but that video did it. And like when people get more rest, I mean, the situations aren't the same. Like you don't care, you're not so influenced to get angry about stuff, you know. And I think that's the natural. That's closer to regaining like some natural order, even though it's just a house full of women at the moment.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing with that now, because you know, in the scenario that I describe of my background, you know, all those women, well, they were widowed, they were married, there were uncles and grandfathers. at some
Somebody's
point.
background mute up, please.
There were families, not that's a coven. That is not a family.
There is not a single XY chromosome in the house.
Not one. Like not one. I'm like, that's a train wreck.
That's not a holistic family environment.
Well, no, it is definitely holistic.
Well,
It's definitely holistic.
You know how you spell that word, I guess.
Well, man,
Not one, like, you mean to tell me the last man who was there is the grandfather?
Somewhere was soul pole. Hey, somewhere was a soul pole. Something happened.
I'm just saying,
something got real chocolatey.
I'm in agreement with that.
Being Mexican to the last name being Lowe, but we don't know who Lowe is. I don't know Lowe to be a Mexican name. So
like you telling me
there was a Lowe somewhere, but we don't know where the Lowe is.
Like you telling me the last man in that house was the grandfather? That's it.
You know,
that's the only one they presented.
They're presenting that, right? They're presenting that. They're presenting that, but for you to see women fall back into that order, that's like a step towards the right direction. Even though we're looking at a democracy in order, falling in order, with a whole bunch of women living under a household with no male presence. But that will be the order before you have communities with males.
I think you're being highly optimistic because I don't see it.
I'm not being optimistic.
I'm saying, but here's the thing, though. Now, what happened was you had men and women living this
Yes.
way. Now, over
Mm-hmm.
time,
Mm-hmm.
the men died off because usually men, especially working class men, they work themselves into early graves. So
Yeah.
yeah, you would have very often a lot of women, but it wouldn't be this grossly gynocratic sort of setup. It would
Mm-hmm.
be, we are widows of these good men who left this for us, and we're carrying on in large part the name and the family of these
Mm-hmm.
great men who came before us. And I myself was a beneficiary of that, particularly on my wife's side of the family, because her mother was widowed, her grandmother was widowed, her aunts were widowed, but they were all super duper. They worshiped men. In fact,
Yes.
the reason why our marriage sustained was because they were worshiping me as kind of like the next generation of their husbands.
Yes.
I mean, they really saw their husbands in me. So that's a different kind of environment than what we
Mm-hmm.
just saw on that video
Yes.
there, brother.
I know I'm in full agreement.
That sounds like
I'm
a
in
lot of
full
pressure
agreement.
too, man.
Wait,
No,
say
no,
that again, better you.
it's that's what we're trying to say. Better you, when
So,
you can utilize the women as labor, and it takes the pressure off of you and that woman, you're not operating on the same 2 to 4 hours of sleep and same issues. It changes.
Oh, you
It's
talking
like
about
when
Leon talking about just you using their ass to get your ass to sleep. That's what you talking about.
well, it's not. No, I'm not
Yeah.
saying using them. They're a tool. Like they're
Yeah, I
using
mean,
you.
yeah,
You're
you use
using
them like a
them.
tool. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, they're a tool.
But
Here's
what
the
it
problem.
does.
But what's the greater social benefit though
Mm-hmm.
of
Yeah.
producing these covens of females? Who's learning now to make families and raise families and make productive decisions about relationships? We're seeing the only man we see is a man who probably been dead for 40 years now on a
Yeah.
photograph. So what are they teaching those girls about what kind of decisions they're going to make? What it seems like to me, they teach them about, okay, we going to have probably 5 generations of children in this house at some point, because those girls look like a couple of those girls look like in a few years they might start becoming reproductively viable too. So is it just going to be okay and acceptable for them to get out there and add to another deck to the coven, the generational
That's
deck to the coven?
that's how my mom's grandma side, my grandma on my mom's side's family is structured. That's why I said, I keep my son away from them versus my grandfather's side and my father's side. They operate with
so,
patriarchs
Exactly.
within. Yeah.
so to answer your
All I
question,
want, go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I'll go for it.
I think there is a ton of social value. If you want to creep, you can hit 4-5 generations in one night.
Hey, bro. Hey, look.
I like what you're saying.
I told you, better you is a menace. I
Better
told
you,
you he's a
man.
menace. Told y'all.
Hey,
I
no,
told y'all,
wait,
better you is a menace.
better you. You can't be all choking up reading my super chats and saying some shit like that, bro.
Hey, bro, I'm telling you, better you is the one that's out there pouring your hair gel, your beard gel in the sink. He over here touching your controller. He over here touching your controller with his peanut butter fingers.
He wearing your shoes and your
He
Jordans.
wearing,
You eating the
bro.
fruit snacks?
Hey,
You eating the fruit
hey,
snacks?
I'm gonna say this. Better you is the most egregious. He put on your Air Force Ones and creased them. Oh my God! He creased your Air Force Ones.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine him coming
The
downstairs
nice
wearing your
white
Air
ones
Force
too,
Ones,
not the
playing the
black.
song, playing the Air
Man.
Force One songs, wearing your Air Force Ones?
What was the Buddy Rose name off of Dead Presidents again? What was his name again?
Oh God!
Y'all know who I'm talking. Somebody gonna say it. Goddamn, what was his name in Dead Presidents? Oh
Lorenz
man.
Tate?
No.
The movie?
The Lorenz Tate's ladies' side dude when he was off in the military.
Oh, you talking about
Cuddy? Was it Cuddy? Yeah, Cuddy. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And better use Cuddy. That's who he is. Better use Cuddy.
Like
That's who he is.
coming down the stairs pulling out his gun
Yep.
like I tried to be a man about this shit. Nigga.
And he gonna whoop your ass too because Cuddy beat Lorenz Tate.
I tried to be a man about this.
What comes
Yeah.
out? Nigga come down picking his teeth and shit, man. You
Right.
know what
For real.
I'm
Hey man, you had some good tasty
Hey, you
snacks,
know where the
man.
toothpicks from? The
Right.
picking your
tooth,
woman, picking your woman hairs out of his teeth, man. That guy, he that
Oh
guy. He
man.
that guy.
oh, from a tooth, and guess where the toothpick's from? The toothpick is from your kitchen.
Oh, definitely. Oh, you better believe it. Oh, you better, and you better be happy I bought you some toilet paper.
Motherfucker.
Look,
Don't be
mother,
buying
right,
that cheap Kirkland brand either.
right. Better buy the 2-ply and the 3-ply. Next time I get here, you better have that
Yeah,
shit
no,
cleaned up.
that's a disaster. And by the way, that was a promo. That was a marketing. That was an
Ooh, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that.
well, look at how everybody's smiling. The people
Yeah.
on was it the Good Morning America?
Yep.
Everybody's
Yep.
smiling like this is the new way of living. They basically and this is an environment where they're taking jobs away and whatever. So this is how we
Mhm.
gonna sell this to the popos. We just this is what we gonna sell to the
They don't have
I
popos.
any.
That
agree
y'all
with
can
that.
be all
I
co
agree with
together
that.
in one house that y'all rich.
I agree with that.
Black Uber, you can see the separation
You know.
between the families with males. Like in my family, like I said before, I told you that a long time ago. I can literally see the difference between my patriarchal family from my grandfather's side and my grandmother's side are totally separate with how they perform
You
this.
know
Like
who
my
you can see it
grandfather's side,
most. You know who you can mostly acutely see it from? Look at the young children. Look at the
oh yeah,
behavior
yeah,
of the
yeah,
young children.
Mm-hmm.
It's night and
Mm-hmm.
day. It's
yeah,
night and day. It's completely
yeah.
different.
The male side, they're educated, they have skills, they perform, but on my grandmother's side, down the line, those guys barely got high school diplomas. Get that?
Mm-hmm.
And
Can't sit
it's
Mm-hmm.
down for any period of time.
nope.
Constantly
Mm-hmm.
running around. The small kids they fidgety, they antsy. You can't get them to
Hmm.
do any chores. You can't
Mm-hmm.
deal with them. You know.
Yeah. And I think like as this
You know
compression
they
goes
just
on
all
and you compare the sides, when you look at those women, the question to be is they're gonna want part of that and they're gonna want to assimilate into some of those families. But if it brings negativity, you're gonna have to
Because they
distance your
don't know
children.
how to. They don't know how to.
Yeah, yeah, because they're used to being the
well.
authority.
What are they learning there? What are they learning there at all about what they're learning is I can go and make a baby and bring that baby back home.
Yeah,
That's what
And
they're
bet
learning.
you
They're
it'll be
not
another
learning,
girl.
oh, okay, are you gonna go and get with a man and you all yeah, ideally I'm sure they probably hope for a girl. Because
yeah.
it becomes this all kind of
Nah,
synced
they
female
wanna
You
want
synced
you
baby
united.
imagine
boys.
a
They're gonna want
boy
baby
growing up
boys.
in that? You
No,
imagine a
they
boy
do.
growing one boy. No. This is what I'm saying. Because you imagine being the first boy, the only boy in that home.
Yeah, it's like
Mhm.
Bell
Ah,
Hook's brother.
Yeah.
It's like Bell
yeah,
Hook's brother.
yeah.
Imagine being the youngest. Imagine being a boy and the youngest person in that house. That
Oh
would
yeah.
be
Being reigned
Oh,
over.
yep.
that child is
I told
being
y'all.
raised up totally
I
different.
ran away. I ran away 4 hours to my grandfather's house to get away from all
Mm.
those women on my grandmother's side. I ran away 4 hours. I was 15 minutes away from his house. My oldest cousin found me, put me in the car. She drove down to his house and he said, "Where was he?" And she said he was by the train tracks, like 15 minutes away. And he's like, "He looks all right." And she's like, "Yeah." And she told him, "Well, he told her, well, put him back to the train tracks." And I was already walking 4 hours to get to his house. She drove me back to the train tracks and I walked back to his house. And he had some catfish and some biscuits ready for me. I ate that. He told me to take a bath. I went out, took a bath, came back to the living room, watched the game, and like 15 minutes later, I fall asleep. Like, I ran
Let me
away
read this real.
from the guy knocking
Let
me.
me read this real quick. And Gil Gami says it's the marketing of the end of married families of the next below underclass generations. I this is my theme. I said this to, and this is what inspired FD to jump on the channel the first time he ever jumped on the channel.
Hmm.
What we're doing is very classist, which is and black people are gonna have to contend with this, especially
you black elites, you black talking heads, you black pundits, you Kim Fosters, you FDs, you foreign mans, you conscious Lees, right? Y'all are the ones who turn around and get married. Y'all pump all that shit. Y'all get married and get as close to nuclear patriarchal families as humanly possible. I don't give a fuck about what you claim your ideals are. And then you sell to the rest of us, the women, this mixed pseudo, whatever the hell, do whatever you want, and family is what you make it ass bullshit. Because you don't want to address the, hey, look, man, because of class and education and status, look, I could do it, you can't do it. Y'all don't even say that part. You just chastise the men, mock them. Go ahead.
They are
Go
in
ahead.
the lifeboat. They are in the lifeboat, waving at the people on the Titanic, telling them everything will be okay.
Yeah.
That's what they are.
Yeah. Yep.
Hang in there.
That's,
Don't worry. I'm sure the Titanic is not going to sink as they briskly roll away from that gravitational pull of that sinking ship as it goes down into the bottom of the ocean. That's who they are. And they're nasty and they're vicious with it. They're because they know it's true. They know that what is being featured during that segment is the future for most poor women, especially all these women that they discourage from trying to do anything with any man, creating any scenario, any reason, any justification at all. And all the entertainers, like think of all, we were talking before about these female entertainers, sort of forming up like Voltron on this Black Miss Andrews thing. Now think of the effect that these very popular, very glamorous, very successful, very rich women constantly berating men, and in particular constantly berating black men. Think about that. The only men that black women are really by and large going to have a chance to get at all, right? You're going to put those men down, and you're creating this scenario where these women, the black women in particular, the third generation of lows and younger, ain't gonna have nobody. Because them must turning into black folks, right? You might have started out Mexican with great grandmother, but by the third generation, those are turning into black folks.
I'm looking at the daughters of Low, and I don't know, right? I'm looking at him. It might be a Latino. She might have went back to Latino. But the daughters are more fair than she is. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the last generation?
Low is the chocolate.
Right.
Yeah, but Low is the chocolate one. She's the chocolate heavier set one. But when I look at her daughters, they look a little light skinned. They look a little light, you know. So,
that chick a baby mama,
They're
right?
Negritos though. They're separate.
Yeah, all of them. All of them. Look, when you look at it, you see what it is. Yeah.
That chick 20 years. They mentioned her age. That woman is 20 years old. And she got 2 kids already. She a baby mama. She a baby mama early.
Yeah.
So with the heavy set chocolate one.
Yeah.
So now
I thought she was 2 daughters. Those are her 2 kids.
Yeah, no, those are her 2 daughters. But I thought she was did I hear that right? She was
mama.
20 something. You know, I know she's a baby mama. I'm thinking the age.
They said 20. Yeah. She said she's 20 years old.
Ain't no wait. We won't see it. Wait a minute. That's why we gotta hear. Wait a minute. I think you're right, Lion. But let's see. Here we go.
Now with our series In Our Home, it's a look at how the American family is evolving. We put the call out for you to tell us all about your families, and this morning we want to introduce you to one of them, the Low family, who, like more and more American households, are living in a multi-generational home.
Welcome to our home. Mi casa es su casa.
With 4 generations under one roof,
I'm blessed to be able to have my mom with me, my daughters with me, and my grandbabies with me. El mundo!
The Low family from Grand Rapids, Michigan, is proud to be part of a growing movement. One of the nearly 18% of Americans living in a multi-generational home.
Listen, it's the time here. Between having just 2 bathrooms, it gets crazy, but we love it. Come on in.
That is Jade Lowe, the 29-year-old mom of 3.
She's 30.
The choice to live with her 84-year-old grandmother.
Yeah, she's 30, but still she's still a baby mama. That point is, she's still a baby mama.
Sister to prioritize stability and
Yep.
financial freedom.
Yep.
No man, no
There we go.
dad, no nothing.
Yeah, but
No
I know
man,
that
no.
was like she ain't 20.
Hold on,
Yeah, I'm
hold
like,
on,
Where's
hold
the
on.
yeah, no
father?
way.
So
Yo,
okay,
y'all would
where's
be
the father?
surprised.
Wait, wait,
Y'all
wait,
would
wait,
be
wait, 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 wait,
surprised
wait,
how
wait,
many
wait, 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 wait.
Mexican women are baby mamas.
No. I think that you're right about that. But wait, notice
The
something.
grandmother, the
Uh-huh.
second generation woman, she was apparently married because her last name
Yeah.
is Lowe. So
Yeah.
so even though I guess her parents were looked to be Mexican, she married a black man because her last name was Lowe.
And wait,
The
but here's the
grandma's
thing though,
a
Black Guru.
brown
Wait,
Mexican
wait, wait,
woman.
wait, 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 wait. Here's the thing. The heavyset daughter is older. She's dark skinned. The younger sister from from that same mom, she's fair. She's fair.
You're right.
So she got shot. And I
Hold on.
work with
Now,
a dude.
Did
Go
they
ahead.
show did the other daughter speak?
No, she
I
didn't
can't
speak.
remember.
They just show her with the
Did
with
they
her
show
nieces and nephew.
Did they show her name?
No.
No, I don't think
they
so.
show her name because she might not be Low.
Yeah, I don't think
Her
so.
mama
I don't think
might
so.
be Low, but she
Yep.
might not
And the
be
oldest
Low.
sister
And
too.
the oldest
Yep.
sister probably was
Yep.
the black man that she married.
Yep. Let's see again. Give me a second.
Now with our series In Our Home, it's a look at how the American family is evolving. We put the call out for you to tell us all about your families, and this morning we want to introduce you to one of them, the Lowe family, who, like more and more American households, are living in a multi-generational home.
Welcome to our home. Mi casa es su casa.
With 4 generations under one roof,
I'm blessed to be able to have my mom with me,
She's a
my
mixed
daughters
race.
with me, and my grandbabies with me. El mundo.
the Lowe family from Grand Rapids, Michigan, is proud to be part of a growing movement. One of the nearly 18% of
great-grandma's
Americans living
indigenous.
in a multi-generational home.
Listen, it's the time here. Between having just 2 bathrooms, it's crazy, but we love it.
Yeah, she's
Come on
mixed
in.
black.
That is
Okay.
Jade Lowe, the
All of them are.
29-year-old mom of 3,
3, 2, 1, cut.
who made the choice to
Okay,
live with
see?
her 84-year-old grandmother.
The top of the pyramid, she's from Mexico, and now she lives with us.
She's
Her
she's
mother
mixed race
and
black.
younger sister, to
That's the younger
prioritize
sister. The
stability
younger sister.
and
See the younger
financial
sister in the
freedom.
black right there.
Between my grandma, my mom, and my sister, they kind of all just
See?
like help out. And the price of rent.
So
Yeah, that's
the
Negro.
younger sister don't look. Yeah, the younger sister don't look black nothing. So
Yeah,
there you go.
that's how the Mexicans do it. So she got with a Mexican guy, had a baby. Baby comes out more Spaniard. But the grandma, if you look at the great grandma, she's indigenous. You can see it in the cheekbones and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's black, Spaniard, and I would say Indian in some shape or form.
So,
Well,
But
you
she
had
doesn't
all
have a lot
kinds
of
of
Spaniard in her.
different phases of men going through that house.
bruh.
Yeah.
Running up all
And
the
no
men that come.
and the only residue are the children that are all girls.
Mm-hmm. Well, that looked like a boy. The
Ain't
baby
nothing
looked like a boy.
XY in that goddamn. Ain't nothing XY in that goddamn house, bro.
No,
All
the
that
baby,
damn X.
the baby that was like 4 months old, that looked like a boy.
Oh boy, if it
Well,
is,
he's fucked.
I feel. Yeah, he really is.
Yeah, God help us.
It
Jesus.
looked like a boy.
Yeah, God
Yeah.
help him. Hey, you heard what Black Cruz said?
God help him.
I mean, what in
God
that
help him.
household? What kind of masculine training could he possibly get in that household?
Not a
At
None.
all.
He's gonna end
thing.
up like my cousins. My cousins over the grandma's side. I'm
God
talking about
damn.
there's a massive separation
You're
between my grand. There's massive. It's massive difference.
let's do this real quick. Your two older you have 2 older siblings, girls. Clearly, your mom, your aunt, your grandmother, your great grandmother.
Well, you also have
Ain't
female
no
cousins.
man.
You got female
Yeah.
cousins,
Yep.
older female cousins too.
Yep.
And Z, this is what I'm gonna send you a video of my aunt with the grandkids, and we can talk about it later. But my cousin, he was my Baltimore cousin. He was trying to explain to me. He was like, my mom treats my situation different from my sister. I said, yeah, because she's the authority of your sister, and she has kids, so she has first right. But see, she needs you to get along with your ex-wife so she can see her grandkids. She don't want to talk to her about the issues that she can't see the grandkids, but she can pull that shit with her daughter because she's the first authority. But see, you're the man, and that's your stepwife, and she wants to see her kids. And I'm gonna send you a video of her with and what she says. This is my aunt, and what she says. And you're gonna be like, okay, I see it. I see what this is about. And she
Yeah,
had a little
yeah.
TikTok video of it.
Gil Gabby is saying the same thing that Black Uru said. Second generation is
Mhm.
referred to as the second generation Low, meaning the Mexican matriarch adopted Low as the last name from her husband. So 4 generations of Low, it means no marriage since the second gen. Yep. I mean, the chocolatey one is that's probably her father's last name. And then the sister, I don't know, the whitish sister. Look, I don't know what's up with her. Obviously, the daughters
But if
of
they
the
never,
daughter, yeah.
if she never married,
Three
her,
generations of losers, see? 3 generations of losers. Yeah, I was so. Now go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
see
Black
it
Uru. Go ahead,
going
Black.
that way.
Black
okay.
Uru was trying to say something. Go ahead.
What I mean, the daughter probably just carried on. The other daughter probably just, you know how they'll give the child their name, you know. So even though she might not have been married to the father, you know, of the lighter skinned sister, you know, she just kept essentially her
Kept that last name.
her
Yeah.
mother's marital name, essentially.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's a Black American poor white thing where you take on the name. Because my
Yeah.
Puerto Rican friends at work, my manager, I was talking to him. He was like, "We hold both names of our mom and our father, but when you're dealing with America, they make you take the patriarchal name." He's like, "We recognize our mother's name for their labor and all that, but when so we hyphenate it, but on our job applications and our titles, it just has our father's name." So Latinos do that. They utilize both last names. And I believe in that too, more than just taking your father's last name.
Yeah, well, this house is a matriarchal ass house. That's our point. That shit is
Yep.
that's gynocratic central. If you're
hmm
right, Leon, and that's a boy at the baby is a boy, a no male in sight.
That poor
The baby
bastard.
just was born yesterday.
Poor
Well,
bastard.
Z,
Ain't
I
no
told you the
male in sight.
story about.
Jesus.
I told you the
You
story
know,
of what my grandma said to my woman. She was like, "Thank God you didn't get one of these dark skinned bees." Said it right in front of her,
Oh,
and I was just sitting there, just like, and they just sat down and because she's the matriarch of that shit, a whole
Wait,
herd of women with
hold
young
on, wait.
boys.
You didn't get a dark skin. What now?
B.
No.
Wait, hold on.
Which bees is she referring to? Where were these bees?
Okay, the B is for female dog.
Well, I know what bee means. I'm saying what these is she these? You mean in like in the environment, in the house?
In
Where
the
were
house,
these bees?
baby. What did my grandma say to you? Kind of, sort of, just kind of, sort of say it. She don't feel like talking. She's right here, literally. Spit up, spit up off that toothpaste. All right. She don't want to say it, but she knows. My grandma just straight up said it in front of houses, 20 women with babies. Thank God you didn't get one of these black
So
bees,
she
dark skin.
she was referring to the women in her own family.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, I told you, they're colorist. Mississippi women are colorist as hell.
Well, that's true.
And because
That is very true.
I told her, I was like, yo, I would never get with any sort of this community and be assimilated in this. I was like, you got to be joking.
you know, for that young boy, I think there's going to
Mm-hmm.
be a lot of if he
you
isn't
breaking up.
treated
You broke up a little
fairly.
bit better. You go ahead. Say it again.
I
You
said
broke
I
up a
think
little
there's
bit.
going to be a lot of
Yeah, I agree.
Am I coming
Yeah.
through now?
Yes. Yes.
Am I coming through? Oh,
Yeah,
I
you're good.
think that
You're
young
clear
boy
now.
is going to be. He's going to have a lot of resentment if he is treated fairly coming up. And there's a proverb that kind of comes to mind. I'm probably gonna butcher it a little bit, but
But we ain't hear none of that proverb. We ain't hear none
If
of
you're
that
dealing with a
proverb. Boy, you
disgruntled
broke
woman,
up
you're
bad.
better off living in a desert or living on top of your roof.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear no proverbs from a nigga who
let
think
me
it's cool. I don't want to hear no proverbs from a nigga who think it's cool to touch another man's PlayStation.
Oh dang, am I
right.
boring?
Hysterical.
I don't want to hear
No,
no
you were. No,
proverbs
you
from you
were.
niggas.
But we can hear you now. I'll say this too. Be prepared because that young man is going to be somewhere in the manosphere in the next 20 years.
Nah, he gonna go
He
all
gonna
the
be.
no.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's gonna be listening to Myron. That's where he going. He
Oh
going
yeah,
all
No,
the
he's not going to have the
yeah.
words for it. He's
Oh
not going to
shit.
have the
Yeah.
words for it until he gets into the market and he sees that shit doesn't work like it works in his
Yeah.
household.
Mm.
He's
Yeah.
not going to have words for it, language or anything.
Nope.
Yeah. But let me do this, y'all. We're about to hit 8 hours. I can't let better you have it. I cannot let better you have it. I can't do it. Look, so what we will do is we'll pause right here. I should be coming to y'all tomorrow anyway. So we'll pause right here. Love piece of chicken grease. I wanted to play that for y'all. Shout out to who said. Let me, you know what? Oh, damn it. Oh no, yeah, because somebody tagged me in it. I'm gonna tell y'all right now because I actually want to shout them out. Let's do that. Reach. Thank you for that. Yes, and as I said, hey, that's gonna be the play. The money ain't right like that. Understandable, we understand, especially for those of us millennials and Gen Z. We get it, right? Money ain't right like that, so you're gonna have to do multi-generational living with grandma and them, or with your sister and your girl cousins, and while you still talking crap on the internet and talking about who you're not gonna settle for. Meanwhile, y'all taking turns sharing toys. Ooh, goddamn! See, I hope y'all wipe it off before y'all give yourself an infection. So yeah, there's
The
that.
click hammers. The click hammer 9000 is self sabotage.
Sold separately.
Share it to your heart's content.
Well, you would hope with them combining resources, they can afford their own separate devices.
Oh God!
Look, hey. All jokes aside, probably, but it is gonna be funny when they wake up in the morning and it was like, who was buzzing last night? Goddamn, I was trying to sleep. I couldn't go to sleep last night. Somebody was over here, but all I heard was the buzzing.
Nah.
Well, but
this is how it starts. You know where it starts? Who took my charger?
Yeah. They can't charge
You know what they charge you.
Charging batteries up is gonna be a problem.
That was me. I had to charge up my cell phone. My bad.
Yep.
That's the wrong vibration, sir. That's the wrong vibration. But
I thought
so
it was a
we'll pause.
lightsaber.
No, they once said saber, but anyway, we before we keep on going, but let us pause right here. Love piece of chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. This was fun. I started off talking about these women and these goddamn white male worship. We always talk about the white man. They always bring us back there. But we'll pause with that, and we'll maybe talk about something a bit more serious tomorrow. We'll see. I want problem always. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out. So love piece of chicken grease. Go check out the Black Manosphere content or the non-Manosphere content for the love of God, and Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.
Yeah, Mr. Z. When I send you the video, do not use it as content. Okay. I just want to show you the separation because she's married, everything, and educated.
We ain't in now yet. We ain't in now. I don't want people to hear what you gotta say real quick.
Oh, I thought it was already over.